Preface and Chapter 1 of Forgotten Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shreya Sethi. Forgotten Gold by Julian Corbett. Preface. Forgotten Gold. Calling on this ailing age to eschew the sins and imitate the virtues of Mr. Jasper Festing, sometime Fellow of Trinity College in Cambridge, and later an officer in Her Majesty's Sea Service. By this showing forth of certain noteworthy passages from his life in the said university and elsewhere, and especially his connection with the beginning of the Puritan party, together with the particular relation of his voyage to Numbe under the renowned navigator, the late Sir Francis Drake, Knight, written by himself and now first set forth. Preface. It is not to be denied that the usual practice in ushering into the world a long-ridden manuscript has been to give some account of its existence in its former state, and of the manner in which it came to light. For sufficient reasons that course will not be followed in the present case. Should anyone in consequence be brought to doubt the genuineness of these memoirs, it is hoped that it will be sufficient to refer him to a curious little work entitled Sir Francis Drake Revived, which contains a very sprightly account of that renowned navigator's so-called third voyage to the Indies, being that in which he attempted Nombre de Deux, and which, as the title leaf recites, is faithfully taken out of the report of Master Christopher Seeley, Ellis Higsum, and others who were in the same voyage with him, by Philip Nichols, preacher, reviewed also by Sir Francis Drake himself before his death, and much holpen and enlarged by divers notes, with his own hand here and there inserted, and set forth by Sir Francis Drake, his nephew, now living, 1626. So closely do the present memoirs follow that account that it cannot reasonably be doubted that Mr. Festing was one of those others who had a hand in Preacher Nichols' book, although neither he nor Mr. Valdiv are mentioned as being of the expedition. When we consider the circumstances under which they sailed, it is only natural to suppose that they made it a condition of their assistance that their names should be suppressed in the published narrative, and in view of this supposition, it is not unworthy to be noted that Nichols made no mention of a captain of the land soldiers or a merchant as sailing with Drake, although it is known that these officials formed part of all well-ordered expeditions to the Spanish Main. Of course, some discrepancies will be found between the two accounts, but they are unimportant and seem rather to confirm the general accuracy of Mr. Festing's memoirs than to cast any suspicion upon them. For instance, Nichols gave the name of the man who spoiled all in the first attempt on the Hekuas as Pike, but there can be no doubt that by an obvious wordplay which would commend itself to an Elizabethan punster, the name of the infantry weapon was substituted by that of culverin out of tenderness for the old sergeant's memory. Such instances might be multiplied indefinitely, but it appears better to suffer the curious to note and comment upon them for themselves. Should any such be tempted to pursue the subject further, he will find an interesting account of Signor Giampietro Pugliano in a letter of Sir Philip Sidney's, who describes the esquire of the Emperor's stables in much the same terms as those which Sergeant Culverin was in the habit of using. In fact, Mr. Festing's memoirs receive confirmation from contemporary sources too numerous to set out here. He mentions indeed only one event of any historical or biographical importance which has not been found either related or referred to by other trustworthy writers, and that is the piratical attack of Drake upon the Antwerp caravel, an exploit about which all parties concerned no doubt took good care to keep their own counsel. These considerations, it is felt, will be enough to carry conviction to what Mr. Festing would have called all honest, kindly readers. To the merciful dealing of such, his memoirs are now, therefore, committed without further excuse, defense, or apology. J.C. Thames Ditton, October 1887. End of Preface. Forgotten Gold, Chapter 1. Erasmus, in his famous praise of folly, has uttered a sharp note against those scribbling fops who think to eternize their memory by setting up for authors, and especially those who spoil paper in blotting it with mere trifles and impertinences. Yet have I, that was none before, resolved to turn author, and set down certain passages in my life that I have thought not unworthy to be remembered. Many who share my respect for him, who is rightly called the honour of learning of all our time, forgetting therein, as it must be said, all tenderness for me, have marvelled openly that I listen not to his wisdom, but will still be spending paper, time, and candles upon such trifles and impertinences as he condemns. It were better, they say, for a scholar to take in hand some weighty matter of religion or philosophy or civil government. But stay, good friends, till I bid you show me how it were better. Such treatises are ordinance of power, and are we sure that of late years scholars have not been forging too many weapons for dunces to arm themselves withal in these wordy wars that now be? A harquebus is a dangerous toy in unskilled hands, and so I know may be a discourse of religion or philosophy or civil government to unlearned controversialists, of whom God knows there is a mighty company in this present time. So I pray you consider whether Erasmus has not here a little dishonoured his scholarship and sounded his note false. Should he not rather have placed amidst all other folly that he praises these very trifles and impertinences, also with which a scholar may seek to comfort his solitude? I am the more moved to the part I have chosen, because it is not clear that all I have to tell shall be found wholly trifling and impertinent. Indeed, I think it may contain something noteworthy, not in respect of myself, or even of that noble gentleman whose story this is as much as mine, but rather in respect of that very mirror and pattern of manhood, who was my good friend in those days, though now with God, and whom of all I ever knew or heard of, I honour as in courage unsurpassed, in counsel unequalled, and in constancy passing all I ever deserved. So much by way of preface or apology, and now with a good wish on all honest, kindly readers, let me to my tale. As with many others, my life, it may be said, began with my father's death. Till then, I had been kept in so great subjection that, save in my books, I had hardly lived. For he was an austere, grave man of the Reformation party, and one whom the fires of Mary's reign had hardened against all popery, so that towards the end of his life he became what is now called a Puritan, and that of a strict sort too. Outwardly, to his great friends in the country, he was still good company, for, not to speak more, because of the honour I bear him, he was a worldly man, and not one to use a shoehorn to drag ill-fitting opinions on to men of quality, nor in any way to seek a martyr's crown. His chiding and severity were kept from me and his servants and tenants, who were all hard-pressed, though in truth not beyond what justice would warrant where mercy lay aside. It was a hard case for me, because of my mother I had not even a memory. The same hour that I was born she died, leaving my father alone in the world, save for me. It was then that he most changed, they told me, but in no respect showed his grief so much as in misliking me. Yet I think I loved him, for all his chiding and sharpness. Indeed, I had so little else to love. At least I know that I was sobbing bitterly when my old nurse came to tell me that his short sickness had come suddenly to an end, for he had but a little time past been seized with a quartan ague, which carried off so many that same glorious year that our great queen came to her throne. It was a cold grey afternoon in January. I was sitting, hungry and forgotten, in my favourite nook in the dim old library. It was an ancient, low room which my father had left standing when he had rebuilt the rest of the place in the new style soon after he had purchased it. It had been a house of Austin cannons, which fell to the lot of some spendthrift courtier in King Henry's time, which gentleman, getting past his depth in my father's books with overmuch borrowing, was at last driven to release the place to him. So it was that the old monastery became our dwelling, but this, the canon's refectory, was all that was left of the former buildings. At one end there was a deep recess, where I could sit and see the dreary darkness settling down on the distant Medway, and the Upchurch marshes and the saltings. It was but a sad prospect at any time in winter, and made me sad, though I would never sit elsewhere with my books. I must have loved it because my father never came to chide me there, and because on that cold stone sill I could sit and sob undisturbed over the sorrows of men long dead. And I now sat sobbing over my own, when Cicely came hurriedly to me. "The Lord has taken him, Master Jasper," she cried as well as her sobs would allow. "The Lord has taken him before I could call you to see how sweet an ending he made. God a mercy on him. For he was a just and upright gentleman, and one that dallied not with mercy, and died a good Reformation man. Ay, that he did, and would see never a priest of them all, with their hocus pocus and jack-in-the-box and their square caps and their Latins. When the end was coming, he cried out, 'God a mercy on me and all usurers.' Once or twice he did, for the usurers seemed to trouble him. So I opened the windows and bade him not trouble himself with the rogues at such a time, but get on sweetly with his dying. That was a comfort to him, I know, for he grew quiet then, and passed away with but one more cry, for mercy on them. May the rogues be better for a good man's prayers, that he shall pray no more. For 'tis all past, 'tis all past, and you are squire of Longdean now, Master Jasper, and maybe your worship would like to see how your father lies." I dried my tears then, for I had been dreading the summons to see him die, and felt glad that I was spared the sight. I was able to follow Cicely into the great chamber where he lay, and look bravely for the last time on the wise, hard face. It was when I came out that I felt indeed my life had begun, for there stood old Miles, a steward, who had married my nurse, bowing respectfully. "A wise man has gone this day, sir," he said, "and a godly and a rich. May the Lord in his mercy give your worship strength to bear his loss and walk in his footsteps." It lifted me up strangely to hear him speak thus, for I was but 14 years old, and had never been called your worship before, except sometimes on Saturdays by the Medway fisher lads, who knew I had groats in my wallet then. To hear Miles thus call me was a thing I could hardly understand. He who had barely a word for me except to scold me when he caught me bird nesting in the orchard, or swear after me in breathless chase when I flew my hawk at his pigeons, as happened more than once when Harry came to see me and my father was away. It is time I should tell of Harry, my friend and rival, my almost brother, for his life was, and I thank God for his mercy, still is, in spite of all the wrong I did, so bound up in mine that I cannot tell my tale without unfolding his. He was the only son of Sir Fluke Waldeave, a gentleman of good estate and ancient family near Rochester in Kent, and a good neighbour of ours. Ever since my father had come to live at Longdean, Sir Fluke and he had been fast friends. Not that they had much to make them so, for Sir Fluke was an old soldier and courtier of King Henry's day, and had named his only son after him as the pattern of manhood. From the like cause he swore roundly rasping Tudor oaths at all that displeased him. Ay, and much that he loved too, from mere habit, but above all at Puritans and those who thought Reformation should go further than his idol King Henry had carried it. In all ways the knight was a man of the old time, while my father was held one of the new men, whom many thought to be ruining the country. He had been a wool merchant in London and had made much money at trading and by other ways that merchants use. Even I used to wonder to see them so friendly and used to watch them by the hour together through a hole I knew of in the yew hedge as they sat drinking in our orchard after dinner in the summer time. Sir Fluke was so round and red with his curly beard and his sunburnt face and his merry blue eyes, and my father was so pale and spare and grave. I wondered how men could be so little alike and wondered how it would have been with me if that rough old knight had been my father instead of the courtly merchant by his side. By this light, I have heard Sir Fluke burst out in the middle of their talk. I marvel every day what a God's name makes me love you, Nick. Your sour face should be as much a rebel in my heart as your damned French claret in my stomach. Were it not that you were so good a tippler, I would say that at heart you were no better than a pestilent, pragmatical rogue of a Calvinist. Nay, Fluke, my father would say quickly in his courtly way, being, as it seemed, in no way offended that the old knight should speak to him so roughly, for they always said my father, like other merchants who had thriven, was slow to take offence with men of ancient lineage and good estate. What matter that our outward seeming is different? That is only because our lots were cast differently. Not what we are, but what we love is the talk of friends. Aye, by God's power, Sir Fluke would cry. You have hit it now most nicely, Nick. You love a long fleece and so do I. You love a fair stretch of meadowland and so do I. You love a well-grown tree and so do I. Aye, and you, rogue, you love a full money bag and so, by this light, do I. Mass, but I run myself out of breath with our likings and sack must run me back again. Indeed, my father would answer, were it only our delights that we share, I think it would be bond enough without a common sorrow to help it. Aye, Nick, that is it, the old knight would murmur, sad in a moment, for Harry's mother too had died in childbed. But speak not of that, God rest her sweet soul. What is there divided that she could not bring together? And so they would fall into silence awhile, till Sir Fluke's eye was dry again, and his thoughts had wandered away from the beautiful woman whom, late in life, he had loved and married and lost, to some new plan he had for mending his estate upon which he wanted a friend's counsel. It is little to be wondered at, then, that a great friendship grew up also between Harry and me. We were little more alike, I think, than our fathers, for on Harry's descended all the sunny beauty of his mother. Indeed, afterwards, when as a page at court he personated the Princess Cleopatra in a masque before the Queen's grace, an old lord who was in presence swore it must be the gentle Lady Voldive alive again. He was lithe and active too, and of quick and nimble wit, and as long as I can remember, could always give the fisher lads more than he took, either with fist or tongue. But more than all this, it was his gentle, loving spirit that won and kept my love, in spite of our boyish quarrels. Aye, and of a greater thing than that, when I think of his noble nature, which never allowed him to turn a span's breadth from the path of honour, the lofty patience wherewith he bore my shortcomings, the tender sympathy I won from him in all my troubles, I can still kneel down and thank God that gave me such a friend to carry a light before me, in the way a gentleman should walk. So what wonder then that I loved him as I loved no one else, save one, of whom I shall forbear yet to speak until my tale compels me. Then I must, seeing it was surely God's will that tried me so sore. Had Harry been other than he was at the time at least of which I now speak, I must yet have loved him, for it was my father's will that I should. Jasper, he would say to me sometimes when I had been reading at home, close your book and ride over to Ashted to bid young Waldev go a-hawking with you tomorrow. You must see more of him. For no, I would have you no merchant, or parson, or plain scholar, but a gentleman. You will have money, and he shall teach you how to spend it like a gentleman. Make him your friend, and be you his, or you shall smart for it. So away I would go blithely enough, for those days with Harry were the only happy ones I knew, though it must be said that they often ended sadly with a rebuke and even a chastisement from old Miles, till one day my father, seeing him, told him he would not have gainsaid any prank I played in company with Sir Fluke's son. This I told Harry next day he came, thinking to strangely delight him. But instead he looked grave and swore one of his father's oaths that he would never fly hawk at Miles' pigeons again. Such was my friend Harry Waldeck when, in the first year of our most glorious Queen's reign, God bless with fullest measure, my father died and I began my life. End of chapter 1. Recording by Shreya Sethi. Chapter 2 of Forgotten Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shreya Sethi. Forgotten Gold by Julian Corbett. Chapter 2. It was not till the morning after my father's death that Sir Fluke rode over from Ashton with Harry. The old knight was redder in the face than ever. There were tears in his eyes too, as he took my hand and sat down by the great hearth in the hall without speaking. As for Harry, he threw his arms around my neck and shyly pressed into my hand his set of gilded hawk bells, the most precious thing he had. I had long envied him the toys, and his kindness set my tears flowing fast again. "Don't grieve, Jasper," he said. "You must not grieve. Dad will be your father now. He said he would as we rode along. He told me to tell you he was your guardian now, and we are really brothers at last, Jasper." I looked at Sir Fluke, but he only nodded his head. His face was very red, and I knew he could not have spoken without sobbing. So Harry and I talked on in low tones till the old knight found his voice. He spoke angrily at last, but I did not mind his chiding, for somehow I knew it was only to hide his grief, lest we boys should see his weakness. "Yes, I am your guardian now, lad," said he, "and since I am, why in God's name did you not send for me before, instead of letting your father lie all night like a dog that none cares to bury?" "Please you, sir," said I, "Miles rode out an hour after he died, as I thought, to bring the news to you." "An hour after his death!" cried Sir Fluke. "On what devil's errand went he then? For he came not to tell me till 6 o'clock this morning." "Whither rode Miles last night?" I asked then of Cecily, who was sobbing hard by. "Know you? And has he come back?" "Nay, I know not, your worships," she said, "save that he went to your worship, as he said, and what, woman?" cried Sir Fluke testily. "On an errand of his dead master's, please your worships," whispered Cecily. "An errand by your worship's leave into Chatham." "And what, o God's name," cried the knight, "took him there?" "Nay, I know not," replied Cecily, with a look of that sort of humility much used by her class, which is very near of kin to defiance. "Unless it were to take order for his poor worship's funeral with the elect that be there." "What say you?" roared Sir Fluke. "You pestilent canting scrag end of Eve's flesh, what by the fat of the friend has your Calvinistic knave of a husband to do with a gentleman's funeral? Knows he not, the dog, that it is I who shall order his master's affairs? Is this all that comes of Festing's posted discipline? I told him he was wrong. He was always wrong, and here's the end of it. The elect too, the elect knaves, the elect devils. Do you know, you canting jade, that because Mary is dead you shall play what pranks you like with a gentleman's body. By this light you misjudge Henry's and Mistress Anne's daughter, if your thick heads think that. By this time Sir Fluke had railed himself clean out of breath, and as he ceased we could hear the sound of horses' feet in the courtyard. "Run, lads," said Sir Fluke, "and if that be Miles, bring him before me." To the door we went, and sure enough found Miles had returned, but not alone. Dismounting from his shabby jades were two men, dressed all in black. One of them I knew by sight, having seen him about Chatham and Rochester. He had a round red face, with a shrewd, solid look in it, and dancing blue eyes full of merriment, which even now, though I think he tried to look as grave as he could, he was unable to get master of. His companion was a grave, dark-eyed man, of dull complexion, whose look repelled me as much as the others attracted. "Peace be on this house," the two men chimed when they had finished tumbling off their horses, which they did in so clumsy a manner as even then almost made me laugh. "Peace, and be its sorrow comforted." The red-faced man then came forward up the steps and took my hand so kindly that I felt at once that I had found a new friend. "Master Festing," he said, "I know you and desire your worship's better acquaintance. Me you know not, though I was your good father's friend. He would not have it so known, but let that pass. Know me for Master Drake of Chatham, sometime preacher to his Majesty's fleet, and soon to be again, let us hope, now the evil times be overpast and joyful days be come again for all true Reformation men." His black clothes were very shabby and of old-fashioned cut, and there came with him up the steps and into the hall a savoury smell of tar and the sea. "Yes, my lad," went on Mr. Drake, "for your worship was quite out of tune with his kind fatherly way. This is an hour of sorrow for you, but one of joy for England. A weight is lifted from England's heart, and yours shall rise with hers. For, saving a decent grief for your father's loss, no true Englishman should weep when his country claps her hands and leaps with gladness." I did not well understand him then, though I knew he meant to comfort me, for in those days we knew little of what was coming, when such words as Mr. Drake's would be on everyone's lips. England was crushed and broken then, shuddering still under the curse of Rome and Spain. I was no more a prophet than the rest, and could ill understand why this little red-faced preacher should draw himself up in his shabby clothes, with glittering eyes, till he almost looked as though he had come out of my Plutarch, best loved of books. I was glad when he stopped and turned to his friend. "I had forgot," said Mr. Drake. "Be better acquainted with my right worshipful and approved good friend, Mr. Death, one of the faithful flock, Mr. Festing, that through the bloody times which now be past has watched and prayed for England beyond the seas in Frankfort, withstanding steadfastly all backsliders there, and helping Mr. Knox to file away the popish rust that still clung to King Edward's service book. He seemed to think that because my father had been a secret but active Puritan, I must be one too, and well versed in all those unhappy controversies with which the English exiles made their banishment doubly hard, and laid the seeds of many troubles that even now grow each day ranker." "Ay, that I did," said Mr. Death, unfastening his lips, "and should have prevailed at last against that bad, factious Erasnian Dr. Cox, had he not so traitorously procured us to be driven forth by the galleys of that city." "If any man has dealt traitorously with you, Mr. Death," said Harry, "it were well you should come within and speak with my father, who is a justice, and will see you righted, I doubt not." "Ay," echoed I, "come within and speak with my guardian, who will surely welcome all my father's friends." Our words had quite another effect to that which we had expected, for both the preachers stopped short before the door, looking hard at each other. Mr. Death seemed to grow more pale than before, and to be at a loss what to do. But Mr. Drake's face I saw grow to so stern a look of resolution as only in one other have I seen equalled. "Come, brother," said he, "we have a blow to strike, so let us strike quick and hard." And with that he strode across the hall to where Sir Fluke was sitting, who sprang up fiercely when he saw the preachers. "Drake," cried he, "what in the devil's name make you here?" "In the devil's name I make nothing, Sir Fluke," answered Drake unflinchingly, "but come to stay you marring in the devil's name a dead man's wishes, and in God's name to charge you to deliver up to me the body of Nicholas Festing for burial." I verily believe that had it been the sour-faced Mr. Death that had given their errand, he would there and then have been sent forth with such a dish of blows seasoned with hot railing as would have kept him satisfied for many a day. But Sir Fluke, like King Henry and our blessed Queen, knew a man when he saw him, and surprised me by his quiet answer. "You open your mouth wide, Drake. By what authority do you expect me to fill it?" "Here is one," answered Drake, "that you will be the last to gainsay, if men know you for what you are." And with that he took from his breast a paper and handed it to Sir Fluke. He carefully examined the signature and writing, and then gave it back to Drake. "Nicholas Festing wrote that, I doubt not," said he, and then, looking Drake hard in the face, went on, "Read it to me, and read it truly, if you are a man." Without wincing a jot under Sir Fluke's stare, Mr. Drake took the paper and read as follows. "Know all men whom it may concern, and above all Sir Fluke Waldeave of Ashted, knight, to whom I have given care of all my earthly affairs, that it is my last wish that in all which concerns the spiritual and heavenly part of me no man shall meddle, save as my approved friend Mr. Drake, preacher of Chatham, shall direct, and him I charge to deliver my soul to God, and my body to earth, after the manner of the Reformed Church, and free from popish, idolatrous, and superstitious ceremonies, saving always the laws of this realm. For I would have all men know that as I have lived, in the purified and ancient Church of Christ, in testimony whereof above all I desire to be buried without jangling of bells, or mistrustful prayers, or conjuring with incense, as though my happy state with God were doubtful, and reverently laid in the earth, with thanks to God, in certain hope of a glorious resurrection." For a moment Sir Fluke looked at me, as though he would ask me to read the paper too. But almost immediately he stared hard again at Mr. Drake and was satisfied. "Enough," he said, plainly much pained. "How will you bury him?" "By the rites in use amongst the true English remnant at Geneva," croaked Mr. Death, who, seeing all danger was over, now came forward. "There alone is found the true law of God. There alone has the threshing floor been swept clean of." "Peace, fool," said Sir Fluke sharply. "If Nicholas Festing wishes to be put under the sword like a canting Calvinistical knave, by God's head he shall be, saving always, as he said, the laws of this realm. I want no pestilent heretical sermons from you, but only information to lay before the council, whither I ride this very day according to my duty as a justice of the Queen's most excellent majesty. And, look you, Drake promised me to do nothing till I return." "My hand on that, Sir Fluke," said Drake, heartily holding out a hand not unsustained with pitch, which my guardian, after a moment's hesitation, took. With that the preachers departed, and Sir Fluke soon after followed them on his way to London, much saddened, as I think, to see what manner of man his friend had been. Whether he was heard by the council or not I cannot tell. Certain it is, however, that on his return he took no steps to prevent the funeral. I expect, if the truth were known, his zeal won little encouragement from the council. For in the early days of our wise Queen's reign, in spite of an ordinance against using new doctrines or ceremonies without authority, and the proclamation against King Edward's service book, which had been given out the month before, things were left to go on with as little mud-stirring as possible, until Parliament could be brought together. I doubt not the poor old knight lamented bitterly the high-handed days of his old master, King Henry, but he was helpless, and a day was fixed for the funeral to take place at our little church. Well, I remember that sunny January morning, and how I dreaded what was to come. At an early hour, great numbers of people came flocking out of Rochester, Sittingbourne, and the villages around to Longdean, for since this was but the first year of the Queen's reign, no one knew as yet of a certainty what order would be taken in ecclesiastical matters, and the news that a gentleman was to be buried after a new and reformed manner attracted many, since these things, being the first that had been seen in Kent, were accounted strange at the time, and somewhat boldly done, when as yet the old religion was still in force. The people came rejoining with baskets of food, as though to a wedding or a glutton mass rather than a funeral. To me alone, in all that multitude, it was an occasion of sadness. It was the first time the people had brought home to them that the days of England's shame and bondage were over, and when I looked upon the crowd before the gate, eating and drinking and laughing, as they waited for the body to come forth, I began to know what Mr. Drake had meant when he said that a weight was lifted from England's heart, though it only made heavier the load on mine. So brightly shone the sun, and so radiant were those happy people, scarce one of whom had not lost a friend or kinsman in poor Wyatt's mad attempt to do by force what God had now done so quietly by Mary's death, that I alone of all the world seemed sad, and in my utter loneliness I turned away and wept bitterly. Mr. Drake was in the room, talking in high spirits to a knot of preachers who had just arrived. Many, I was told, had come down from London to do honour to the great occasion, as they called it. But I forget their names, if I ever knew them. Good Mr. Drake must have heard my sobs, for he came forward out of the gloomy throng and spoke to me very kindly. "Come, lad, come," said he, with his starry hand on my shoulder. "Have a stout heart. This is a proud day for you, a day of rejoicing in the Lord, that it is given you to be a witness of England's new life, and not, as were vouchsafed to me and others here, to be a witness of her slow, cankering death. All England will praise you for this day's work. Aye, and beyond the seas too, many a poor Fleming and Frenchman and German who was losing heart will smile happily when he hears Nicholas Festing's name, and envy his son the part God gave him to play." Hearing Mr. Drake's words, the preachers gathered round us and vied with each other in giving me draughts of comfort, rather, as it seemed to me, for their own glorification in each other's eyes, by showing their cunning in the brewing of such phrases, than from any desire to console me. "Affliction, Master Festing," said a fat pale-faced man, "is the mustard of the spirit. For even as that excellent sauce maketh the stomach lusty to receive meat, so doth sorrow stir up the heart to a desire for the word." And with that he smacked his lips and looked towards the sideboard, which Cecily was already furnishing with meat against our return. "Rejoice too, my boy, in your tears," said Mr. Dith, "for they be the water to drive the mill, which shall grind in pieces the stumbling blocks of your soul." "And groaning, sir," said another, "is the portion of the elect, who, being predestined to the eternal company of God, must not defile their spirit with the joy of the world, which fills the stomach of the eternally damned." "Softly, softly, sir," imposed a heady-looking man. "Comfort the boy, if you will, but comfort him according to the word." "And who are you," retorted the other angrily, "to teach me what is according to the word, and what is not?" "Brethren, brethren," cried a mild, grave-looking man with a refined and scholarly face, "I pray you remember on what errand you are. On a day of triumph like this, is it for the victors to quarrel? Moreover, it is time we departed. Mr. Drake, I pray you order our manner of proceeding." With that we started, to my no small joy, for I was longing to be alone in the old library again, and none of those men, save Mr. Drake, brought any comfort to my aching heart. It must have been a strange sight when I come to think of it now, as we crossed the sunlit court and sallied out between the crowds of eager faces that lined the way, instead of the throng of clerks in gay attire who used to precede the coffin at burials of persons of note, swinging censers and singing for the soul of the departed. There were none but the black company of preachers in their gowns and Geneva caps. The people joined in behind me, where I walked with Miles and Cecily, and the long line wound down to the church in the valley between the frosty hedgerows and the young woods my father had planted. I knew the little moss-grown church well, for it was a favourite resting place for Miles' pigeons. They, I think, were the only living things that cared for it, except a few ill-tempered jackdaws and one or two old bent women who came to mutter prayers upon their beads amongst the mouldering stones. I do not think there had been a parson there since King Henry's time, certainly none that I could remember except on rare occasions when one came out of Rochester to shiver through a homily or a funeral, as well as the jackdaws and the chilling damp would allow. It was a place all shunned for its ghostliness, unless they had a special call to go there, which indeed was seldom, for there was not even a door upon which the parish notices could be fixed. The wood had long ago gone to make fires, and the widespread hinges, all bent and rusty, hung down with an air of mourning. But the pigeons and the jackdaws quarrelled for the place. It was a pleasant spot for them. All that savoured of popery, which was all the church contained, had been torn down. I think in Edward's days, Rood's Green and all were gone. Perhaps to cook a reformation pot with the door. Thus the birds could fly in and out as they liked, and rest out of the way of stones and hawks till Harry hustled them out. The painted little windows still remained. They were very popish things, with the Virgin and I know not what saints upon them. But it did not matter, for the spiders and the ivy, good reformers they, had nearly hidden them from sight. So as it was thought too costly to replace them with white glass, they had been allowed to remain. A grave had been prepared for my father at the end of the north aisle, where once was a chapel of St. Thomas, and where were still to be seen, moss-grown and time-stained, 2 or 3 tombs of the abbots of Longdean. There was great difficulty, I remember, in getting the coffin so far, because the pavement was all loose, and in some part quite thrust out of place by the rats and the fungus. As many of the people as there was room for thronged in after us, and jostled each other for the best places with many a rude jest. Such irrelevance was very hard for me to bear, but I do not wish to condemn them for it. It was done from no ill will to me or my father, but only from the same exuberant spirit of joy which was beginning to fill all men's hearts when each day they saw more clearly that England's night was done. The preachers alone seemed in earnest, for they, good men, had suffered much, and this thing that we were now upon must have seemed too serious and heaven-sent for idle gaiety. I was more at ease when the scholarly-looking gentleman began the service. His soft, full voice quieted the people directly, and the beautiful words he spoke kept them in rapt attention in spite of their crowding to see what was to be done. No wonder, for now they heard many for the first time in God's house the voice of prayer go up in their own sweet English tongue. The preacher began with a collect, in which he commended the dead man's soul to God, and prayed that his sins committed in this world might be forgiven him, that the gates of heaven might be opened to him, and his body raised up upon the last day. So lovely did the well-balanced, earnest words sound in our dear old speech, that I saw tears in many an eye before he had done, and the Amen, in which all joined at its end, was half choked with sobs. Incontinently they lowered then the coffin in the grave, and covered it with earth, while the old preacher read an epistle taken from 1 Thessalonians 4. Deeper and deeper grew the silence, and less my pain, as the heart-stirring words fell upon the listening throng. I would not, brethren, have you ignorant concerning them which are asleep, that ye sorrow not, even as other which have no hope. For if we believe that Jesus is dead and is risen, even so them which sleep in Jesus will God bring with him. So the solemn periods marched on to the end. Wherefore comfort yourselves one another with these words. The white-haired scholar kneeled down and began with a loud, full voice to sing in English the Pater Noster. A sound, as it seemed to me, like the rustle of angels' wings filled the mouldering church as the whole throng with one accord kneeled with the preacher and joined him as he sang, women and all. Neither I nor any there, I think, save the preachers, had heard such a thing before, and surely it was the sweetest women's voices that made our singing sound so holy in my ears. and lifted up my heart with such a heaven-born content, that at last I could feel indeed that it was not a day for sorrow, but one in which I too must rejoice with England. Our paternoster was followed by a sermon, in which, after a few words on death and eternal life, the preacher fell to exhorting the people to be earnest in carrying out the work, and not to be content with a pretended evangelical reformation, suffering such things to be obtruded on the church as should make easy the returning back to popery, superstition, and idolatry. They had seen, he said, in Germany the evil of suffering, under colour of giving small offence many stumbling blocks, which after the first beginnings were hard to get removed, at least not without great struggling. But indeed, I remember little of what the good man said, for I was but a boy then, and my mind would ever be fixing itself on the jagged ends of the rude screen which had been left sticking from the wall when it had been hewn away. Pity is it, I said to my thoughts. They were not clean rooted out. Even now they might wound a man's limbs who was passing unawares, and time will come when they will grow corrupt, and as they rot away make the arch unstable. Little I thought then how true a type those same poor beamends would prove of all that was to come on England ere many years were gone. End of chapter 2, recording by Shreya, Sethi.
Chapter 3 of For God and Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. For God and Gold by Julian Corbett. Chapter 3. It would be wearisome for me to relate all that passed in the weeks that followed my father's funeral, even if I could, but indeed I remember little, except confusedly about men of law who came from London and had long speech with my guardian. In the business of setting my father's affairs in order, I too was a good deal mixed. "You cannot know too soon," Sir Falk said to me, "what your estate will be. I am one who thinks a lad cannot learn too early to be a good steward. And so thought your father too, Jasper. So, from the first I would see you have a say in your own affairs." Thus it came about that I was always present when the lawyers came, and though at first I found it irksome, I soon began to take interest in my estate. Yet one event of these days I must relate, seeing that it was the beginning of things which afterwards played so great a part in my life. I rode into Rochester one day to see a man of law who dwelt there. As we descended the steep hill that leads from off the downs to the low-lying ground, the whole district was stretched out like a map below us. We could see straight before us the compact little city of Rochester, a mass of red roofs girded with a soft belt of trees, and crowding round the cathedral and the great castle, still grim and solid in its decay. About it ran the Yellow River in one grand sweep from the bridge to where it turned again between Abner Castle and the deck at the growing village of Chatham. Right in front of us, where the road was swallowed up between the two round towers of the city gate, was a great crowd. It was no strange thing to see, for hither were wont to gather the mariners from the fleet which rode between the bridge and Abner, and the workmen from the dockyard, that they might gossip and drink at the taverns which lined the way without the gate. Today, however, it was a greater crowd than usual, so great, indeed, that we could not pass and had to draw rein. "What, in the fiend's name," cried Sir Falk, "brings all these stockfish gaping here, to block a gentleman's path?" "This Drake, this preaching Drake," said a good-humored, weather-beaten sailor, who stood by. And sure enough it was, for no sooner were the words out of her friend's mouth that Mr. Drake's jolly red face appeared above the heads of the crowd, as he mounted a stool close to the gate. "Come, hearken, mariners!" he cried. "Hearken to the word of God that the whistle of the Lord's boatswain. For the word of God is like unto a capstan. You can turn it about and about till you tear up the anchor that binds you to earth. Come, then, my lads, and turn it about with me till you tear up the crooked anchor of sin, whereby the devil would moor you to the things of this world." This was as much as Sir Falk could bear, and he cried out, "What canal preaching is this? Have you nothing better to liken the blessed word of God to than a capstan?" "And wherefore should I not?" cried Drake, not noticing from whom the interruption came. "What earl of tarn yarn is this that will take upon him to reprove the similitudes of a preacher to her Majesty's navy? Wherever, I pray you, should not the word of God be likened to a capstan, when that blessed servant of the Lord, even Hugh Latimer, did not himself scruple to liken the Mother of God to a saffron bag? Well, I grant you, the similitude is right enough," Sir Falk called out again. "For, by God's truth, it seems that a preacher nowadays can turn the word about and about till he make it pull up anything he will." This sally produced a laugh from the rougher part of Drake's audience, and many began to cry out, "What say you to that, Master Preacher? Has he not got you now?" "What have I to say to it?" said Drake, turning fiercely on them. "Know you not your own trade, you lubberly, rowless sons of herrings? Know you not that when you man a capstan, you go but one way, like asses? That you are, in a clay mill? So it is with the word. There is one right way that shall profit you to turn it, and if you twist it another, it shall spin you heels over ears in a heap. Like the ungodly in the bottomless pit, my similitude was right enough, yet would I have defended it with greater courtesy, had I known who challenged it. Make way, lads, make way for Sir Falk Waldive, for next under God you shall reverence our blessed Queen and all who hold her commission. Make way, and let me ask pardon for my discourtesy to our most worthy magistrate." "Enough, Drake, enough," said Sir Falk good-humoredly. "You outrun me no less in courtesy than wit. Were all preachers such as you, there would be little call from injunctions against preaching without authority. But since such there be, I must, even in virtue of my office, bid you cease, and all this company disperse." That they did contentedly, with 3 cheers for the old knight, which was well known and loved as much as known at Rochester. Mr. Drake was bidden to the crown by my guardian to take a cup of wine, for it was always his custom to try and part in friendship with those whom he had had occasion to chide. "But what of the injunctions about which you are so tender, Sir Falk?" laughed Drake. "You forget I am an ecclesiastical person, and may not hunt or resort to taverns or alehouses. Vide injunction number 7. save for your honest necessities, returned Sir Falk. So run the words, and your peacemaking I hold, in my capacity of justice, to be a most honest necessity. So come, with no more words, and save your tenderness for less honest occasions. So we went to the inn, and there they talked of the times quietly enough, till the lawyer came in. Mr. Drake craved leave to carry me home with him, when our business was done, that I might see his boys, of whom he seemed very proud, and fish with them on the morrow. Sir Falk demurred at first, but when Mr. Drake urged that it would cheer me a little, and perhaps bring the colour back to me, for I was but very poorly after my days of sorrow, my guardian at last consented. Towards evening, then, Mr. Drake came back for me, and we sallied out together, Sir Falk crying out as we left that Mr. Drake was not to send me back with any pestilent Calvinistic ideas in my head. I was surprised that we went across the road down to the landing stage, just below the bridge, for I knew not where Mr. Drake's house could be if we must go to it by water. But I did not say anything till we had taken his boat, and were clear of the turmoil which the fast ebbing tide caused, as it forked its way angrily through the narrow arches of the noble bridge. "Where is your house, Mr. Drake?" I asked, as we reached the stiller water. "Where is it, my boy?" answered he, chuckling to himself, as if vastly tickled by my question. "Where, but on no man's land?" "And where may that be?" asked I, not at all understanding his merriment. "Why, in God's free tideway, my lad," said Mr. Drake, chuckling more heartily than ever. "Where could an Englishman, and above all a Devonshire man, live better than there, where there are no landlords and no taxes, and every one is his own king? You will know it some day, I hope. Frank knows it. My boys know it." I could not quite make out what he meant, and least of all who Frank was, and what he had to do with it, and no wonder, for then I did not know his strange habit of speaking of his sons as Frank and my boys. I did not like to question him more, and was content to listen to him as he told me the names and services of the Queen's ship which we passed. There were a good many of them moored between the bridge and Upnor Castle, whereof some came to great renown afterwards, but then they were few and ill kept compared with what a man may see in the rich today. Clean past Chatham and the one little dock that it then had we went, till we made the reach that turns toward Hoo. Here Mr. Drake stopped rowing, and pointed down the river. "Look, Master Fasting," cried he, "there she lies, there ride her jolly old bones over no man's land. That is my house, that is my castle, that is where I live with Frank, when he is at home, and my boys." I looked to where he pointed, and saw an old hulk, after the fashion of King Henry the Seventh's time, moored just out of the fairway. A handsome vessel she must have been once, but was dismasted and plainly very old. I noted this to Mr. Drake. "Aye," he said, "she is old, but trim and staunch yet. They say Cabot sailed in her to the Indies once, the first man who touched the mainland. Let the Spaniards say what they will. I know it, and Frank knows it, and so do my boys, and we are proud of it, as we ought to be, for he sailed from England in an English ship. But why do you live there? I asked. Well, said he, I have a reason, and I may as well tell you now as later. I lived once near Tavistock in beautiful Devon, on the banks of our sweet Tavy, and there I might be dwelling now, but that I began to smell the word of God, and know it from the stinking breath of the beast of Rome. Then the Lord sent me trials, which, I thank him, day and night, he gave me strength to bear. The justices of Devon were, for the most part, very earnest for the old religion, and persecution grew hot for those who would not sign the 6 Articles. I thank God I was one to whom he showed the filthy error of that first most pestilent and damnable doctrine concerning transubstantiation. For, look you, lad, they would have made us like unto themselves, who are worse than the cannibal savages of the Indies. They, in their devilish ignorance, do but eat the flesh of their enemies, but this, in their most pernicious self-will, would pretend to fill their lewd bellies with the flesh of their Redeemer. Even as we speak to you of it, lad, my words seem like poison that will blister my lips, and I shudder each time I think of it, that Christian men are found to set such wanton contumely upon their sweet Lord, come what might. I was no man to sink my soul in the filth of such a hell-born superstition as that. So I rose up and fled from the destroyer hither to Kent, where I knew true men were to be found. Here God showed me yonder hulk, which I purchased with the store of money I had saved. There dwelt I in peace, till, in the fullness of time, King Henry died, and the godly men who stood around the throne of his son made me a preacher to the Royal Navy. So I continued reaping plenteously in the harvest of the Lord, until Edward's death thrust England once more down into the black pit of papacy and superstition. But the day has broken again now, I said, remembering his former words, and wishing to win him back to the genial mood from which he had talked himself. He had been getting more and more like a great boy as we neared the ship, and he talked of his sons, and I was sorry to have made him gloomy by my foolish questions. So it has, lad, so it has, he cried, looking up quickly, with the twinkle in his eyes again. It is growing brighter every hour. You shall help to brighten it, with God's good will, and so shall Frank, so shall my boys. But here we are almost alongside. Ahoy! 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 No one answered to his shout, but as we came close alongside, we could hear a strange commotion in the waist of the ship, into which, however, we could not see. They are about it again, said Mr. Drake, with a chuckle. My boys are. About what? Asked I. Fighting, replied Mr. Drake, with increasing pride and delight. I know the sound. My boys fight as much as any man's sons in all Rochester. Not many days pass without them getting about it. But what do they fight about? I asked. Don't bother your head with that, replied Mr. Drake. They don't. With that we went aboard, and I saw the cause of all the hubbub. Stripped to the waist were two sturdy lads of about 12 and 13 years of age. They were fighting furiously with their fists, to the great delight of 9 other boys of all ages, varying from a little fellow not more than 3 years old to a lad of scarce less growth than the smaller of the two fighters. The onlookers were cheering each telling blow, and hounding on their brothers to further efforts. Each time the other shouted, I noticed that the baby cried out too, as loudly as his little lungs would allow, and beat on the deck with an old sword hilt, which seemed to be his favorite and only plaything. There, Master Festing, said Mr. Drake to me, beaming all over his round face. There are boys for a father to be proud of. Well done, Jack. 'Tis Jack and Joe, he went on. You could not have had better luck. They are pretty fighters both. My answer was drowned in a fresh shout from the boys as they caught sight of their father. Come on, Dad, come on, they cried. Jack is winning again, but you shall still see some good sport before 'tis ended. They crowded round Mr. Drake to drag him by his cloak to where the two boys were still belaboring each other. Thither, I think, he would have gone, for he seemed as excited over it as the baby. But just then a thin, weary-looking woman, with eyes red with weeping, came running out of the cabin in the poop, and took Mr. Drake wildly by the arm. Stop them, Ned, she said. Stop them, for God's sake. They have been fighting this hour. For what black sin has heaven given me such sons? Ta-ta, answered Mr. Drake. Would you have a nosegay of milksops to call you mother? Rejoice that God has given us sons with whom, when the time is come, we shall not fear to speak with our enemies in the gate. I know, she pleaded again. But stop them, Ned, these ones. Look at their bloody faces, and I'm so a-weary. Frank would stop them if he were here. Aye, though he loves to see them fight, answered her husband. I think sometimes he cares too much for you, and not enough for the cause. Still, for his sake, I will stop them. Peace, lads, peace. He cried then, enough for today. It has been well fought. But now I bring you a visitor. Look to him, while I shift my boots within. The boys ceased fighting instantly, and after wiping their faces, they shook hands, and then came up to where Mr. Drake had left me with the rest. John Drake, being the eldest there, welcomed me, but in a way that fell a good deal short of good manners. Can you fight? Said he, with a contemptuous look at my black broadcloth doublet. I can fight with sword and buckler, I answered, a little. Then you're a gentleman? Asked Joe. Yes. Frank is going to be a gentleman. He says so. He's going to make all of us gentlemen too. Who is Frank? Asked I. Don't you know Frank? Said Joe, while all the rest laughed at my ignorance. Frank is our brother, our eldest brother. He is a sailor now. He is apprentice to a shipmaster who trades to Zealand and France. He will be a master soon and have a ship of his own. He says so, and then he will sail with us against Calais and win it back, and the Queen will make us gentlemen. That is much to do, and will take some doing, said I, smiling. I am afraid, for I could not but be merry over the way they spoke of what a poor smack lad was going to do. What are you grinning at? Cried Jack, firing up in a moment. Do you doubt Frank will do what he says? Take that, Dan!" And he struck me a hard blow on the chest that made me reel again. I am sorry it made me angry to be struck so, for I returned his blow so heartily that, being younger than I, he was spun over on the deck somewhat heavily. Yet I think he did not mind, for when he picked himself up from where he fell, he came to me quietly and felt my arm. "Who would have guessed," said he, "that you could strike so shrewd a blow? You with a pale face like that. But Frank could trust you, and so he shall when he comes home, and then we will ask him to let you sail with us against Calais." I could not laugh at him any more, for I began to take a great liking to the sturdy lad, with his broad, flat face and curly hair. Since I had knocked him down, I could quite forgive him for talking so big about his brother Frank. "I am sorry I struck so hard," said I. "Nay, sir," answered her, "be not sorry. It is not every one can feel me like an axe. And besides, that says England will want strong arms ere long. Won't she, Dad?" "Aye, that she will," said Mr. Drake, who now came out from under the poop. "And Mr. Festing will use his for her. But come to supper now. Art going to be a soldier, lad?" he said to me as soon as we were seated. "I think I shall be a scholar," answered I. "Sir Fulk says I am to go to Cambridge soon. It was my father's wish." "Well, he was a wise man," said Mr. Drake, "and doubtless knew best. But it seems to me that England will need pikes and swords sooner than books. Still, let that pass." "Don't let him be a scholar, Dad," said Jack. "He must be a sailor, and sail with us to the Indies, and find new kingdoms like the Spaniards, and bring back a cargo of gold and pearls. Tell him about the Indies, Dad." So Mr. Drake, with a right good will, fell to talking to the wonders of the West, and we 12 boys sat round him, open-eyed, greedily devouring his words, while he spoke of the gilded king that was there, who ruled over mountains of gold, and of the Indians that hunted fish in the sea, as spaniels did rabbits, and of the great wrecks that were 3 feet across, and of trees with leaves so big that one could cover a man, and almonds as large as a demi-culverin bowl. I know not what other wonders he related, just as he heard them from the mariners who came thence. But we all grew greatly excited by his tales, and went to bed to dream things yet stranger than the truth. Such was my first meeting with the Drake family, and fast friends we boys became, and though continually fighting amongst themselves for the lightest causes, they never offered to attack me again. Francis I never saw at this time. He was nearly always abroad, and when he returned it so happened that I could not get to see him. Still, whenever we got a day away from our grammar, Harry and I always slipped off with our crossbows to sail with the Drakes in their boat and fish and shoot wild fowl. Those were our happiest days. So greatly did the Drake boys take to Harry after a fight or two, and so much did we take to the sea, that all our old pleasures were forsaken, and the pigeons and the jackdaws were left in quiet possession of the crumbling old church. Nor were Mr. Drake's stories of the West the least cause of our love for the Medway and that aged hulk. Harry was never tired of questioning the old Navy preacher about it, and soon we began to worry our old tutor to tell us more, For I must relate that I was now living almost entirely at Ashted with Harry, that I might share with him the tutor whom Sir Fulk had secured for us. Poor old long-suffering Master Follett! How I wish I could know thee now! Surely, when I look back to those days of patience, I know thou must have been the sweetest pedant that ever said his prayers to Aristotle. But then, in my folly, I knew thee not. I knew thee not for the gentle scholar thou wast, for the well-rounded compendium thou had made themselves of that old learning, which is fast passing away, the old pure learning, which a man could seek so pleasantly, when learning was books and naught but books, and he who knew them best was accounted wisest. If Eve had not tempted, nor Adam sinned, God might have given us that richest gift, to see the hours of our youth as they pass, with the eyes that will look back upon them, withal when they are gone. Alice, such wit I lacked, and knew thee not, my gentle master, nor the hours in which I was free to rifle the treasure house of the polished wisdom. Had I but known, I might have tasted, ere they were yet dead, the sweets of those days when he who sought wisdom and would be accounted wise might sit out his life in the window seat of his library, drinking in the voice of the mighty dead, while the world without glimmered softly in through the painted lattices upon the folio before them, and wonder danced to kiss its sister volumes sleeping in the shelves. Now that has changed, with much besides. Now must not a scholar be content with the light that comes softened and tender-hued through a library window, if he would pass for wise amongst them. Now must he plunge out into the day and seek for the new wisdom amongst the haunts of thronging men, where the sunlight beats fierce and bright upon the world to show to him who fears not all its beauty, and all its baseness too. Such wisdom was not our tutor's portion, and his want of it, instead of increasing our love for him, as now it would, was our chief ground of difference. We each day grew more full of the wonders of the West, not alone from what Mr. Drake told us, but also from what we heard direct from mariners, with whom Groats could win us speech in Chatham and Rochester. Well, I remember how he answered, when, having drunk dry our other wells, we made bold to try what we could find in our tutor. I am glad, my boys, said he, with an anxious look in his delicate, wizened face and clear brown eyes, that you have come to me in your trouble, for I perceive you have been speaking with some ignorant fellows, who have filled your heads with the folly that is now everywhere afloat. Beware of it, as you would beware the fiend, so strong in this madness that has seized on men, and even scholars, if indeed they still deserve the name, that in so great a place as Paris, even Aristotle has been called in question. He looked at us as he said this, pausing long with uplifted eyebrows to watch the effect with this announcement, to him so terrible, would have on us. I did not know what to say, so prayed him civilly to proceed. You may well be pained, he continued, though it must be said that I don't think we were at all, but you will rejoice to hear that these things will not continue long. I have here a goad which will soon drive these dull-witted cattle back to the right path. So saying, he laid his hand on a bundle of a manuscript, which we knew only too well, and leaning fondly over it, read slowly, as though it were a sweet meat in his mouth. The title leaf at the top, its name was in Greek, not because the work was written in that tongue, but merely out of a fashion used commonly amongst such men to increase their appearance of wisdom. It is a work, the good old man said, we had heard it a score of times before, upon which I am laboring entitled H. Aristotelia Apologia, or Ramus Ransacked, being British blast against Gaulish Gabbis, wherein all the preposterous, fantastical opinions of late ground current amongst the dances of Paris are fully set forth, withstood and refuted by Christophe Follett. It begins with a sharp note against. But please you, sir, Harry interrupted, and I was glad he did, for I saw the old man was running out of his course, as he always did when he got astride his apology. Were it not well first to show us how the knowledge of this new world of which we were asking you had so set things awry? Knowledge of the new world, say you? Said our tutor, evidently a little pained. No, my boys, there is no knowledge of this pretended new world. No man can know what does not exist. The new world does not exist. Ergo, no man have knowledge of it. Far be it from me to dispute your syllogism, said I, for logic was his chief delight to teach us. Yet, saving your premises, I have many times spoken with them that have been there and seen it. My boy, answered Mr. Follett softly, in what a perilous case do I find you? What hope can I have of your scholarship if you will set the eyes of moderns against the wits of the ancients? How can they have seen this new world of which they are so ready to prate? Had it existed, Aristotle would have written of it, forget you for how many years, and for how many and great sages. The whole sum of human understanding has been contained within the compass of the writings of that great man, and will you seek to increase it by the babbling of drunken sailors? But please you, said Harry, the honest mariners who told me were not drunk. The greater liars they, then, answered Mr. Follett, a little testily. Or rather, I should say, the more pitiable their ignorance. For let me not be carried beyond good manners, which are a sweet seasoning of scholarship too often forgotten nowadays in the dishes men compound of their wits. Save you, sir, for that most excellent conceited figure, said Harry gravely, for the mad knave always knew how to bring his tutor back to a fair ambling peace when he grew restive. Well, lad, indeed I think it was not amiss, answered Mr. Follett, with a complacent smile. It is an indifferent pretty trick I have, and one I could doubtless in some measure rear in you, but not if you suffer the vulgar to plant weeds in the gardens I am tilling with such labor, that I may in due course see you both bring forth a plenteous crop of the fruits of scholarship. If you have a desire to make yourself learned in cosmography, I myself, who have no small skill in it, will teach you, but listen no more to idle sailors' tales, whose only guide is experience, wherewith they foolishly seek to explain the hidden wonders of the world, seeing they have no skill to learn the truth from books. It is Aristotle, then, alone we must read? Asked Harry, a little disheartened at the prospect before us. I will not say that, answered our tutor. Though for the wise the Stagirite is all sufficient, let it cannot be denied, but that there be some authors who, having reverently and afar off walked in the footsteps of the Master, have in a manner amplified, extended, and explained, and as it were diluted his vast learning, so as to make it more palatable, medicinable, and digestible to the unlearned, such as you and Jasper. Therefore, because of your weakness, I would suffer you to read the works of Strabo, Seneca, and Claudius Talamus amongst the ancients, and among the moderns the Speculum Naturale of Vicentius Belovacensis, the Liber Cosmographicus de Natura Locorum of Albertus Magnus, together with certain works of our own Roger Bacon, but these with circumspection, and under my guidance, seeing he was a speculator who erred not from too little boldness, or too great respect for Aristotle. With this we had to rest content, though I think Harry found little comfort in it, seeing that his love for books was never so great as mine. As for me, I laid aside my Plutarch, and devoured greedily all my tutor advised, nor did I stop there, for rummaging in the library at home, I found other works on cosmography, such as the Imago Mundi of Enoch d'Eaton, and that of Cardinal Aliacus, together with not a few others which some abbot of the later times had collected, being, as I imagine, interested in the science. In this I read constantly, and carried what I found there to Mr. Drake and his boys, and my friends amongst the sailors. Hour by hour I told them of the dread ocean, where was eternal night, with storms that never ceased, of the magical island of Antilia or Atlantis, of the marvelous hill in Trapabana, which had the property of drawing the nails from a ship which sailed near it, and so wrecking it, and above all, of the earthly paradise, of which I loved best to muse. Again and again I poured into their wondering ears the tale of that blessed land which lay beyond the Indies, the first region of the East, where the world begins and heaven and earth are hand in hand, the land where is raised on high a sanctuary, which mortals may not enter, and which everlasting bars of fire have closed since he who first sinned was driven forth. I told them of the wonders of that land, how in it there was neither heat nor cold, and for great rivers went forth to fill the place with all manner of sweetness, and water the wood of life, the tree whereof if any man eat the fruit, he shall continue for everlasting and unchanged. Some laughed at me, saying I was blinded by too much book learning, but most of the mariners, and especially Drake's boys, listened with great respect, caring little, as I think, after the manner of seafaring folk, whether the tales they heard were true or not, so long as they were strange. End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of Forgotten Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shreya Sethi. Forgotten Gold by Julian Corbett. Chapter 4. So passed by the full days of my boyhood, I living, as I have said, chiefly at Ashted in Harry Walde's company. It was not alone in devouring grammar and such dry bones of cosmography as Mr. Follett allowed us to pick that our time was spent. Sir Fluke was not a man to keep boys wholly to such work, although he had managed to acquire some show of skill in theology when King Henry brought it into fashion at court. Yet even that I soon saw had fallen into sad confusion in his mind, and in no sense was he a scholar. Yet in all such pastimes and pleasant labours as are used in open places and the daylight, which, in respect of peace or war, are not only comely and decent, but also very necessary for a courtly gentleman to use, in these he still showed the remains of his former high skill, or at least a happy trick of imparting to us his great knowledge of their mysteries. Almost every day he would have us out and exercise us under his own eye at riding, running at the ring and tilt, and in playing with weapons, being especially careful of our fence with the sword and spiked target. Like his master King Henry, he had a great love and skill for using the bow. This he taught us to use, and less willingly also the harquebus. We had little time for the sea, an element, as my guardian was wont to say, which sorted less with what pertained to a gentleman than the land. Yet he did not forbid it, and whenever he went up to the court, which was not seldom, we laid aside awhile our courtly exercises, and were continually among the marshes and saltings with Mr. Drake's boys. Isti dracones horrendi, as Mr. Follett was wont to ease his mind by calling them. After Sir Fluke's return from court, it was always our scholarship that had the upper hand, for he was wise enough to see how things were changing at court, and came back overflowing with praises of the young queen's beauty and learning. Slight lads, he would say, she puts you both to shame, and goes beyond all young gentlemen of her time in the excellency of her learning. I tell you, it is a sight to make England weep for joy to see her stand up, so fair and courteous, and make her speech in Latin or French or Spanish or Italian to jabbering foreigners that come. And as for the Greek, why Mr. Roger Ascham tells me she reads more of it with him in a day at Windsor than any prebendary of the church doth Latin in a week. He should know, seeing he had the setting forward of all her most excellent gifts of learning. Then we must be double courtiers, sir, said Harry, and court learning and the Queen as well, if we want to keep the court, or the Queen shall have but half courtiers. Half courtiers or double courtiers, said Sir Fluke. I know that he who is out of learning will soon find himself out of court. Then is he in an evil case, laughed Harry, for he that is out of court is out of his suit, and he shall be shamed unless he quickly suit himself with another. Come, Jasper, let us get Mr. Follett to make us preachers to go to court with. And away he would run to his work, while Sir Fluke laughed at his boy's trick of turning words upside down, for he soon got the ways of that tripping wit which, it must be said, has since come to make far better passwords to places at court than ever a hard-witted scholar could learn, did he read twice as much Greek as Mr. Ashcombe himself. I say not this in envy, though I was too hard-witted ever to come by the trick. Harry's gifts were dearer to me than my own, and God knows I loved him for them, and never in my life envied him anything, except once, but for the present time let that pass. Some 3 years after my father's death thus passed away, before the sad day came when Harry and I were forced to separate, since our paths led diversely. It was high time that I should go to Cambridge according to my father's wish. Sir Fluke's faith in scholarship was not large enough for him to suffer Harry to do the like. For him a place was found in the household of that most godly and warlike nobleman, Sir Francis Russell, Earl of Bedford, who was godfather to Frank Drake, since his renowned father, the first Earl, being very earnest for the Reformation party, had been a good friend of Mr. Drake's when he lived at Tavistock. Since my father's death, I had known no day so sad as that on which I took my departure for Cambridge in company with Mr. Follett, who at my charges was to install me safely in Trinity College. Harry rode with us as far as Gravesend, where we were to take the river for London. Mr. Drake, too, joined us at Rochester, and riding by my side on his shaggy cob, beguiled the way with much good advice as to how I should bear myself at the university. I am, in a great measure, said he, out of my former opinion against your becoming a scholar, not only because of the excellent parts I can see in you, which it were a sin to swathe in a napkin, but also because you will find that certain stout hearts amongst the godly, to whom I have written concerning you, are fast getting the upper hand at Cambridge, so that I doubt not you shall find yourself set amongst many goodly plants, with whom you shall grow to bear fruit medicinable for the purging away of all the clogging papistical humours that still be left to fester in the stomach of Reformation. He were but a bitter tree, laughed Harry, did he bear but purges. A most wrong conclusion, my malapert Hal, answered Mr. Drake, for your bitter pill is a sovereign sweetening of the inwards, and you shall find, moreover, that much fruit which grows at court, though sweet in the mouth, is for the most part most bitter in the belly. Then, cried Harry, have I learnt a most notable piece of science, and can henceforth tell why courtiers' tongues are sweet and scholars' bitter. Still, I will be a courtier with a tongue tuned to sweet courtesy, and leave bitter railing to scholars. Go thou, madcap, chuckled Mr. Drake, whom Harry could never offend. Go cry, words come and play with me, for surely thou wast born their playfellow. Mr. Drake then fell to tell me, as he had a score of times before, that Trinity was the worthiest college in England, since it was that which his good friend, the renowned Earl of Bedford, had chosen for Frank's godfather, Lord Russell. So largely did he speak of this and of the shining light that the young Earl had proved himself there, that his talk carried us all the way to Gravesend, where, most sadly, we bade adieu to him and Harry. As the strong flowing tide carried us up the beautiful Thames, my spirits grew lighter, for I was not without comfort to soften the grief of my first parting with my brother. As I never attained to his wit and skill in courtly exercises, being in no way apt thereto, either by birth or nature, so I may say, since all men know it, in things pertaining to scholarship, he was but a child beside me. I know not if I was unduly proud of all I had attained to under Mr. Follett's guidance, yet of a surety I know he was unduly proud to bring me to Cambridge. Were it not unworthy of a scholar, Jasper, said the worthy man as we sat in the tilt boat that was carrying us to London, I could bring my heart to envy you the many and great delights that await you whither we are going. Most profitably have you attended to my precepts, and eschewing the light of experience by which the vulgar walk, have trusted to books, which are the only true guide. Such well-fashioned vessels as I have made you, it is now again the delight of Alma Mater to fill with her choicest nectar. Did she then once choose other vessels? Asked I. Alas, dear discipulus, yes, answered Mr. Follett, with a little flush on his wan cheek. And then it was that I was cast forth. It was when those Elysian days, whereof the memory is a sweet savour to me still, were ended, the days when it was my happy fortune to find a place amongst that unmatched garland of fellows and scholars with which Mr. Metcalfe crowned St. John's College when he was master, and afterwards when I was chosen out to be a most unworthy member of the new-founded house of Trinity. It was an honour I had little hoped to win, for, not to speak too much, because of the love I still bear to my old and dear college, this royal trinity which our glorious King Henry founded, that colonia of St. John's, that Matre Pulchra Filia Pulchrior, to which you, I hope most humbly and reverently, are about to belong, I hold above all foundations, learned or unlearned, that the world has ever seen to be the most notable, princely, and magnificent. What made you then leave so honourable a state? Asked I, as he paused, as if lost in musing on the glories of our college. That is soon told, said he sadly. The days I speak of ended with the most precious life of our scholar king. It was there, if I may make free with this fine figure of my most worthy friend Mr. Roger Ascham, that the hog of Rome passed over the seas into that most fair garden of Cambridge, and set to root out the fair plants that were growing there, and tread them under his cloven feet. Then the blight breath of idolatry carried seeds of tares thither, which taking root throve most rankly amidst the pollution that beast had made, till ignorance choked out scholarship and I fled. Surely, sir, said I, for much talk with Mr. Drake had increased the hot opinions that were born in me. Surely the breath of the beast of Rome is no better than the vapours from the mouth of hell. Soft and fair, Jasper, said the old scholar, soft and fair. Such words sit ill on a scholar's lips. Carry not the rancour of these present times into the holy shrine whither you go. The memory of the ruin that befell that fair-built fabric did somewhat carry me beyond the terms of good manners. Do not you follow me, as you love learning, help to guard the doors of yonder dear place against the savage turmoil of these shifting times. Must a scholar then, said I, forget his religion and what he owes to his God? No, not that, lad, answered Mr. Follett, looking a little pained. Your most glorious college was, under the King's grace, as its charter recites, divinely appointed for the purpose of bringing the pure truth of Christianity into the realm, and repelling the nefarious and enormous abuses of the Roman papacy. Then will I strive, said I, with my college to do what King Henry said. That is well, lad, answered my poor tutor, without losing his troubled look. Still, there is no need to forget your scholarship in doing parson's work. By learning shall you withstand Rome more than by controversy and railing. Love a scholar when you meet him, though he hate not Rome. Love him for his learning's sake, and forget Rome. Such was the way in the old days, when good Dr. Metcalfe was master of St. John's. I saw how pained he was to think that the cargo he had laden with such care might be wrecked on the stormy seas which he could perceive ahead. So I said no more then, but contented myself with watching the multitudes of swans that came about us and the shipping which we passed, and with asking 100 questions about the towns and villages on the banks, as well as of the great city which lay before, till by dark our sturdy rowers ceased their work at Paul's Chain, and we landed. We lay but one night in London, and came to Cambridge on the 4th day. There Mr. Follett at once carried me to Dr. Beaumont, that I might be entered at Trinity. The doctor, as I must call him, though at that time he was only admitted B.D., was a man of about 40 years of age, of good breeding and presence. In my eyes he seemed a very great person indeed, and my respect for good Mr. Follett was never so great as when I saw with what honour and affection the Master of Trinity received him. I have brought you a scholar, Beaumont, said Mr. Follett after very hearty commendations had passed between them, after my own heart, one who has imbibed the true principles of Aristotle and is untainted with any new empiric heresy. I have taught him well in our own faith to love learning and despise experience as the common schoolhouse of fools. Ah, Follett, said Dr. Beaumont, laying his hand on my tutor's shoulder fondly, and speaking to him smilingly as though he had been a child. Happy are you to have kept your scholarship so pure. Let us hope your scholar will do no worse, though God knows these are tainting times, and Cambridge grows so full of railing that ere long I think there will be no room left for the gentle disputations of scholars. With that he dismissed us to his brother, Mr. John Beaumont, the vice master, who showed me where my lodging was to be in King's Hall, not far from the great gateway of King Edward. How proud I felt as I sat that afternoon, looking out upon the little court, for that was before Dr. Neville had pulled down the old buildings to make the present great court, which is now the envy of every college in Europe. Cambridge seemed to me a hall of paradise, and Trinity its dais. In spite of what Dr. Beaumont had said, I looked forward to dwelling in it as in a realm where the pure quintessence of learning should reign over a quiet band of brothers, who, in the impassive contemplation of wisdom, should have lost all hate and fear and sorrow. Suddenly my meditation was disturbed by a loud shout, and I saw a number of students surge tumultuously out of an archway into the court. In their midst was an effigy with an ox's skull for a head, clearly made to counterfeit the devil. This they had clothed in a surplice and crowned with a square cap. It seemed to delight them beyond measure, for while one held the thing, the rest danced round it, laughing and shouting and singing ribald verselets against it. Gradually they drew near the window of one of the fellows, named Saunderson, who was university reader in logic, and fell to crying, Fasting Johnny, come and welcome your master, who is here to speak with you. Therewith Mr. Saunderson ran at them with a cudgel, but they drove him back so that he could not come at the devil in the surplice. By this time the uproar had brought a number of students to the gate, and Mr. Saunderson, seeing amongst them a number of King's College men, cried out, to me, all lovers of the old faith, and stay this sacrilege. There was a rush from the grate at the effigy in answer to his call, and in a few moments I could see my college was being worsted. That was enough for me in the first blush of my pride, and without thinking I rushed down and out into the court, just in time to seize the effigy as it was being carried out of the gate. What followed beyond a wild turmoil, in which I was fighting like the Drake boys themselves, I cannot say, but soon I knew I was standing in the midst of the court, with the tattered effigy in my hands, and my fellow students shouting round me as if their lungs must burst. At every pause in their shouting, I could hear the voices of the vice master and Mr. Saunderson railing at each other in a corner of the court with such good will that every moment I thought it would come to blows. I was feeling very proud of what I had done, though scarcely knew in the din what to do next, when all at once I saw a grave-looking young man standing in the gateway, which was now shut, and by his side my poor tutor, looking at me as though his heart would break. Then at last it burst upon me what I had done. At one blow the fair fabric I had raised in my daydreams, the oft-repeated resolution to lead the life of pure scholarship, to soar impassive on the wings of science above the little turmoils of the world, at one blow it was all gone. Ere one sun had set upon my new life, I was the hero of a vulgar broil. In an agony of shame, I cast down the detested cause of my grief, and breaking passionately through the excited throng, fled to my rooms from the reproachful, heart-rending gaze of poor Mr. Follett. With my head buried in my arms, I sat for some minutes sobbing in the black despair at my table, when, as I thought, I heard him open my door and come towards me, but the step was young, firm and resolute, as unlike as it could be to my dear old tutor's shuffle. A strong hand was laid gently on my shoulder, and I heard a deep, full-toned voice speaking to me. "Be of good heart, Mr. Festing," it said. "I know why you weep, and had I not long ago hardened my heart to the battle, I could weep with you. I looked up and saw the same gentleman who had been standing with my tutor in the gateway. He was a somewhat ungainly, ill-favoured young man of some 8 and 20 summers, but yet I felt drawn to him, as much by reason of his kindly words as of a look there was in his face of fearless resolution and pure strained intellect, which a certain aspect of weary melancholy softened into what was to me a most sweet and lovable expression. "I am Mr. Thomas Cartwright," he went on, still looking sorrowfully upon me, "new made Major Fellow of Trinity, with whom you are to share this lodging. I have brought this about by the kindness of the master, because Mr. Drake had written to me concerning you with very hearty commendations." "Are you a friend of Mr. Drake's, then?" asked I, feeling greatly comforted. "Yes, Mr. Festing," answered he, "and also of that most high-wrought scholar, Mr. Follett. I know more of you than you know of me, and I know why you grieve. It is not hidden from me that you were minded to make sacrifice to the Lord of the good paths he has given you, and by long hours of patient study to make them worthy his acceptance. Yet rejoice that he has shown you at your very going forth what his will is with you. Rejoice that we can say this day, as surely as Samuel did to Saul, that he has appointed you to go up with us against the Amalekites and destroy them utterly. Such is his will, and while men hearkened to him, the strong tide of reformation flowed on in full flood under his mighty breath, till its living waters bid fair to fill the length and breadth of Christendom with their cleansing sweetness. But men wearied of the work, and spared the best of the sheep, and of the oxen, and of the fatlings, and of the lambs, and destroyed them not. And now the Lord's ears are vexed with the bleating of the sheep and the lowing of the oxen amongst the people. He turns his face from them, and the tide is fast running back. Rise up, then, and do the work of the Lord. Think not of the treasure you have been laying up for him, for behold, to obey is better than sacrifice, and to hearken than the fat of rams." "Must I then abandon all scholarship," I asked, when he had finished, "to join in the din of these bitter controversies?" "What could the son of Nicholas Festing wish for better?" Mr. Cartwright replied. "For what you call bitter controversy is battle under the banner of the Lord of hosts against the Amalekite. Moreover, you need not lay aside scholarship, but you must labour thereat, even as I have done, to make of it a weapon wherewith at last you shall hew a gag in pieces before the Lord." With such words he encouraged me not only then, but daily, till ere a term was half over I was as hot a young Puritan as any in Cambridge. I cannot blame myself that I was so quickly made surrender to that remarkable young man, whom St. John's and my college were bidding against each other to possess, and who has since made so great a stir in England, becoming the very head and heart of the Puritan party. I had not even good Mr. Follett's influence to help me, for he left Cambridge a few days after to take up his place as tutor to Harry, and one or two other young gentlemen about the court, to whom he had been commended by his good friend Mr. Ashcombe, a man who at that time was the very oracle of the nobility on all such matters. I was glad enough my tutor was spared any further sight of the ill-conditioned state of his university, and above all, the hornet's nest which I soon found my unhappy exploit had stirred up. It was some days after his departure that I was sitting at the window of my lodging pretending to read, but in truth listening to the vice master and Mr. Cartwright, who were talking over Mr. Saunderson's recent expulsion from his fellowship. "And how think you the Vice-Chancellor will take it?" said Mr. Cartwright thoughtfully. "Who cares how?" said Mr. Beaumont hotly. "Who cares what a Romish mule like Baker thinks? If he cannot stomach it, so much the worse for his Cretan belly." And yet "I think he is like to take some order in the matter," said Mr. Cartwright, "seeing how sturdy a Papist Saunderson was." "Doubt not he will talk big enough," answered the wise master. "He thinks because he is provost of kings he can lift up his head over Trinity men. Yet let him beware, or he shall find that Pharaoh will lift up the head of the king's baker from off his shoulders, and good Protestant fowls shall eat the flesh from off him. And besides, what order can he take? For if we cannot expel a fellow for observing fasts and particular days, not to speak of using allegory and citing Plato when publicly discouraging on the scriptures, we may just as well write ourselves heathen idolaters and Italian atheists at once." At this moment I heard the tramp of armed men below the window, and looking out, I perceived the proctor with the beadles and his watch in the court below, halting at our staircase. At that time the proctor's watch always went at night, harnessed with good morions and corselets, for fear of the mayor's constable and his men, but it was not common to see them so by day. Mr. Proctor demanded admittance in the Vice-Chancellor's name, and therewith entered the room with the beadles and two hall-bearers, whose bright armour seemed strangely out of place in our dim and dusty lodging. "I arrest you, John Beaumont," said the proctor, "for brawling and other offences against the peace and dignity of our Lady the Queen and this university." "At whose suit?" asked the wise master. "At Mr. Saunderson's," he answered. "Here is the warrant. I pray you come peaceably." "Oh, I will come gladly enough," said Mr. Beaumont, "if it were only to enjoy the discomfiture it will bring the king's baker when Sir William Cecil hears of it. Thank God we have a chancellor who knows my brother and me for true men, and can make a traitor's ears tingle, aye, and his back too. Let my brother know all, Mr. Cartwright, and pray him write without delay to Sir William." The proctor looked a little troubled at the mention of the great Secretary of State, but still he performed his task, and our vice master was conducted to prison. And there indeed he lay till an answer came down from Sir William, with such a stinging reprimand for Dr. Baker, that he was glad enough to release Mr. Beaumont and eat his humble pie, thanking God it was no worse. Were I to speak at greater length of Cambridge, as it was at that time, I should have little else to tell save ringing the changes on what happened to me in the first week of residence. Factions and contentions were our only occupation, and while the seniors quarrelled the students brawled, and grew daily more inordinate and contemptuous of rules for their orderly governance, as well in behaviour as in religion. As for learning, it was only part and parcel with our manners. Our only philosophy was controversy concerning the ordinances of the English Church, while in grammar we studied nothing so much as how to rail in Ciceronian Latin, and cunning professors we had, at least for the railing. Sharing Mr. Cartwright's lodging, I was more fortunate than most. Though very earnest in the controversies, he would not neglect his scholarship, nor mine. Every morning he rose between 3 and 4, not allowing himself more than 5 hours' sleep, whatever happened. I rose with him, out of my love of him and learning, and pushing my trundle bed under his standing bedstead, to make room for my stool beside him, read with him out of the books we loved so well till nigh 10 o'clock, when dinner was served in the hall. After that, the disputations in the schools began, which I always attended with him, being proud to carry the books of the most brilliant scholar and popular orator in Cambridge. Between that and supper time, I exercised my body, as I had promised Sir Fluke, chiefly in the fencing school. For there was newly come to Cambridge at that time an Italian master of fence, to whom all the best gentlemen in the university resorted to learn the new foining rapier play, to the great discomfiture of the teachers of sword and buckler. Moreover, I rode out continually to the artillery butts or the Gogmagog hills, till Mr. Cartwright persuaded me to abandon the evil company that gathered there daily for pastime. So things went with me and the university till in the summer of the year of grace 1564 a great and notable thing for us came to pass. End of section. Recording by Shreya, Sethi. Chapter 5 of Forgotten Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shreya, Sethi. Forgotten Gold by Julian Corbett. Chapter 5. It was after hall one day, in the middle of July, that Mr. Cartwright came up to me with the great news. "Our time has come at last, Jasper," said he. "This day the Vice-Chancellor has received a letter from Mr. Secretary with very sharp orders for the burying of our differences, seeing that the Queen's Grace will make progress here early in August." "That is news indeed," said I. "Will there not be great things done for her entertainment?" "That is the way my content lies," answered Mr. Cartwright, radiant. "There will be disputations, great disputations, where we shall pour into her gracious ear the true wisdom of reformation and refute our backsliding, halting adversaries." "But it is always said," I replied, "that the Queen clings to her ceremonies and superstitions." "So she does," he said, "and were it not that that goodly man, Lord Robert Dudley, is ever at her side, things might go harder with the faithful than they do." "Truly," said I, "our High Steward is very earnest for the truth, but how shall we prevail with her better than he?" "God will give us strength and words and wisdom," he answered excitedly. "I shall stand forth in his might at the great disputation, and speak words of fire that the Lord shall whisper in my ears. She shall listen and know it is the word of God that she hears, and lo, she shall go forth from Cambridge henceforth thrice blessed, to search out and destroy utterly throughout the length and breadth of the land all that the people have disobediently saved from the destruction of Amalek." "But will she surely hearken?" I said, half pitying and half fearing to see him lifting up his voice like one of the prophets. "Aye, lad," he cried, growing more and more excited. "I know she will. She is young and good and wise. She has been surrounded by evil counselors, but the Lord has bidden me go cry to her that she may see the way of England's, aye, and the world's salvation." It was not until the day after the Queen arrived, when she rode out of her lodgings at King's to visit the colleges, that my eyes were gladdened with the sight of that most sublime princess. I took my stand in Trinity, near the door of the hall, to see her ride into it. I shall never forget that sight as she passed on erect upon her horse, in a black velvet gown and hat. It was before the present monstrous fashions had come into use, and her costume so set off the brilliancy of her complexion and the ruddy glow of her hair that she looked radiant as a goddess in the joy of her reception, and the full flush and beauty of youthful womanhood. As she rode on into the hall, I fell upon my knees to worship what seemed to me, who had never spoken to and hardly seen a beautiful woman before, the most lovely sight my eyes had ever beheld. With all my lungs I shouted, "Vivat Regina Divina!" She heard my cry and smiled down upon me, and I, poor soul, like I know not how many more beside me that day, rose up over my years in love with my queen. And why should I not? Could a gentleman have a more worthy love? Some speak of her littleness, and mumble over her womanly faults. I, for one, will not listen to them. I did not see them, I worshipped what I saw, what that was all men know. What witness could I call in her defence were she arraigned before a court of perfect womanhood? And those not her own subjects either, it is only natural that they should praise. But foreigners, as any may know who have heard, as I have, Signor Giordano Bruno, the wisest of all who in my time have travelled hither, and my good friend, exhaust his surpassing eloquence in praising her. I hold her, so I have heard him say, for a princess without peer or rival, a woman so gifted and favoured of heaven, that, whether for heroism or learning or sagacity, no soldier or lawyer or statesman in her kingdom is her equal. I tell you that the wisdom, the dignity, the statesmanship, the wit, the beauty of that most royal lady has won her a throne upon the steps of which must humbly take their place Semiramis, Dido, Cleopatra, and all princesses of whom the world has boasted hitherto. See where she sits upon her lofted seat, with the eyes of Christendom fixed upon her in astonishment and admiration, wondering to see how in her beauty and dignity, as by the mere force that shines from her glorious face she kept back from her beloved kingdom for well-nigh 30 years the storm that surged and roared upon the face of Europe, and when at last it burst in frantic fury on your shoes, hurled it back with one majestic sweep of her arm, and bounded down once more to receive what it was her will to send. Happy, happy for the world if thou, my peerless queen, like the new sun goddess Aphrodite that thou art, shouldst open thy girdle till it embraced not only England and Ireland, but the whole globe. Then, under thy benignant, universal rule, it should deserve the title thou hast won for thine own realm amongst the wisest of other lands. Then should it be named, as they have named England, the pattern of perfect monarchy, domicilium quietatis et humanitatis. Such, at any rate, was Cambridge while the sun stayed with us, and such indeed was England by the side of other realms. So completely did the fair flowers of scholarship, which blossomed in the sunbeams of her presence, obscure the thorns beneath, that Cambridge indeed appeared the garden of learning that she thought it. It was a sight I am proud to have seen, when she sat in great St. Mary's Church beneath her canopy, with the doctors and bachelors in due order around her, upon the great stage that had been erected there for the disputations. Surely it is a second Sheba, whispered Mr. Cartwright to me, as I stood by his side with the books he required for setting forth his arguments. She has come from the south to hear the wisdom of heaven. Pray God he may give me this day some shred of the spirit of Solomon. Would God, sir, said I, you might turn her heart, though I fear the ungodly have sorely hardened it. Why do you say that? Asked he. Did she not last night, I answered, listen to a play of Plautus in King's Chapel after evening prayer, and did they not use the rude loft as a gallery for her women? Better use it for that, said Mr. Cartwright, than for the lurid mockery of God they hold there daily. What wonder the poor queen is led astray in that pestilent slough of papacy where she lodges. But peace now, for the proctor calls on the respondent to begin the act. Mr. Thomas Byng of Peterhouse set forth the questions of the Philosophy Act. They were two, namely, monarchy is the best form of government, and secondly, the constant changing of the laws is dangerous. When his oration was finished, the masters who were called to the disputation came forward. Mr. Cartwright's opponent in this was Mr. Thomas Preston of King's, a man of very goodly presence and sufficient wit, though more fit for a courtier than a scholar, and at heart little better Reformation man than the rest of the King's fellows. He made a speech well wrought enough and delivered with courtly gesture and very trippingly to the great pleasure of the Queen. Yet for fire learning, persuasion, and all that pertains to true rhetoric and philosophy, it was, to my mind, but the chatter of a jay beside my Mr. Cartwright's speaking. I could see the Queen was well pleased with what he said. It was like being in paradise with the angels for me to watch her beautiful face, wherein was delicately mirrored all the subtle perceiving qualities of her most polished mind, as each was stirred by the magic of my master's tongue. As I look back to it now, it seems to me like the shining surface of some tropic lake, wherein the great soul of God that dwells in the trees and flowers and vines is mirrored each moment more gloriously as the soft breath of heaven from time to time breaks up the reflected image. I dwell on this because some have said, most wantonly, that Mr. Cartwright was so vexed at the favour the Queen afterwards showed to Mr. Preston that he thenceforward became a bitter enemy of the church she loved. I say it is a wanton lie to speak so. My master was too great a soul to harbour such littleness. His hatred of prelacy and superstitious forms was of older and firmer standing than that. If at that time he changed at all in opinion, it was that he saw too well there was no hope of winning the Queen, and that it was to Parliament and the people he must henceforth look. He was very silent as we left the church, and in spite of all I could say concerning the Queen's plain pleasure in his speech, I could see the melancholy of his face grow deeper and its resolution sterner. I know that he saw at once that he had failed, and perceived clearly before him the long life of toil and pain and bitterness through which he was thenceforth to fight his way. I was very glad that evening as we sat together gloomily in our lodging to hear a knocking at the door. I went to open it and found there a gentleman of the court, tall of stature, but so wrapped in his cloak and shaded by a large Spanish hat that I could not tell who it was. "Is Mr. Cartwright within?" said the gentleman. "Would you have speech with him?" asked I. "Yes, and alone," answered the gentleman. I knew not what to do, but Mr. Cartwright, who had started up at the sound of the stranger's voice, cried out at once to me that I should go. I went out straightway to King's College to see the seniors and court ladies go into the play of Tito, which was being presented there that night, wherein Mr. Thomas Preston was playing a chief part. In an hour's time I returned, but hearing voices still within my lodging, waited outside, where a lamp swung over the door. Very soon the voices ceased, and the gentleman came out. He seemed so occupied with his recent talk with Mr. Cartwright that he took no pains to conceal his face, and as he passed out by the lamp, I could see that it was none other than Lord Robert Dudley. "What said Lord Robert about it?" I asked when I went in, thinking he had certainly come from the Queen to speak with my master about his oration. "How knew you it was Lord Robert?" said he quickly. "I saw his face by the lamplight," said I, surprised at his sharpness. "Then tell no man what you saw," he answered. He was silent a moment, and then, as though he thought best to tell me more, since I knew so much, or perhaps for the very longing to speak with someone, he went on. "He came not to speak of the oration," said he, "but of deeper matters, of things which nearly concern our reformation. God grant he be a true man." "But is he not surely a true friend of ours?" I asked. "I know not, lad, I know not," he said. "He speaks fair enough, but I doubt there is too much wind under his cap for us to count too much on his steadfastness. Still better a popinjay at court than no friend at all. Things look black indeed if all he says be true. God knows what counsel is being breathed into the Queen's ears, but 'tis certain her right hand is held out to Spain, since peace was made with France. I thought there would be leisure for England to complete the good work within herself, But now this dallying with Spain and the woman of Scotland, of which I hear may mar all, and we perhaps shall have to fight the fight again. Heaven send these piracies of which Mr. Drake writes to us, and of which Lord Robert speaks, may by God's help prosper, till they make a breach between his people and the spawn of Antichrist, such as no queen or king or embassy can heal. It surprised me to hear so godly a man as Mr. Cartwright speak of heaven prospering piracy, but I was wont to believe all he said was right, and held my peace. He went on then to tell me how earnest Her Majesty was that Lord Robert should marry the Queen of Scots, and how well she had received the new Spanish ambassador at Richmond, and many other evil signs. But surely, sir, said I, in this she deserves the praise of our party, seeing that if the Queen of Scots had so godly a husband as our High Steward, all practices against the cause in Scotland would end, and a true succession be assured. Speak not of it, lad, Mr. Cartwright replied. It is but cozening of the Lord to dally thus with Antichrist. England must have no part with the accursed thing. Rome and Reformation, there are these two, and no other, and we must choose between them. Pray, lad, and watch and toil by night and day, by thought and deed, that the choice may be the right. Above all, pray as I have ever bid you, that we may see the Queen speedily matched to some godly Protestant lord, so that being blessed with issue, she may keep the succession clear from all fear of Romish taint. Wrestle, lad, with the Lord for that. It is the only hope and safeguard of reformation in England. He uttered no more than we all thought then, from the wisest and most wide-seeing to the most ignorant and bigoted. He, I think, saw it more plainly than many, and during the rest of the Queen's visit we spoke of little but these things, till I fully shared his thought that the tide of Rome, which had begun to flow again, and had already covered so many fair Protestant provinces, was setting hard towards England, and each morn and night my prayers went up with those of all our party, and many a one beside, that the Queen might soon be wed. So moved was I by all this talk that I could take but little note of the disputations, plays, and pageants with which my university entertained the Queen, the more so as Mr. Cartwright took no more part in them. Still, I saw her every day, and dreamed of her every night, feeling I loved her more and more for the dangers that surrounded her, and that I would spare not even my life to ward her from her enemies. On the 10th of August, after a morning shower of degrees upon all the court, the Queen left Cambridge, and I not long afterwards, being troubled with an ague, went home to Longdean. End of chapter 5. Recording by Shreya Sethi. Chapter 6 of Forgotten Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shreya Sethi. Forgotten Gold by Julian Corbett. Chapter 6. Hail, man of learning! Cried Harry to me, as the day after my coming home I rode up to Ashted. He was standing at the gate about to mount his horse, as though for a journey. He had grown a man since I saw him, and looked handsomer and happier than I had ever seen him. Hail, man of coats and camps! I cried back at him. Whither away so fast? No whither, lad, said he. Since you are come, and whither I was going I will not tell you till I hear first where your life blood has gone. Slight man, you look as pale and dry as a lovelorn stockfish. What ails you? Naught but a piece of an ague, said I, feeling the sight of him like medicine to me, and perhaps a surfeit of weary wits. Well, save us from universities then, answered he. Courts and camps have their dangers, they say. But for heaven, I think your college is a very castle perilous beside them. How will you make that good, most sapient brother? Nay, the maxim is good already, without my making. For look at you! In camp, a man shall lose at most his life, and at court his heart, but your college puts his spirits in danger. And to be spiritless is worse 1,000 times than to be dead or even in love. Well, I think you may be right, and in any case have enough spirits to share with me. Nay, if you want spirits, come with me whither I was going, and I will show you a man who has enough to set a whole graveyard singing. Why, 'tis a very resurrection of spirits. Come, tell me, who is your miracle man? Who is he? Why, who should he be but that man of men, that prince of good companions, Frank Drake? If it were only to keep peace amongst my members, for my ears have had so much of him that I think my eyes are like to fall out with them from pure jealousy. Well, 'tis a bargain then, and we both go fishing with him in his bark. In his bark? Is he then master already? Ay, that he is. Old Master Death mastered his old master, and now he is his own master, and his barks too, for he got that by the old dog's will. Well, I am right glad to hear it, but tell me, is he all his brothers say? And more and more and more again. Why, man, he is my own Lord of Bedford, with a Will Somers rolled into him, and who could be more of a man than that? But we can talk of this as we go along. First come within and see my father, while Lashmere gives your horse a bite, and we may ride forward. Lashmere, I had better say here, was a son to Miles, my steward. He rode with me on this day, and henceforth became my body servant, and most trusty and trusted follower. He was a broad-faced, red-haired lad, but not very hard-featured, though his face was just of that honest Kentish sort that made one feel compelled to laugh by the mere looking at it. Sir Luke greeted me boisterously, as usual, with a hearty welcome well peppered with oaths, which I must say burnt my palate more than they used to say. "Art going fishing with Harry?" said my guardian when our greeting was done. "Yes, sir," cried Harry. "We are going to catch Spanish mackerel." They both laughed heartily at this. I knew not why, but not having heard of such a fish as he named, I thought it was a jest of Harry's, which my scholar's wits were too hard to see. "Have you brought your snappers with you?" asked Harry. "Yes," said I, "a pretty case of short ones that were my father's, since Miles said the roads were far from safe. But will you shoot these fish?" "No, lad," said Harry, and he and Sir Luke both seemed to be strangling another laugh. "But as you say, one meets fellow travellers now, whom it is well to treat at a distance, so every gentleman rides with a brace of dags, or so in his saddle." "Blame yourselves for it," said Sir Luke, "for since your new Reformation men have sent fish out of fashion, in spite of all Mr. Secretary can do with his acts and ordinances, fishermen have to fish ashore, the hundred of who swarms with such folk, so that a man may hardly come to Gravesend in safety. There is never a lane in Kent which some of the valiant lubbers will not drag once in a week for any fin that's stirring. God knows what will become of the sea service if gentlemen do not set the fashion for fishing again." And therewith the old knight chuckled again till his face was redder than a doughty turkey cock's. "Come, let us away," said Harry, "or Frank Drake will have a rod for me. He is testy as the devil if a man be late." "What," said I, "will he not bide a gentleman's time?" "Wait till you see him," answered Harry. "The sea in Frank's company is a mighty leverer of gentility. Here, take this, we shall be out all night. So saying, he tossed me a cloak and we set out. The way proved all too short, so much had we to tell each other. Harry was overflowing with the delights of the court. He seemed able to talk forever on the pageants and masques in which, to my sorrow, he had taken a great share. For at Cambridge the men of our party began to look askance at such vanities. It pleased me better to hear him speak of the grace and beauty of the court ladies, who seemed to have been very kind to him. He spoke of them in a tone of chivalrous rapture, which made me sometimes long to have his gifts, that I too might please women, and know how to speak with them, and be thought worthy to be their squire. But I tried hard, when he spoke of such things, with kindling eyes, to crush my chivalry, having well learnt my lesson that this too was a carnal vanity. Above all, he praised the Queen as one that shone like a ruby among pearls, and there I suffered myself to join his song. I think he was as much in love with her as I. Next to the Queen, he spoke most of a little girl called Anne St. John, who, from what he said, seemed rather his tyrant than his playfellow. She was ever with the Earl, either at Russell House or at Woburn, being a niece of the good Countess Margaret, his beloved wife, who died soon after Harry joined the Earl's household. My lord found great comfort, Harry said, in the child's pretty ways as much as in her beauty, for she had ruddy hair and deep brown eyes like the Queen. She was, moreover, much beloved by her cousins, the Earl's daughters, so that it came about that Harry saw her every day and became her playfellow and willing servant. He made me laugh to hear him speak of her tyrannous ways and her jealousy. I know not what kind of woman she will grow, he said, but now she is the sweetest toy a man could want, and wayward as a haggard. Yet my lord will often curb her in his dry, merry way, and she will be as thoughtful after it as a little Solomon. Were her pretty spirit in a colt, I would not care to have his breaking. Yet I think that any life which my lord will take in hand will never grow awry. So he fell to speaking of his lord, Sir Francis Russell, Earl of Bedford, to whom he seemed as devoted as ever I was to Mr. Cartwright, above all when he followed him to the north, on his being named Governor of Berwick and Warden of the East Marches, and saw how great a statesman and soldier he was. Truly, said he, may I count myself fortunate in thus being able to go in the train of so famous a captain to the best school of arms in the country, as Berwick is held to be, not only because of the passage of arms that continually take place on the border, but also by reason of the number of skilled and veteran soldiers that are gathered there. Then you have a plenitude of professors, said I. Ay, and a plenitude of practice too, he answered, and that in all military sciences, for my lord's first care was to increase the strength of the defences of the place. So I saw all that craft, besides gunnery and weapon exercise, both in play and earnest. Furthermore, my lord took me for secretary when he rode during the summer with Sir John Foster to settle the limits of the marches, and there I learned much of the conduct of military councils and affairs, together with many other things that a prudent soldier should know and be silent about. Certes, I think I have as much valiant scholarship in 6 months as many come by in 6 years. And no wonder, said I, with such a godly and warlike tutor. Ay, cried Harry with enthusiasm, he is a very pattern of all valour, piety, and gentleness, and rightly called the mirror of true honour and Christian nobility. Indeed, I think he was right, for surely never was royal gift more wisely disposed than the wealth which King Henry endowed Lord Russell and his father. Would God the whole of what he stripped from the monasteries had fallen into no worse vessels than those two! What a pattern of reformation, then, might England indeed have been to all the world, lifted far above the reach of even papist sneer and cavil. In very deed, domicilium quietatis et humanitatis. I could fully share Harry's regret when he told me that he had left Berwick for good and all. It was needful that he should be a short time with his father before setting forth on his travels into France and Italy, a course which the Earl had himself strongly urged as being most necessary for the perfect shaping of a gentleman, and the building up of a full grown manhood, wherein, he held, there was no such hindrance either in court or camp or council as in youth to have known no travel. Talking thus together of the 2 years in which we had both passed into the dawn of manhood, amidst such different scenes, we came to Rochester, where we left our horses in Lashmere's charge, and took the boat which two of Mr. Drake's boys had brought for Harry. It made a man of me again to be once more on the river, though I did not like to see Harry whisper to the two Drakes, and see them nod and grin in reply. But I soon forgot this in chatting, as we did, chiefly of Frank and his boat. "Look there!" cried the boys at last. "Was ever such a dainty?" I looked and saw a smart-looking craft, such as is used in the Zealand trade, but in better trim than most, lying at moorings close to Mr. Drake's hulk. The boys gave us a lusty cheer as we ran alongside their home, and I sprang on deck. Mr. Drake embraced me with such fervour and smell of tar that I was well nigh undone. But John and Joseph tore me from him, crying, "Come and see Frank! Come and see Frank!" Seizing each an arm, they dragged me to the cabin under the poop, where for the first time I saw that prince of captains, Francis Drake. Ah, how my heart is lifted up when I think of that September afternoon, when I contemplate the condition of two men that day about to enter into a lifelong struggle, which was to glitter with the most glorious deeds the world has seen. The one a plain rough mariner, in his coarse sailor's slops, sitting in a dingy cabin, intent on a rude map of the Indies, the meanest shipmaster of an island queen, the other an emperor in purple and gold, seated on the loftiest throne in Europe, the most powerful monarch in the world, with the crowns of 6 kingdoms clustered on his brow, and the gold of 2 worlds pouring into his lap, the one surrounded by rude fisher lads, the other surfeited with the homage of the most skilful captains, the proudest nobles, the most cunning counsellors these modern times have bred. Surely no more notable example of God's power to humble pride and reward wickedness has ever been seen. Little could I guess then what his lot was to be, though when I looked on the man I might have known there was no task too great for Francis Drake to achieve. God never made a man, I think, more fitted for the work he was set to do. His stature was low, but though he was then not past 20 years old, his deep broad chest and massive limbs showed the strength that was to be his. His head well matched his body, being hard-looking and round and most pleasant to look on, because of the bright brown locks that curled thick and close all over it, and the round blue eyes that shone full and clear and steadfast from under his thick arched brows. His mouth, which was already slightly fringed with a light-coloured beard, was of a piece with the rest, wide and good-humoured, with full, well-formed, mobile lips, such as we look for in an orator, and withal firm and self-reliant. His colour, moreover, was fresh and fair, as of a man whom no sickness could take hold of, and his whole aspect so well favoured and full of cheerful resolution, as I could not wonder made his family set him up to be their idol. "I am very glad to see you, Mr. Festing," said he, rising up as I entered and holding out his hand very frankly. "I am glad you are come. We want strong hands for our fishing. Jack has told me what kind of blow you can strike." But I have only a scholar's arm now, I said. Once I could pull an oar and tally on a dragnet indifferently well, but I doubt study has softened me. Arching his eyebrows still more, he looked at me with that expression which I grew to know so well, and which, as much as anything, I think, made him the master of men he was. It was a look half inquisitive, half astonished, yet wholly good humoured. It seemed to wonder if a man could be so foolish as to try to deceive or thwart him, and to be ready to laugh at the folly of such an attempt rather than to resent it. Though there was plainly something in my speech he did not understand, yet he was soon satisfied and burst out into a boisterous laugh. "'Fore God," said he, "you are a merry wag," and then laughed on so heartily that no man could help taking the fever, and I laughed too, though I knew no better than the stern post where the jest was. "Yes, you may laugh," said Mr. Drake, who had joined us. "Frank knows how to fish, so do my boys. They will catch you now bigger fish than any man's son in all Kent." "Where is James?" asked I, not seeing Mr. Drake's fourth son. "Will he not go with us?" "Peace," said Harry as the preacher turned away, and the laugh was hushed. "Don't you know?" "Let me tell him," said Frank Drake, looking so stern as almost to seem another man. "You must know Mr. Festing. Nigh a year ago he was prenticed in a ship that traded to Spain. We have no certain news of her, but very ugly tidings of what befell a crew that sailed in her company." "What tidings were those?" asked I. "Come away," said Frank. "Dad forbids us to speak of it." "Avenge it if you will," says he, "but speak not of it." We went apart, and he told me one of those stories of which my ears were soon but too well filled, of a ship's crew seized in a remote port of Spain, and on pretext of some unruly conduct of one or two half-drunken men ashore, first thrown into prison, and then handed over to the officers of the Inquisition. "Such, we fear, is Jim's fate," said Drake as he ended his story. "It is more like he lies rotting now with his shipmates in some filthy dungeon, if worse has not befallen him at the hands of those hell-hounds. But come, let us not think of it. The tide has turned, and it is time we were away." We were soon aboard Frank Drake's boat, which was called the Gazehound. I could not help seeing how trim she was from stem to stern, compared with other such craft, engaged in the French and Zeehan trade. Nor could I but wonder at the ready dispatch with which Frank's crew obeyed his orders. Indeed, we were hardly aboard a minute before we were running fast towards the sea, with a gentle breeze behind us, and the wicked river rushing recklessly along with us. I know not whether it was some inward warning that made the Medway look so dark and cruel as it curled about our sides, or whether it was the effect on my worn brain of Frank Drake's fearful tale, which he told with fierce earnestness. Yet as the misty darkness deepened, and the low waste of marsh on either hand began to be lost in the night, a sort of horror came over me, perhaps a part of my ague. It seemed that we, the river and ourselves, were rushing wildly on some deed that we must hide from heaven. The curdling river seemed some huge snake, for whose help we had sold our souls. Rejoicing on its work and the folly of its dupe, it seemed to hiss in low laughter like a fiend's about us. I turned from where I looked over the side to break the spell. Harry and all the boys, with one or two of the crew, were gathered aft around Frank, as he sat tiller in hand. I could see them all by the light of the lantern we carried. Frank was telling them another hideous story of Spanish treachery and cruelty to English mariners who had come to trade in the Canaries. His wide blue eyes were flashing in the excitement of his tale, and Harry and the Drake boys were no less excited than he. Even then, I could see that he had that wonderful gift of words by which afterwards, at his will, He could always raise or calm a storm amongst his followers. Still the night deepened and the river grew darker and more devilish as hand in hand with it we sped on through the darkness to our work. The flickering lantern cast strange lights and shadows upon the little group at the stern, till they seemed to be rather like some foul spirits than my good friends. They cried to me to join them, but I said I was weary with a headache because of my sickness, and would sleep. I crept in then below the foredeck, and lay down upon a sail. There was something beneath it which made it an uneasy bed. I raised the canvas to see what it might be, and beheld some half-dozen longbows, quite new, and several sheaves of arrows. I think my sleep would have been easier had I not sought to remove the cause of my uneasiness. For now I began to guess the meaning of all the jests I had heard, and questioned Harry when soon after he came to lie beside me. "What fish, Harry," I asked, "is this that you bring me to catch with pistols and long bows?" "A fish that swims from Antwerp," answered Harry, laughing. "Wait and you shall see if we have luck or judgment." There was little laughter in me as I lay there in the dim lantern light, with the sound of the wicked river whispering temptation in my ear. Was it that which seemed to take from me the power to rebuke in him what seemed to me no less than sin? Or was it shame, lest he should think that Cambridge had so softened and unmanned me that I no longer would follow wherever he led? Harry must be right, thought I, and Frank Drake too. It must be right. Yet would God I were in my trundle bed at Mr. Cartwright's side again. Surely Cambridge was sorely changing me. The great struggle of my life had begun, though I knew it not, the strife for the mastery of me between the inward man-made life of scholarship and vain hurry after God, and the strong, pure, out-of-door life of England that God Himself had given me for my birthday gift. Who shall say which is best? Not I, now I am old. But then, as I lay there beside Harry in my vanity and blindness, I said to myself, "Surely his life is not of God. It is mine that is from heaven, the search after wisdom, the merciless war for truth, the exalting of the spirit and abasement of the body." My lips were trembling with a prayer that he might be turned and grow like me. But then I opened my eyes to look at him through the dim lantern light, and my prayer died unborn. Surely that gently breathing figure lying so calm and careless there in all its manly beauty, surely that must be all God's work, and what came of it His work as well. So let me cease to resist, and let the hissing river hurry me on wheresoever it will with Him. End of chapter 6. Recording by Shreya, Sethi.
Chapter 7 of For God and Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. For God and Gold by Julian Corbett. Chapter 7. It was John Drake's rough voice that aroused me. As the soft morning light glimmered into the cabin where I had been sleeping. "Rise quickly," said he. "The fish is in sight, and Frank says you must bear a hand, as it is a big one." So great was that extraordinary man's hold already on me, that it never once seemed strange that I should receive orders from him thus. I rose quickly, and buckled on my sword and pistols, well knowing what was coming. I was not at all surprised to see Harry standing, bow in hand, by Frank, and all the rest armed with bows and pikes. "Good morrow, Mr. Festing," cried Drake. "Heaven has sent the Antwerpers fortune today. Ere another hour or so, they will be spared all further trouble for their cargo. See where she lies. It was a lovely misty morning, such as one can only see in the Channel on a sunny autumn day. Nothing was in sight but the shadowy form of a good-sized caravel on our larboard bow, heavily laden and toiling at a snail's pace across our course. As we drew nearer, I could make out that she was at least twice, perhaps 3 times our size, though I could see but few men on board her. Still, my heart began to beat heavily. "Steady now, lads!" cried Drake, as some of his brothers began to show signs of excitement. "Steady, or we shall get never a bite. Get up on the forecastle, Jack, and mend a bit of net. And do you, Mr. Waldeck, carol us out a French ditty for a bait. And, look you, not a glint and glimmer of weapon." Thus, with nothing to show, we were not an ordinary French fishing boat. We bore towards the caravel, so as to pass close under her stern to windward. They, seeing our purpose, and fearing some ill-dealing, no doubt, since those waters were even then winning an evil name, hailed us. Still, we held on without answer, till they hailed again, asking what countrymen we were. "Now, for an English greeting," cried Drake. "It would be less than courtesy not to let them know our country, since they ask so fairly." The words were hardly out of his mouth, twanged, and a little cloud of arrows swept over the caravel. With loud, derisive cries, our crew fitted fresh shafts. Thick and fast they flew, till the crew of the caravel dared not show themselves on deck. Every man hurried below to shelter himself, except him who was at the helm. Bravely he held on in spite of our shafts, till with a shudder I saw an arrow strike him under the arm. With a low cry he fell on his face across the tiller. The caravel hove up into the wind, and I saw the steersman turned helplessly head over ears as the helm swung around, a sickening sight to see. "Save you for a pretty tumbler!" cried Joe Drake, and all the rest but Frank and Harry laughed loud. "Steady, lads, steady!" said he. "Look to your pikes, and gentlemen to their swords, or we shall some of us laugh the wrong side." As we fell aboard of her, I drew my rapier. I can say without pride I was by this time no mean fencer, though a bungler beside Harry. Yet so strange did my blade seem, now that for the first time I drew it in earnest, that I felt as though I had never handled one before. Still, there was no time to think. Frank Drake sprang aboard, Harry after him, I after Harry. No sooner did our feet touch the deck, that out of the after cabin burst a half-dressed cavalier, rapier in hand. Some 9 or 10 men were at his back, armed with swords and daggers. With a loud cry they ran upon us. The gentleman straight at me. He seemed mad with fury, for he made no shift to fence, more than to rush on with uplifted blade, as though straightway to our baiter with a wiping sweep, after the method of Carranza. I did but offer him my point the intrare, and he speeded himself, or ever he came within his proportion. It was but murder. God forgive me for it, when his will is. It made me sick to see my rapier half hidden in his breast, as his sword arm dropped, and for a moment He stood gnashing his teeth before he fell backward. I shut my eyes as the blade drew hard from the wound and reeled against the bulwarks, feeling dizzy with horror and my sickness. When I opened my eyes again, it was well nigh all over, for, save for 2 of his servants, no one resisted after the gentleman fell. The rest were poor Dutch mariners, who cared little who had the cargo they carried, so long as they kept their skins whole. The serving men were quickly overpowered, and the rest of the crew driven within the forecastle. Then Harry came up and slapped me on the back. "Well done, Jasper," he said. "Slight, it was a pretty thrust, a most scholarship imbrocata. Would that Sir Falk had been here to see what his errant disciple can do. Perhaps he would rail less at your Italian bucking play, and would say, I doubt not, that they can teach something beside Latins at Trinity. But what is it, man? You look as if the blade were through you instead of him." "Hush, Harry," I said. "For God's sake, look to him, for I dare not." "Poor lad," answered my dear brother, who could always feel for me far more than for himself. "You're too sick for this bloody work. I will do as you bid, though there's little hope for him." But there was no need, for as I turned to look upon my work again, I saw Frank Drake leaning over the bleeding Spaniard, and, as tenderly as a woman, trying to staunch the wound. It filled me with new wonder and love for this man, to see how his fierce courage melted to gentleness as soon as the danger was over. I marveled, too, to see how apt he was at surgery, even then, though he had not yet attained to that great skill which afterwards he made it his duty to acquire. It seemed to make war wondrous gentle to see him, and I was better able to give my help. We soon disposed the wounded man more easily, and went to minister to the helmsman, but, alas, he was stone dead. Meanwhile the others had bound the crew, and Frank Drake set about questioning them. I don't know whether it made any difference to him, but he was most instant to find out if the cargo were Spanish-owned. While we were thus engaged, there was a sudden cry of a sail in sight. Looking up, I could see a tall ship looming through the silver mist, and bearing down straight for us. "Stand by to cast off, lads!" cried Frank, cool and decided, "till we see what she is." We were all on board of the Gazehound in a minute, and sat breathlessly waiting to see what our unwelcome neighbor might be. Slowly she came down upon us, before the gentle breeze, looking so beautiful in the morning sun that I could hardly believe that she might contain a pirate's death for us all. The strain would have been more than I could have borne, had it not been that my senses seemed dulled with horror of my deed. Afterwards I thought it strange that no one had urged Drake to let go the prize and run for it, but then all seemed to think that the course he had made up his mind to was the only one possible. Nearer and nearer she drew, till the mist, which was very thick, closed down on the water, and had till now hidden her hull, cleared a little, and we could see, I at least with sinking heart, the sunlight sparkle on the ordnance, which protruded from her lofty forecastle, like the teeth of some savage hound. "Culverins," whispered Harry to me. They have point-blank range of 500 paces, and we are within that of her already. There is no running now. Whatever befalls, heaven send she is a queen's ship, and no Spaniard. What matters which, said I, if we are pirates? I know well what grievous complaints they say the Spanish ambassador has made, and what orders the queen has given the navy. Well, wait a little. See the trumpets on the poop? They are going to hail us. On she came, a glorious sight, with the sun glowing on her bulging sails, and the perfect lines of her hull, that swept so gracefully from towering poop to lofty forecastle. Suddenly, as she drew level with us, her trumpets blared forth a loud flourish that rolled merrily away over the misty sea. The boatswain's pipe chirped out, and we could see the sailors stand by to go about. Again the trumpets blared a fuller call, and then a mass of red and gold aloft unfolded itself with royal languor, till there flashed in the sunlight, plain to see, the beautiful banner of our island queen. A lusty cheer from all our crew greeted the welcome flag, as it died away, as we could hear the captain of the queen's ship hailing us to know who we were, and what we did. "The gaze hound of Chatham, Master Drake," shouted Frank, springing on the poop. And then, after a pause, "aiding a Spanish caravel in distress." We could hear a roar of laughter on board the ship as his words and the captain's voice came rolling back. "Well met, Master Drake, and a fair voyage." We gave her another cheer as we saw her keep on her course. She answered us with her hautboys and other music, which we listened to till it grew faint in the offing, and we were left alone to do our will upon our prize and prisoners. As we watched her sail away so gallantly, with her gay streamers and gilded poop glittering like some tropic bird in the sun, I asked Drake what she was. "I know her well enough," said he, "but we ask not the names of queen's ships that find us at this work. Yet I will tell you, it is the Minion, and Captain David Carlet is in command of her. He is bound for Guinea with the John Baptist and Merlin, both of London, so I know. They are going to try if they cannot draw a little for the Queen out of the Portugal's wells, like Mr. John Hawkins. Good luck go with them. But now we must to work." After what I had seen of Drake's dealing with the Cavalier I had so grievously hurt, I had no fear that the crew of the caravel would suffer at his hands any great cruelty, such as I had heard less noble spirits had inflicted in the fury of their revenge against the Inquisition. I went aboard the prize with the rest when Drake gave the order to rummage the cargo. We found that it consisted chiefly of silks and woolen goods. A few more inquiries soon showed us that they were Spanish-owned, and further, that the Cavalier was a gentleman returning from secret service in the Netherlands to Spain. We quickly then completed our work. It was only to set some of the cargo on board the Gazehound, in order to lighten the caravel enough to allow of her being run into Otterham Channel, one of those lonely tortuous inlets amongst the saltings in the mouth of the Medway, which we had all known so well since boyhood. As soon as it was done, Drake bade his brother and me carrying the Gazehound back to Rochester, while he and Harry, with half our crew and some of the Netherlanders who were freed for the work, made sail in the caravel to the spot whither he intended to take her. So we parted company, and I with my change came safely on the next morning's tide to our moorings. The Spanish bales we stowed on board Mr. Drake's hulk. He was not at home, purposely, as I could not help thinking, to ease his conscience, if indeed our piracy went in any way against it. Only poor Mrs. Drake was there, trying vainly to get her youngest boy away from the taffrail, outside of which he was recklessly climbing at the risk of a sudden grave in the rushing tide. She looked more wan and weary than ever when she saw what our cargo was, and soon seized an occasion to draw me into the cabin for a little comfort. "Mr. Festing," she said piteously, "for God's sake, sir, stop them from this bloody work. They will die in a halter, every one of them. God pardon me for not bearing his punishment without complaint. But what sinful woman was ever chastised with 12 such rods? See, there is blood on your own doublet. Shun this sin, Mr. Festing, for sin it is. How will God ever give us back our dear James if we break his law daily thus? Surely he has been taken in judgment for his and his brother's wickedness. Frank is as bad as the rest, and leads them on to it. But vengeance is the Lord's, Master Jasper, and not for preachers' sons. For all that men cry out about spoiling the Egyptians." I tried hard to comfort the poor woman, feeling deeply for her. I could pity her the more heartily in her misery at the little care or kindness her sons showed for her, seeing I knew what it was to crave unsatisfied for a mother's love. She had often came to me thus for comfort, yet I never found it a harder task than now, not only because of my own sense of sin, but also from a difficulty in understanding what she felt. At one moment she spoke of her boys as an infliction to heaven. At another she seemed in terror that she should lose them, nor could I be sure whether her hatred of piracy came from a tenderness for them or the lost. I could only tell her how I had been drawn into it unawares, and would do all I could to turn them from further crime. "God bless you for your words, Master Jasper," she said. "What should I do if I lost my boys? I see them all nights dangling in halters, and sometimes again lying in blood with Spanish blades at their hearts. Then I wake and pray God for comfort till I sleep again, yet I only rise on the morrow to hear more talk of fights and Spaniards and wild work." "Surely," said I, "God has set them apart for some notable work in his service, seeing how they prosper in what they do." "Maybe, the poor woman answered. "Yet more times I think it is the devil and not God who is their master. Think of it, Master Jasper, 12 of them, and not one a godly preacher like their father. What will God say to me for that? It was my hope and comfort when little Willie came, bless his sweet heart, that he would be my own boy and God's till he fell in with the old sword hilt, and loved it, just like all the rest of them, and played all day with it like the others, and grew as heady and masterful as the worst of them." "Well, Mrs. Drake," said I am as earnest as you to turn them to a better path. You and I must try, under God, yet in truth, I know not which way to start. Will you not go to the Earl of Bedford? She said eagerly. Did he hear what his godson did, I know he would stretch out his hand, and the Lord would prosper him. Truly, I thought when godly young Master Russell, as he was then, held my pretty curly pated Frank at his baptism, that he would prove the first fruits of a vineyard that should be savory in the nostrils of the Lord. But he punished my pride, and lo, my vine bore nothing but thistles. Still, go to him, Master Jasper, and he will save them. But my lord is far away in Berwick, said I, where I cannot reach him. Then write to him letters, she answered, or go inform Sir Folk how they deal with his boy. He is a justice, and will tell the Queen, and stop this ungodly breaking of the laws. I think this plan had come into my mind before, yet I had driven it away as one that sorted ill with my honor, and fearing to get the Drakes and Harry into some trouble. Now it looked less evil to me, for I think this poor weary mother had somewhat unmanned me. Without promising, I said I would do all in my power, which seemed greatly to comfort her. So I took my leave, and coming by boat to Rochester, where I found Lashmer, rode gloomily towards Longdean, much pondering what way my duty lay. By the time I reached the place where the roads to Longdean and Ashstead parted, I had made up my mind, as I knew from the first I should. The Puritan party at Cambridge was already growing marvellously grim-minded. There had been many who muttered secretly against the masques and comedies with which the university had entertained the Queen, and in many other things Mr. Cartwright and his friends, of whom I was one of the most loyal and devoted, began to show a growing faith in all that made life hard and mournful, no less than an ever-waxing mistrust of whatever was easy and pleasant. Tried by this terrible test, my true duty, as I thought, was easy to see. I had an inborn English horror of tale-bearing. Here, then, was an occasion to wound the carnal scruple. I had a love for Harry that was the one bright light in my life. I had an admiration and belief in him that fed my hunger for guidance to a noble life. Here, then, was a time in which I might humble my earthly idol in the dust. Poor lad, poor lad! I can look back now from the quiet spot whither God has led me, and see my youth as something apart from me. I can pity it now, aye, and grieve for it too, seeing that I know how many at this very hour are torturing themselves, even as did that youth, that was I long ago. When will one arise with tongue and pen of flame, to show them what they do, that man may cease to mar what God in his wisdom and goodness has made so fair? Why will you be so doting, good people? What blindness has seized you, so that you cannot understand the gift of life that he has given you? It is hard, I know, to fathom all its depths, and fully understand the voice with which speaks to you, yet treat it not, therefore, like some poor mad thing that must be laid by the heels, and scourged and starved, till it grow so foul and ill-favoured that even the angels who weep for the folly of mankind shall turn from it with loathing. But I may not rail at you, for I was no wiser as I rode that night up to Ashtead. I had started late from Rochester, and it had been dark an hour or more before I saw the crowded turrets and gables of my guardian's house faintly outlined against the starlit sky. When I drew rein at the foot of the gentle slope upon which the manor house stood, I could hear the sound of many horses entering the gate above. It seemed strange to me that so large a company should be coming there at so late an hour, but I soon saw the cause. As I entered the gate, some serving men were setting torches in the sconces round the court, and my bewildered eyes saw their lurid light fall on a whole train of pack horses, which almost filled the place. Frank Drake, together with some of his brothers, and Harry, were moving busily and silently amongst them. They had plainly just come in, and were setting about unloading the packs, as though they had no spare time on their hands. Sir Fogg was standing on the steps of the hall, looking at the busy scene below him. "Who's there?" cried he, suddenly catching sight of Lashmar and me dimly in the gateway. "Where the devil is John Porter? Harry, quick to the gate! There are strangers!" Frank Drake and Harry whipped out their swords in a trice and sprang towards me. "Stand!" they cried together. "Who are you?" "A friend!" cried I, riding out into the light and springing from my horse. "Mas," said Drake, "but I thought you were some of those rake hells from who that had got wind of our luck and wanted to cut a slice for themselves. Is my gaze hound safe?" "Yes," said I, "safe at her moorings, and the cargo in the hold of the Hawk. And how fares it with the Don?" "As well as man may," answered Drake, "with a hole such as you whipped through him. He lives, but no more." "Thank God for your care of him, Mr. Drake," said I. "But tell me now, what means all this hubbub?" "Why," answered Harry, "only that our work took longer than yours, and had to be set about more secretly. Come and help unload the silk." "What?" cried I, aghast. "The stolen cargo here?" Blanda verba, my scholar," said Harry. "Our prize of war, you would say. Of course it is, and where could it be safer than in the cellars of the gentleman adventurer who fitted out the craft that captured it?" "Surely you jest," said I. "Nay, I jest not," answered Harry. "It is plain open-air truth, and yet withal so good a jest as to want no bettering at my hands." "I can see no jest in it at all," said I. "I know it well enough, lad," cried Harry, putting his arm through mine in his old loving way. "Many do not see it at first, but they come to it soon. You'll learn the lesson quick enough on the Scotch marches. But I could see you were so becumbraged that, if I told you all, you would never join the sport. You shall pardon me, for, in truth, I could not rest till I had uncolleged you a little." "Right willingly," said he. "Sir Fogg will see you latched, for I must make another journey to Otterham Quay ere the sun is up, to bring on what is left of the caravel's cargo." So I left him and went within to sleep a fevered, troubled sleep, in which I saw the wounded cavalier grinning upon my sword again, till he sprang at last from off it, and, seizing Harry and the drakes, swung them up on gibbets in a long ghastly row, while Mrs. Drake cried to me, who could not move to save them. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of For God and Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. For God and Gold by Julian Corbett. Chapter 8. On the morrow, as I walked in the orchard after dinner with Frank Drake and Harry, for the rest were gone, I took occasion to inquire what they thought of piracy. For our adventure, and especially my own part in it, weighed no less heavily on my mind for my night's rest. "That was a shrewd thrust of yours, Mr. Festing," said Drake, as our talk turned, naturally enough, on our adventure. "But for you, we might have had ugly work. I give you good thanks for it, and all the honour, aye, and if I had my way, you should have the lion's share of the booty too." "Have my thanks, Mr. Drake," said I, "for your good words. Yet think me not churlish if I say they might be better bestowed. As for the thrust, it was none, for the Don spitted himself. As for the honour, let us talk of that when there is any in such work, and as for the booty, I will have none of it." "Your reasons, Mr. Festing, your reasons," said Drake good-humouredly. "For the honour," answered I, "it is a thing which I hold pirates have little part in. For the booty, I care not to share with water thieves." He turned sharp on me then and stopped in his walk with a flush in his face, looking hard at me with that strange, honest, searching look of his. I was ready to bite my tongue out, for I saw in a moment that my hot words had seared the unsullied spirit of a man whom nothing would bend to an act which he thought base, a man in all ways nobler than myself. God knows, I thought him wrong, and thought he led Harry wrong, but now I would have given half I had to have chosen kindlier words to say my say. "You use hard words, and wrong ones too, Mr. Festing, saving your scholarship," said Drake at last, proud as a Spaniard. "I am no water thief or pirate either. I shall tell you what a pirate is, not to speak more of water thieves, which is a hard word that breaks no more bones than another. By the most ancient customs of the sea, sir, whereof be it your excuse that you are ignorant, a pirate is one who, without licence from his prince or his prince's officers, in times of peace or truce, doth spoil or rob those which have peace or truce with him." "Then how shall you justify yourself?" I asked, too cowardly to yield to him, "seeing we have peace with Spain?" "Nay, but I say," he answered, "we have no peace with Spain, or truce either. Is it peace when they lay embargoes on our ships, throw our mariners into prison, and burn and torture them in their streets? Is it peace when they shut our trade from their ports, and succour and defend our deadliest enemies?" "That was well, perhaps, months ago," said I, though it wanted all my courage to answer him, such force was in his eyes and voice. "But now truce is made, and prisoners are released, the embargo lifted, and King Philip's ambassador received at court." "And how call you that truce?" he asked. "They brand us heretics and Lutheran dogs, with whom they say openly no faith is to be kept. No mariner is safe from their rake-hell inquisition in any port of Spain. They send a spy, whom they call ambassador, to search out the weakness and plot with the traitors of the land, and practise on our poor young queen, that they may bring on us again the curse of Rome, as they did in Mary's time. Call you that truce? Call it rather war, and worse than war, for it is dastards' warfare. Philip may call truce to Bess, and Bess to Philip, but between the people of Spain and England there is, nor shall be, neither peace nor truce till one of us is crushed. Yet, if all were as you say, I persisted, more faintly now, for there was that in the man which no one could withstand when he was moved thus. If there be neither peace nor truce, you have no licence from the Queen, nor even her good will, since you must know what urgent orders she has issued against adventurers like yourself. I know well enough, he answered. For some reasons of state she has done this. Yet wait till you see the orders carried out. Wait till you see such an adventurer punished, before you say I have not her licence. Did you not see how the Minion, sailing under her own royal flag, passed us by when we were at the work? And was it not one of her justices in constant communication with the council who fitted me out? Is that not licence enough? Nay, then you accuse the Queen's Grace of bad faith to the Spaniard, and you are willing to abet her in her deceit. Faith to those that keep faith, say I. To every Spaniard, and not the least the Spanish ambassador, Don Guzman de Silva, she is a heretic with whom to break faith is the path to heaven. To such must a man give fair words, as the poor Queen does, till she grow great enough to strike them straight on the mouth, as under God, by our help, she shall. And were all I have said too little excuse for what we do, I have even a higher and greater licence than all. For, as Dad says, and all pious men beside, I have God's own commission to prey on Antichrist and him who stands his champion, till the filthy breath of the beast shall cease to poison the earth. The Spaniard goes about to lead away the people after false gods and idolatry and superstition. Such men by the word of God are worthy of death. Here in my Bible I hold licence from the great king to seek out and spoil and destroy his enemies. Shall I hold my hand so long as he shall prosper his servant? How are we to call that piracy and thieving, which God has so clearly commanded? Then all at once came back to me Mr. Cartwright's words, and how he spoke of these rovers as doing the Lord's work and being prospered by him. I do not think it was that which overcame me, but rather Frank Drake's presence. The recalling of my master's words was but an excuse to myself for yielding. Mr. Drake, you have prevailed, said I. I crave your pardon. You are a better man than I, and a truer servant both to God and the Queen. Give me your pardon for my words. They were uncourteous and unjust. Forget that they were spoken, and let my memory of them be my punishment. Nay, it is you, sir, said he, holding out his hand. It is you that have prevailed. I took you for a distempered, fastidious scholar, and now I know you for a true man. I desire your better acquaintance, Mr. Festing, and nothing better than that we may one day adventure together. At any rate, I trust that if you have a mind to it at any time, you will know where to look for a captain. Ah, said Harry, Jasper is more for stay-at-home book voyages than for a dainty feast of dry haberdine and poor John at sea. For I think, the foolish lad added, he knows every cosmography book that was ever wrote. Say you so? Cried Drake. Then I pray you lay in a victualling of apples, and we three will aboard the Arbour and make a dry voyage together. So we did, and talked over Drake's map till sunset, of half-known worlds and unfurrowed seas, and all the wonders with which the learning of the ancients and the fancies of the moderns had peopled them. I cannot say that from that moment I became Frank Drake's friend, for he was ever as slow in making a friendship as he was in parting with one. Yet before he sailed again, I may boast we began to be to one another what we continued till his death. for in those days which followed we were always together, seeing that Harry had almost every day to ride forth with his father to bid farewell to some neighbour. I had been much astonished at the learning Drake displayed in his first talk with me, and marvelled where a mariner could have gathered so great a store of knowledge. He had gladly assented when I bade him to Longdean, that we might study together the cosmography books that were in my library. Day by day we pored together over their crabbed Latinity, which I expounded for his better understanding, while he, as I could see by his shrewd questions and ruthless commentation, sucked the old pedants dry as herrings. Ah, sweet bulky tomes, how dear is the sight of you to my declining years, since that renowned navigator deigned to ask wisdom of you. Well may you stand so proudly in your ranks, mounting guard, as it were, over yonder table, whereon he read in you. Best beloved to me you are of all my books, yea, though I have around me the choicest flowers of wit and scholarship, which in these latter years have blossomed so bounteously under the glorious rays of our most royal sun. Yes, you I love best, as much for the memory of my dear friend, which you enshrine, as for some mighty power that seems to lie still behind your great leather covers. Who knows how much you told him that listened to your voice with such a wise discernment? Who knows how much of fame he owed to what you whispered in his ear, unheard by me? Aye, and who can even tell how many of these new dainty fruits our son would have had power to ripen if he, untaught by you, had not first so deeply stirred and tilled our fallow English wit with his heroic and inspiring deeds? How large and fair a place those weeks hold in my memory! Had their sands run out less quickly, how great a sorrow I might have been spared. For I cannot doubt that had I spent a very little longer time with Frank Drake, he would have made of me, there and then, a sailor like himself, and I should never have gone back to Cambridge. But the hours of our studies were numbered, and the day came at last when Harry must pass over to France in Drake's bark. It was a parting of double sadness, for not only was I to lose my two friends, but one of them, he that I accounted my brother, was going to a far country where I feared I should lose him, both body and soul. For Harry, like most other young gentlemen in his case, had determined to pass into Italy, a country of which all our party had a most wholesome horror, not only as the very home and fount of papistry, but also because we held it no better than a foul Circean garden, full of all manner of enticements to pleasure and wantonness. The proverb, by which the Italians themselves would make of every Italianate Englishman a fiend incarnate, was ever on our lips. I knew how hardly a man of Harry's kidney could escape unsullied, seeing how little love he had for learning, in pursuit of which it was pretended he should travel to Padua and elsewhere, and which alone could save a man from the Italian taint. I perceived with great pain that since his return from Berwick, Harry read nothing but the Morte d'Arthur, and such like wanton books of chivalry, wherein, as it seemed to me, those were accounted the noblest knights, who slew most men for mere valour's sake, without any quarrel, and lived the most wanton lives. I spoke long and earnestly to him on this, praying him rather to travel in Germany, and countries given up to God's true religion. He listened patiently, as he always did to my preaching, though I think he must have laughed in his sleeve, knowing how true and pure his heart was beside mine. Yet I could not turn him from his purpose, and had to bid him farewell with a sinking heart, which he tried to comfort by promising that for my sake, if for none other, he would come back unchanged. After Harry's departure, Sir Fulk was so lonely that he prayed me stay with him for a little space, and this I was glad enough to do, till letters came to me from Mr. Cartwright, wherein he told me of the growing heats of the controversies at Cambridge concerning conformity, and urged me to return to the standard, which thing I did in the beginning of the year of grace, 1565. It is in no way my desire to overstrain patience by speaking of these matters, whereof so many have written at so great length, and better than I. Nor do I wish to speak much of my life, save in so far as it was wrapped in those of my two dear friends who are now beyond the seas, Frank Drake, on his return from France, having sailed under Captain Lovell on his disastrous voyage to the Indies. Suffice it to say that I remained at Trinity, working diligently, under Mr. Cartwright's guidance, to perfect myself in all manner of scholarship, that I might render myself well practised in the use of the most lethal weapons which he could forge for me in regard to the then present controversies. Every day they and I grew more heated. Conformity was openly condemned in Trinity, till at last Mr. Cartwright persuaded the whole college, save 3, to cast off the garb of Antichrist and appear in chapel without surplices. It was a day of great rejoicing in my college, for we, setting far too high our importance, as is the wont of scholars in places where they are gathered together, deemed we had accomplished little less than a second Reformation. Yet all it brought about was so sound a rating from the Chancellor, in which he was pleased to call us bragging, brainless heads, with other pretty conceits, that many were glad to disclaim their part in the matter, and blame Mr. Cartwright, so that, fearing the further displeasure of Mr. Secretary, and urged thereto by his friends, my master left Cambridge and went abroad, whither I would gladly have followed him, but he would not have it so. It were better, he said, that you should abide here and take your degrees. And, moreover, I desire to leave behind me in the university some true and understanding friend, who will keep me informed of all that passes here. Being very glad to take upon myself so honourable an office, I did as he wished, and Mr. Cartwright's encouragement to scholarship being thus withdrawn, my studies became almost entirely turned to theology, or rather to that unseemly scramble for scraps of divinity which passed for it in those days. I was even appointed for a time to read the divinity lecture as a gentleman reader without stipendium, and thus becoming always more fanatical, and being well known as being in Mr. Cartwright's confidence, I grew to be a marked man in Trinity, and in due course was elected fellow, to my great content, though I had no intention of taking orders, being a violent opponent of conformity. Those were great days for us in Trinity, for we had, what men love best, a perfect content in the sense of our own bigness, at least whenever our ears were not tingling with a rating from my Lord Burleigh, our Chancellor. We went on our ways like prophets, blindly swelling out our littleness with the vain wind of our own babbling, till we seemed to ourselves to tower like a giant at the head of reformation. If any had told us then that Frank Drake, or even my Lord of Bedford, was doing more for the cause with his little finger than all our heads together, we should have laughed him to scorn. Yet now it is not clear to me that such a speech would not have had some show of reason. In the year 1567, Dr. Beaumont died, to my great sorrow, and we had set over us in his place Dr. Whitgift, Master of Pembroke Hall, and Lady Margaret, Professor of Divinity. He was a man from whom we hoped much, seeing that to a good disposition towards the Puritan party, a hatred of vestments, and very sound Calvinistic doctrine, he added a greater force of scholarship and eloquence than Dr. Beaumont ever had, and moreover was a better courtier. Indeed, I think Trinity could have had no better master in those days. For although he seemed then to my hot head but lukewarm in the cause, yet now I can see how high he raised my college during the 10 years of his mastership, which thing he achieved by a nice handling of his authority between the parties, whereby the turbulent spirits were pruned to a less rank growth, and the timid digged about and fostered to the plentiful production of sweet and peaceful fruit. Such is the man as I see him now. Then it was different, for my hard zeal was always distasteful to him, and we were but sorry friends. So little indeed to my taste was the new spirit in the college, that on his constantly urging me to conform and take orders, I resigned my fellowship in fear of being deprived of it, as Mr. Cartwright was afterwards, and retired to Longdean. I had the full consent of my master for this. He had recently returned to Cambridge, and found himself the man of greatest weight in the university, and like to be elected vice-chancellor had he been in priest's orders. "It will be better in many ways," said he, when I asked his advice, "that you should return to your estate. Your influence will be more useful there. In Cambridge we have an abundance of labourers. It is men like yourself that we now require throughout the country. The cause needs urgently the support of the gentry, who for the most part are papist or half-reformed. Since Mr. Drake has got the vicarage of Upchurch, you will have a stalwart fellow worker. Go then, and do your best till the time is ripe for our great blow. I do not mean in any way to attack our present detestable and superstitious manner of church government until I am made Professor of Divinity, and can speak with all the authority of our great university. Meanwhile, in your private study, you can help me in my labour of grinding the weapons, that they may be sharp and ready in my hands when the hour is come." Though feeling not a little sad at leaving my dear college, perhaps never to return, I could not but rejoice when I reached home that I had taken Mr. Cartwright's advice, for I found my good old guardian most grievously sick. He seemed very glad to see me, but yet I could fancy his manner was not so frank as of yore. It pained me not a little, for I could see by his pinched face that he was near to death's door. Nor could I understand why he should be so different, till after I had talked with him for some time, particularly of his spiritual state, we were interrupted by someone entering the room unbidden. I started to my feet when I saw at the door a young gentleman whom I had known at Cambridge. He had been a scholar of kings, and was one of those who took little trouble to disguise their love of papistry. He was dressed now in a cassock, and wore a small skull-cap to hide his tonsure. We saluted each other very stiffly, while Sir Fulk looked from one to the other in a frightened way, as though he expected us to fly at each other's throats. "Which of us shall remain, Sir Fulk?" said I, "since there is no room for both." "Both, lad, both!" cried Sir Fulk. "Nay," said the Catholic gentleman, "you must choose between us. If you would have me do my office, let this gentleman depart. I cannot defile the Mass by celebrating it in the presence of a heretic." He said this in so soft and polished a manner that, though I felt my face flush, I would not let him have the advantage, but replied with my utmost politeness, speaking as though I had not heard him. "It were better I should go, Sir Fulk," I said. "I cannot stay and stand by while a servant of Antichrist sullies your soul with superstition and idolatry, even as it is knocking for entry at God's door." It was the priest's turn to look angry then, but he only bowed to me again and was silent. "Tush, lads," broke in Sir Fulk, "there is no need for squabbling over me. What matter, Jasper, if I have a bit of a mass in memory of the old days? I have been an arrant sinner too, and would ease myself of a load of sin with just a piece of confession. I have robbed the church grievously, cursed that mad knave Drake that led me to it, and been a great swearer, heaven help me. Aye, and you help me too, Jasper, since you know better prayers against swearing than the priests. You shall come and pray with me after he has done, lad, and then God will know it was my wish to make peace with him and all men before I died. Come, lad, will you not? I have no son but you to smooth my pillow, since Harry is beyond the sea. Go now, and come again. You would not grudge me a bit of a mass like my father's to die upon? Maybe they would be ashamed of me when I went to do homage with them up there, if I came amongst them unshriven and unhouselled. Surely, sir, I said, much melted at the old knight's words, you would depart in surer hope of paradise, if you please God in your death, rather than your ancestors. That is right, lad. said the dying man, and so I will. You shall come and help me. But there would be no joy in paradise if my ancestors and the old gentry turned their backs upon me, and I had to go with the new men. Save your father, there never was one of them I could abide, and Mr. Carter says Nick will not be there. I looked at Mr. Carter, as Sir Fulke called him, though I knew it was not his name. He bowed again to me politely, and I repressed the angry burst that I had ready for him, being unwilling to cause Sir Fulke any further pain. Sir Fulke, said I, it was your good will to let my father be buried as he would. I have not forgotten that, and for your sake will this day forget my plain duty both to God and myself. With that I left the room, and waited below in the hall till I was called up again. I found Sir Fulke at the mercy of God and senseless. The Catholic gentleman was gone, so I knelt by the old knight's bed, and prayed long and earnestly to God that his opinions might be forgiven him, seeing that they sprang of ignorance rather than perversity, though I had then, it must be said, little hope my prayers would be heard. And even as I prayed, my guardian passed peacefully away. End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of Forgot and Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Forgot and Gold by Julian Corbett. Chapter 9. After Sir Fulke's death and the stir which naturally followed, things grew very quiet with me. Almost my whole day was devoted to what Mr. Cartwright had called grinding the weapons for his coming attack on prelatical government. In spite of my books, I was very lonely. Mr. Drake was at this time almost always away on duty. Abnor Castle was full of Spanish prisoners, who had been seized in the neighborhood ports in pursuance of the Queen's recent order, whereby she sought to make reprisal for a like order issued by her loving brother-in-law, the King of Spain, and that some recognition might be made for the labors of the Inquisition so generously bestowed on the English prisoners in Spain. Mr. Drake was ordered to preach at Abnor every day. It seemed a great delight to the old navy preacher to go and rail before them at the Romish church, and it was, no doubt, most medicinable in this case. For never saw I a man more furious against Spain than he was at that time, and not without cause. Frank Drake had sold his bark and sailed with his cousin, Mr. John Hawkins, in the great trading expedition which Sir William Garrard and Company had fitted out for the Guinea coast and the Indies. His kind old kinsman suffered him to venture his small savings with him, and had given him a petty officer's place in the fleet. Out of pity for the wrongs he had suffered at Rio de la Hacha under Captain Lovell, of which I have already spoken, we were all rejoiced at his good fortune, for it was as pretty a sail of ships as ever left the coast. There was the great Jesus of Lubeck, Mr. Hawkins' admiral, the Minion, his vice-admiral, the smart bark of 50 tons, called the Judith, beside 3 others, the Swallow, the William and John, and the Angel. It was, moreover, no fast secret that the Queen's Grace and many of the council were sharers in the venture, so that it lacked not any kind of furniture, either of men or arms, and great things were expected from it for all concerned, even for the lowest mariner. Indeed, I myself had adventured a moderate sum, being persuaded by Drake how profitable the Negro trade had been and would be again. Of this expedition nothing had now been heard for more than a year, and we began to grow anxious. At last a Spaniard who had put into Plymouth gave Mr. William Hawkins intelligence that his brother was on his way home, laden with the untold spoils of a town which he had sacked, and of prizes which he had taken on the seas. We hardly knew what to think of this, for such dealings were not at all to John Hawkins' liking. He was a wary, forecasting man, and I always thought looked on trading, especially on Negroes, as more profitable than piracy, as indeed it was. Thus, he had always labored, while in the Indies, by just dealing, that the planters and merchants should stand well with him, and secretly support him, when, as happened sometimes, he was forced to carry a high hand over governors who refused to trade quietly. Mr. Drake was sure the report was another Spanish lie, and was not surprised when, some time after, he heard that some Spanish mariners had been bragging over their caps that Hawkins and all his men had been entrapped and put to the sword far inland, and the whole undertaking brought to naught. I need not say with what alarm and anxiety these reports filled us, for they sounded far more like truth than the last. It in no way decreased our fear for Frank's safety, when shortly afterward the Queen seized the treasure ships of the Duke of Alva, which had been chased by privateers and pirates into Southampton, Plymouth, and Foy, and were still lying there, since the shipmasters knew not how to get through to the Netherlands. We could not doubt then that the council had certain news that all we feared was true. Every one now gave up all hope, and thought only of revenge and reprisal. When tidings joyfully reached us that the Judith, one of the ships of the expedition, had put into Mount's Bay, crowded with twice her proper crew, and in command of Captain Drake. All kinds of rumors now arose of what had happened, mingled with news of how the Spaniards had laid an embargo on British ships in the Netherlands and in Spain, and imprisoned every Englishman they could clutch. The Queen replied undaunted, with like boldness, and every prison along the coast was packed with Spanish sailors, and every town hall with treasure and rich cargoes. Such doings very soon caused it to be reported, with greater certainty, that the council had certain news of Mr. Hawkins' death, and the destruction of all his men, when, to our great relief, it was said that the Minion, with the general aboard and a half-starved crew, had come home. We were more hopeful now, but hungrier than ever for news. Mr. Drake brought us every kind of horrible tale from the Spanish prisoners at Abnor. I think they devised them in pure revenge for his preaching at them, and the more they lied, the more he rated their idolatry and superstition. It was some time before we heard the truth. Frank sent us letters, in which I noted that he wrote himself, Captain Drake, saying that Mr. William Hawkins, governor of Plymouth, had sent him up to inform the council fully of what had occurred, and that he was detained in London upon that business. So things stood with us when one morning, a month or more after Sylful's death, I was awakened by the sound of a gruff, loud voice, such a soldier's effect, in conversation with Lashmar's somewhat strident tenor. "Good master soldier," cried Lashmar, "I tell you he is still abed, and you cannot see him these 2 hours." "Nay, by this bright honour, but I will see him," said the other. "And yet I think you will not," said Lashmar. "And yet again, by this bright honour is a good oath, and a gentleman's oath, and one that may not be sworn to a lie, or a thing that is not true, unless, indeed, there be provocation. For provocation, look you, master soldier, excuses many things. It is your great peacemaker." "Why, this is monstrous logic," returned the Bass, "and such as I never heard all the time I was sergeant, groom under the senior John Peter Puliano, esquire of the Emperor's stables, a man of most fertile Italian wit. What need of the philosopher's stone, if by mere logic you can make of provocation a peacemaker?" "Well, softly now, and I will show you," answered Lashmar, whose talk served often to while a dull hour, since he had been to Cambridge, and gleaned, I know not what stray scraps of learning that careless students had dropped in his way. "I will show you how a man will come to swear the peace of another for some assault, or battery, or mayhem, or anything, and that other shall show provocation. Then shall no peace be sworn, and they shall be at one again, for it shall appear that he who battered the other did him no wrong, seeing there was provocation in it. So they that thought they had quarrelled shall find by this same sweet provocation that they have known." "Then must I provoke all men," said the sergeant groom, "if I would live at peace with them." "Aye, by this bright honour," said Lashmar. "Then, no matter how often you get a bloody coxcomb, yet shall you never have quarrel with any man." "Then will I now most lovingly break your pate," said the other, "that you may stand my friend and bring me to your master, for my master, the most excellent esquire, Henry Waldeck, bade me spare no pains to see your master as soon as possible." Whether my servant's logic would have been put to this severe test, I cannot say, for at Harry's name I sprung out of bed and cried from the window that I would see the messenger forthwith. I hurried from my chamber to find Harry's servant, discussing his morning ale with Lashmar. He rose to a stiff military position as I entered, and made me a most lofty salute with his Spanish hat. He was a tall, soldierly-looking man of about 40 years of age, with a peaked beard and very fierce moustaches that had been nicely disciplined in the Spanish fashion to curl nearly up to his eyes. By his side hung a very terrible escrivona, which he wore instead of a rapier, after the fashion of the German raiders, considering, as he afterwards told me, that the broadsword was the only fit weapon for horsemen. It had a great steel closed hilt, presenting such a defiant tangle of rings, hilt points, and twisted bars, after the latest pedantic fancy, as to make the beholder tremble to think what the blame must be. Indeed, his whole appearance was foreign. He wore a large ruff, a thing as new to me as his sword, and his doublet, which showed clearly the marks of a corselet often worn over it, was pinked and slashed in the farthest fantastic fashion. "If you come on the part of Mr. Waldeck," said I, receiving his salute. "You are thrice welcome." "In truth, I bring you, sir, that most excellent and soldierly young gentleman's most full and lovingly complete commendation. Know me, at your worship's service, as Alexander Calverin, sometimes sergeant groom under the senior John Peter Puliano, squire of the emperor's stables, and now body servant and master of the horse to that most proper gentleman, Mr. Henry Waldive." All this he said drawn up as stiff and soldierly as though he were mounting guard over the emperor's own bedchamber. His presence much impressed my peaceful follower, though to me he was a thing to smile at lovingly, for somewhere in his face was a simple, kindly, almost childish look that was strangely in contrast with his fiercely curling moustache, his loud, gruffy voice, and his very warlike bearing. "When came your master home?" I asked, for in truth I was greatly surprised to hear of his return so suddenly. "But a week ago," said the sergeant, "since which time we have been lying at my Lord of Bedford's house in London, for Mr. Waldive had matters to report to the council ere he could come down here." "And have you brought me any message from him beside his commendations?" I asked. "Saving your worship's worship," said the man, "he would have you ride over at your worship's most early haste to Ashstead, since he would have some speech with you together with some poor soul, who, to judge by his most unhorsemanlike carriage, is a mariner or sailor." "Gave he the name of this same sailor?" I asked. "That he did, a name he had that sorts well with one who splashes about all his life in that most base element called water. To be short with you, it is one Captain Drake, though I hold it most false heraldry to apply so dignified and soldierly a title to a seafaring man." "Well, we can talk of this as we go," said I, in a mighty hurry now to be off. "I will ride back with you now, if you will wait till Lashmar had saddled our horses." I tarried but to eat my manchet and drink my bowl of ale, since I hold a morsel in the morning with a good draught, sweetened and defecated by all night standing, to be very good and wholesome for the eyesight. As I mounted my horse, I saw Calverin watching me with a most judicial air. I must own I felt no little comfort and gratitude to my guardian for his good training. To see him nod a distinct thought qualified approval to himself when he saw me in the saddle. "Know you what business your master has with Captain Drake?" I asked as we rode out of my gates, my mouth watering for news. "Nay, know I," answered Calverin. "Yet I hope it will be known, since I hold it unseemly for a gentleman and a soldier to have near communication with sailors." "Yet Captain Drake," I said, "has great love and respect for land soldiers." "Has he indeed?" replied the sergeant, looking very pleased. "A most notable sign of his good sense, and had he said horse soldiers, it would have been a notable sign of his better sense." "How make you that good, Master Calverin?" asked Lashmar, whose hunger for an argument was by this time getting the better of his awe of the stranger. "It is good of itself, Master Lashmar," said Sergeant Calverin. "For when I was sergeant groom under Senior John Peter Puliano, esquire of the Emperor's stables, he was wont to say, and mark you, He was a man of most fertile Italian wit, that soldiers were the noblest state of mankind, and horsemen the noblest of soldiers. They were masters of war, he said, and ornaments of peace, speedy goers and strong abiders, triumphers both in courts and camps. In truth, your only salvation is to be a horse soldier. Take that of me. Seeing Lashmar was on the point of a desperate charge upon this monstrous position, I changed our subject quickly by asking news of Harry. "It was but 3 weeks ago, sir," said Calvary, "that we got your letters telling of Sir Fulk's Waldive's death. We were in winter quarters, whither we had gone when the campaign ended so ill for us with the fall of St. Jean d'Angeli. Then we tarried not to drum or trumpet, but came straight homewards in the first ship that sailed. It was a pity it fell so. There was pretty warfare there, and most profitable for a gentleman to see. For, look you, sir, a soldier can learn more from defeats than victories. Take that of me. We were present all through last year's campaign, and rode in M. Ardalot's regiment, when they dropped us so soundly at Jarnac. After his death, we were attached to the admiral himself, and so continued till our second rout at Montcontour. It was an evil time for the Huguenots, but a pretty schoolhouse for a scholar of arms, and my master was growing to be a most sweet soldier. I tell you, sir, his name was on every tongue in the army. So high a courage and discretion had he shown in all passages of arms we had made together." "Ah," said I, "there is little need to tell me that. I knew well what men would say of him when the time came to show what stuff was in him." "And so did I too, sir," said he. "As soon as ever he came to the emperor's court and rode down to the tilting ground, I said to Signor John Peter Puliano, esquire of the stables, 'There is a soldier,' said I, for his sit was as well as a man could sit. It won my heart, sir, to see him. From that hour I was his servant. I craved leave to direct his exercises under the squire, and grew to love him as my own horse." "Was it then pure love that made you follow him to England?" I asked. "Indeed, sir, I think it was. After he had been with us a year or so, he took it in his mind to see some service in the French wars. I begged to go in his train, for I loved him, and could not see him go to the wars without a proper following, or some old dog to watch over him when dangers were thick." "And you gave up your honorable post of sergeant groom for his sake?" "Aye, sir, and willingly, for he promised to carry me to England with him after he had had his fill of fighting. My bowels yearned for the land I had not seen for 20 years. Indeed, sir, there's no man loves the smoke of his own country that hath not been signed in the flame of another soil. Take that from me, sir, saving your wisdom." "Then you are of English parentage, Sergeant Calverin?" "Yes, sir, though many think not, because of my name and a certain carriage that comes to men of trouble. Yet I am English born, sir, and never knew father or mother, save an English great piece on the Calais Barbican." "Then save you, sergeant, from your kinsman," said I, thinking he was jesting, "since the Moors call great pieces the mothers of death. You and it are the only children I ever heard that they had." "You're merry, sir, but I jest not," said the sergeant. drawing himself up very stiff on his horse. "What I say is sober truth. The first human eyes that ever saw me, as I could ever hear, were just those of an old gunner, who found me one night in the mouth of his culverin. He, good soul, took care of me. She is the only lass I ever loved, he was wont to say, but I never thought she would be mother of a son to me. So he took me home, and his mates and he would have the priest christen me culverin, after my mother and Alexander, because they said I must be born to be a mighty soldier." "Truly, sergeant," said I, seeing how serious he was, though I had much ado to stop laughing. "A most honourable and soldierly descent." "Aye, sir, you may say that," he answered, looking round at Lashmar, from whom came a sound of choking laughter. "A most soldierly and royal parentage. She was a good piece as ever was cast, and stamped, look you, with King Harry's own arms, rest his soul, to say no more, for modesty's sake. It is not one or two who have roared their ribald merriment at what I am telling you." And with that he laid his hand upon the great steel hilt of his broadsword, and glared so terribly at Lashmar that I thought the poor lad would have fallen from his saddle from pure fear of the bristling of the sergeant's fierce moustache. I do not think Lashmar ever laughed at Sergeant Culverin again, at least not in his face. Indeed, it was not many who did. Most men feared his sword too much, and those who knew him best and were not afraid loved him too well. I think 3 men never greeted each other more warmly than Frank, Harry, and I when I reached Ashtead. It was like summer to see them again, yet I found them much altered. Harry seemed shocked by his father's death, and looked very sad in his black clothes. His face was bronzed, his short beard neatly trimmed to a point, and the scars healed stretched across one temple. Yet I thought I never saw him look more manly, handsome, or lovable, in spite of the foreign look his travels had given him. Captain Drake, too, was changed. His eye was as bright, and his ways as cheery as ever. Yet, when he was not speaking, I could see in his face a harder and sterner look than there used to be. His dress, too, was very different to what he had worn in the old days. Though plain, it was of good stuff, and cut according to the fashion. He wore, moreover, a smart rapier, and had the air of a gentleman, though without having lost his sailor-like looks. "Will you want to know why I sent for you, Jasper?" said Harry, as soon as our greetings were over. "Nay, that do I not," said I. "So long as you sent for me, that is enough." "Well, but I had a good reason," answered Harry. "I met Captain Drake in London, whither he had come on business, as he will tell you. As he was coming hither to see his father at Upchurch, we journeyed together, and he told me. Tell him, Frank, what you told me, and then he will know why we sent for him." "Well, lad," said Captain Drake, setting himself down for a long tale, as sailors will, "you remember how I wrote to you of the voyage which I made to Cape de la Vela in the Indies with Captain Lovell, the year after our brush with the Carvel, and how it all ended in the wrong I suffered from the Spaniards at Rio de la Hacha for no cause but their accursed treachery?" "Yes, that I do," said I, for he had written to me about it in Cambridge, and Mr. Drake, too, had told me fully of that most wicked dealing with his son. Well, that was well enough, Drake went on, a plague on the false papist hearts. But what came after was worse. And at one time we feared it was worse again, said I, for we thought we had lost you as well as our venture. But how come it about? We looked for nothing but success under Mr. Hawkins. And nothing but that should you have had, said Drake. Merely should we have signed the King of Spain's beard, and filled some most noble packets beside our own. But that Jack Hawkins was over scrupulous with the traitors. Things went well enough at first, in spite of bad weather, especially for me, for off Cape de Verde we fell in with a Frenchman from Rochelle, who had taken a Portugal caravel. This Jack Hawkins chased and took, and made me master and captain of her. We called her the Grace of God, and a good name too, seeing how God graced our venture. For we drove the Portugals whoever we meet them, and before we left the Guinea coast, we had gathered as fine a cargo of black flesh as a merchant need wish to see. Being well filled up with what we sought, we sailed for the Indies. My luck stood by me still. For when Captain Dudley of the Judith died, cousin Jack gave me his place, and made me full captain. We found traffic on the main beat hard, because the King of Spain had most uncourteously charged that no man should trade so much as a peso worth with us. Yet negroes are dear to Don's heart, and there are ways, lad, there are ways that no known better than old Jack. So we had reasonable trade at mighty good prices, both in black flesh and our other merchandise, till we came to Rio de la Hacha. We were but 2 ships when we anchored before the town, the Angel and my Lady Judith. The rest had been sent to Curacao to make provision for the fleet, so they thought to try their scurvy tricks there again, and refused us water, thinking thereby to starve us into selling our negroes for half nothing. The treasurer, who was in charge, had fortified the town, and got some 100 or so of arquebusiers behind his bulwarks. So we could not land, but took a caravel in spite of all their shot, right under the noses, and rode there till our general came round in the Jesus. They soon found that an English cock would crow as loud and louder than a Spaniard, for old Jack set ashore 200 small shot and pikemen and took the town. It was no less than their discourtesy deserved, and they suffered no harm, for every man of them ran clean out of the place at the first bark of our snappers. I think it was only a little comedy to please the King of Spain, for Master Treasurer and all of them came in at night to trade, and before we left we had 200 less black mouths to fill, and a pretty store of gold and pearls in our hold. We had then such a brisk trade, and no bones made all along the coast, after our persuasions at Rio de la Hacha, that when we came to Cartagena, our traffic being nearly done, we tried nothing against it, save the minion saluted the castle with a few shot from her great pieces, while we landed and took certain botijos of wine from an island, just to drink their health, leaving woolen and linen clothes there in payment. So we bore up to Florida, but being taken in a furicano, which I believe the Lord sent to guide us, we were driven into San Juan de Ulloa, the port of the city of Mexico, as you know. Now listen, lad. Listen to what God sent us. There in the port at our mercy, entirely in our power, were 12 galleons, laden with 200,000 pounds worth of gold and silver. 200,000 pounds! Think of it, if you can, without going mad. For I can't. Yet, in spite of God's plain guidance, as I told him again and again, Jack Hawkins set them all at liberty without touching a peso, fearing, as he said, the Queen's displeasure. The simple fool. If he touched the goods of her most loving brother-in-law, had we known how the brave Queen was going to deal with her loving brother-in-law's money in her own fair ports of Southampton and the West, Jack would have listened to me when I told how best to please her grace. Well, it was no good. Not a peso would we touch, but only asked leave to refit and victual. And now, lad, comes the worst of all. Next morning we saw open of the Heaven 13 great ships, being the Plate Fleet and his wafters, a sight to make an honest Protestant man's mouth water. Lord Jasper, I cannot think of it with loving kindness to Jack. Just see now, lad, we had complete command of the Heaven. Not a fly boat, not a pinnace could enter or leave without our yeah. To keep the Spaniards outside in the north wind was only the other way of saying present wreck to every rag and stick of them, and that meant well nigh 2 millions loss to the Spaniards, and heaven knows what gain to us in wreckage, and flotsam, and trifles we should have had for our trouble in saving crews. Did God ever show a greater mercy to his faithful people than that? I ask you, sir. You know better than I, because you are a scholar. Yet Jack Hawkins let his scruples stand before the plain will of God, and would make conditions with them. Would I could have told him that our lion-hearted Queen was doing in the narrow seas with her dear brother-in-law's belongings. But we didn't know. Then he would have heard the voice of the Lord aright, but as it was, he was stubborn, and let them all in on conditions of peace, and safe fitting and victualling for ourselves. To the which was passed the word of Don Martin Enriquez, Viceroy of Mexico, himself, who was with the fleet, a pax on him till his hand has squeezed him dry, and then he knave may go hang. I need not tell the rest. You guess what came, what must have come. It was like night after day, relying on all their solemn words and papistical oaths, no less than on the hostages they had given us. We labored together 2 days peaceably to bestow the ships properly in the port and prepare ours for refitting. A good part of our ordnance we set ashore upon an island in the mouth of the port, which by the conditions was to be in our possession. On the 3rd day after we had let them in, when we were about to set the carpenters to work, and were all dismantled, I could see things were going treacherously, in spite of their fine words. Soldiers were marching to and fro, and ordnance being bent upon us. Jack sent to inquire what it might mean, and Don Martin Enriquez passed his word of honor to protect us from treason. Still the preparation went on, and Jack protested again, this time with much effect, for his messenger was seized, a trumpet blown, and in a moment all was in a roar and blaze. Out of the smoke that hid the quay and ships, we could see the glitter of harness and pikes and halberds, and the glow of matches. Hundreds of soldiers rushed upon us, and thrust out to the island in crowded long boats. In a trice our men ashore were overcome and cut down, and our ships swarming with Spaniards. Lord, what a fight it was then! Tooth and nail, claw and heel, we went at them. Such a roar and din was as my ears, at least, had never heard, till it lulled again, and not a Spaniard was left alive upon our ships. It was glorious work, but we had no time to think of it. No sooner were we clear than we cut our headfasts, and warped out on our sternfasts. But though that saved us from boarding again, it did little good, for the treacherous dogs were masters of the island, and our great pieces, as well as of their own on the ships and the platform. Still, for a whole hour, we made a great fight of it, in which we sank 2 of their great ships and burnt another. By this time the Jesus was dismounted, and another wreck. She, being the admiral, had aboard of her all our treasure, 12,000 pounds in gold, lead, besides negroes and merchandise. It was impossible to bring her off, so Jack resolved to abandon her, after taking out all she had. To this end we drew her off and set her in front of the Minion, to keep off the shot of the Spanish batteries, and so save our whole ship from destruction while we were at our work. For Minion was the only ship we had now that would sail, except my Judith, which I had got safe off after the fight. But the Spaniards saw our game, and fired 2 other great ships of theirs, and loosed them down wind at us. They may call us cowards, Jasper, but it is a fearful thing to see 2 fire ships, a mass of roaring, crackling flames, and each twice and thrice as big as yourself, bearing down on you. Who can blame them if the crew of the Minion grew afraid and cast her off from the Jesus, in spite of all their captain or the general could say? So suddenly was it done that the general himself almost perished in trying to come aboard the Minion, and many were drowned in the attempt, and many left aboard the grand old Jesus with the treasure to fall a prey to those rake-held traitors. I quickly lay aboard the Minion with the Judith, and took out of her all I had room for, and so, at the mercy of God and looking for nothing but death, seeing how overladen we were and without proper provisions, I made my way home as speedily as I might. Jack takes it unkindly that I left him, yet, God knows, I did it for the best, trusting, by his help, to save my ship and all those aboard, if such a thing were possible to any man. Who knows, if I had tarried with the general, I should not have fared like him, and had to set half my crew ashore to suffer heaven knows what miseries at the hand of Indians and wild beasts and Spaniards, which is worse. Aye, and to lose half the rest from famine and sickness. God be praised for his mercy to me, and judge between me and cousin Jack. So Frank Drake ended his relation of that famous adventure in the port of San Juan de Ulloa, and fell to walking fiercely up and down the room where we sat. I knew not what to answer him, for I was almost as much moved as he, and firmly believed it was the will of God that they should have destroyed the 2 Spanish fleets. It is strange to look back upon now, yet I cannot wonder that I thought as I did, seeing what my masters had been at Cambridge, and, above all, in what a perilous case England then was. Never, I think, was Reformation in greater danger than at that time. There were already constant rumors of the disquiet in the north, the rumblings of the papist storm that was soon to burst from thence were making themselves heard. The Scots Queen sat fooling the nest to which he had flown for refuge, in our eyes like some unclean bird that bred new traitors every day, and Spain cried louder and France blustered more fiercely against the one stout heart which would not bend to Rome. The Queen still stoutly held the Duke of Alva's treasures, which he had seized. Our port were close to Spain, and those of Spain to us. Sir William Winter was fitting out his expedition to relieve Rochelle, with victuals, men, and furniture for the Huguenots, Papist prizes, Spanish, French, no matter what, were daily pouring into our ports upon the narrow seas, and Don Guerin de Espes, the Spanish ambassador, was a prisoner in his own house in London. It was said at all hands that the times could not long endure the strain, and we looked for war to burst out every day. What wonder then, if, when the whole host of Antichrist seemed to be gathering about us, I, like Francis Drake, saw the finger of God in the hurricane which had put it in our power to make so big a blow at his enemies, and read in the disaster that followed a judgment on those who spared to spoil the Egyptians? That was what the scholar said to the sailor. I, and honestly, believed it too. Have no doubt, Frank, said I. It was the Lord's will that you had smitten and spared not. It was his plain and manifest mercy to you to put it in your power to bruise the serpent's head. Would God Captain Hawkins had listened with your ears? That is what I tell Harry, but he scorns it, said Drake, eagerly. And Harry, to my inquiring look, only laughed a little low laugh, so full of complete amusement that it made me shudder, and there rushed to my mind the horrid Italian proverb that we heard so often, Inglese italianato e diavolo incarnato. Do you not think, then, I asked of Harry, that it is God's will that we should smite Antichrist and all his host? Well, let that pass, lad, said Harry, laying his hand gently upon my knee. I know not too well what God thinks of us, but it is my will, and England's will, that we should smite, and as you say, the King of Spain. And that is why I sent for you. Ever since he came home, Frank has been striving to get redress from Spain through the council. But things have come to such a pass, with embargoes and imprisoned ambassadors, that all hope of that is at an end. So Frank is going to fry his own fish. Tell him what you are going to do, Frank. Drake looked at Culverin and Lashmar, who had remained in the room, with that same strange stare of his, as though to see whether he might safely speak before them. Shall they go? Said Harry. No, said Frank, after a pause, and the sergeant saluted him, and Lashmar looked like a happy sheep. They are neither men to blab, yet we must be close, for it would seem there is a Spanish ear grows on every village cross. Therewith Frank Drake unfolded to us his mighty project, of which I think none but his heroic soul had yet dreamed, that glorious enterprise which, before a few more years were gone, was to make England's heart to leap with pride like a young stag, and set her fair body throwing with the wild untamable life that was to make her what she is. "The time is past for child's play," he cried with glowing face. "The time is past for nibbling at our enemy in the narrow seas. It is past for peaceable trade with them. If we are to live and dare worthily of our manhood, we must bite hard and deep in their vitals. Where is that, lad? Whence comes their life? Where, but from the Indies? There lies the heart of Spain, the heart of Antichrist, open and unprotected, for a man who dares to try. I have seen, and I know. They are no match for us. See what we did at San Juan de Ulloa. In spite of their numbers, in spite of their treachery, we saved 2 of our ships, and they lost 5 of theirs, and all the 3 times the Minion's size at least. I suffered there, but still I learned a lesson which, by God's help, they shall rue the teachings of. But he who attempts this must not flinch or quail. Jack Hawkins is no man for it, but I can do it, lads, under God I can. And if I do it, I shall be under no man's flag but my own." "Frank," said I believe if there is a man in England can attempt this thing, it is you. But be not hasty to throw away your life, which England needs. Think of those unknown seas for which you can get no pilot in England. Think of the power of him you attack." "I know, lad, I know," answered Drake, as calm and confident as ever. "I have thought of it. I will have a pilot, and that pilot shall be myself. It may take a year or 2, but at last I will know those seas as well as any Spaniard of them all. Then I will strike, and let them see how I can revenge myself. Revenge is the Lord's, and by his chosen people he does his work. To you, and such as you, he looks to help me in this, and I have come to ask if you will join me in working the revenge of God." End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of For God and Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. For God and Gold by Julian Corbett. Chapter 10. Before we parted, I had promised to help Frank, as far as my purse would go, to fit out a ship for the Indies, that he might make survey of the whole region and find out when and how best to strike his blow, and haply pick up a prize or 2 to pay his fellow adventurers a fair profit on their risk. Harry helped him too, but to a very small extent, for his travels had made a large hole in his purse, and he never had the heart to squeeze his tenant so hard as others would have done in like case. Frank's kinsman, the Hawkins, still took what they called his desertion at San Juan de Ulloa so unkindly that he could get nothing from them, and while the disaster was fresh in men's minds, a good many pockets were shut to him that a year ago would have run like a river at the very name of a venture to the Indies. Still, by the next year, it was, I remember, soon after the bull for the Queen's deposition had been found affixed to Lambeth Palace, he sailed. It was, I think, in a great measure the fury with which that wanton insult to the Queen filled the country that helped Frank more than anything to get the money he wanted for his enterprise. During the whole of this time, Harry was in London or elsewhere with the court, and not more than once or twice for a few days at Ashted. I do not know whether I felt more lonely when he was away and I was poring over my books at Mr. Cartwright's work, or when he came down on his hurried visits. Each time I saw him, his heart seemed farther away from me. Not that he was less kind than of old, but now his whole soul seemed wrapped up in the pageantries, the passages of arms, and above all, the ladies of the court. Of these he seemed never to tire of talking, though I wearied of listening. I was longing, as I used, to speak to him of all that was next my heart, of the great strife in which I laboured for the purifying of religion, of the solemnity of this present life, of which he seemed to take no heed, of the awful doom for all eternity, which I shuddered to see yawning before him. Yet I knew not how to win his ear. Whenever I tried to start such talk, he was quick enough to see my intention, and thwart it with a rattling jest, or some whimsical conceit. Nor had I much heart for it, if the truth must be told, for I dreaded in speaking to him on such things to find he was more Italianate than I believed him. So, in his company I was lonely, and in his absence lonely. I strove to find comfort in my books, hunting daily in their inmost coverts. All was game that my net enclosed. No allusion was too fantastic, no phrase too ambiguous, no simile too conceited, no argument too fanciful for me. I swept them all up to feed Mr. Cartwright's great idea, no matter where I found them. Daily and all day I worked on, searching like some warrener for every unsuspected bolt-hole through which our adversaries might seek to escape. No sooner was one found than I was weaving cunning nets with terms and figures, premise and consequence, to set across it, and entangle them in its wordy meshes as soon as ever they should try to give us the slip. Yet I got little comfort from it all, for though my studies assured me of my own salvation, they also confirmed my dread and certainty of Harry's perdition. Never was my life more joyless than then. There was no one I cared to see except my servant Lashmer, and sometimes Mr. Drake, though I won a most godly name by entertaining all the preachers and such like that came my way. I was fast growing to be a morose, misanthropic scholar, and an iron-bound Puritan to boot. Yet I knew it not, but rejoiced to think how utterly I denied myself the joys of this world, and how dear in the sight of God my life must be. I shudder, too, to think that as the breach continued to widen between Harry and me, I began at last to find some sort of solace in what I saw in store for him hereafter, and though I prayed for him unceasingly, my prayers were the prayers of the Pharisee. Perhaps it was a sort of jealousy that he was so wicked and so happy, while I, God help me for my blindness, was so good and so miserable. I confessed it not to myself, yet indeed I think it was no different. For those were the days when I, and half England beside, were gathering up what we took in our ignorance for the manna of heaven, when in truth it was little better than a foul poison to our souls. But now I must cry forgiveness for my tedious babbling of myself, if indeed my credit be not already cracked with overmuch borrowing of patience, with no return of profit or pleasure. Yet, at the risk of earning ill will, I have thought so much necessary for the proper understanding of what next befell. Such, then, was I, when one morning, some time after Frank Drake had sailed, I again heard Mr. Alexander Culverin crying out for me at the gate. This time he was at once shown to my presence by Lashmer, where, with a grave salute, he presented me with a letter from Harry. I opened it and read as follows. Dear lad, after my most loving and hearty commendations, this is to crave you give me joy. A little pretty bird piped to me and witched my heart away, or ever I felt it go. In despair, I sang back the song I learned of her, and, the gods be praised, saw my way to steal her heart in payment for mine. Then, lest we should quarrel over the felonies, we agreed to love. Ere Diana sleeps and wakes again, the compact will be sealed by Holy Church. Then look for your sister at Ashted, which I pray you see well bestowed for her coming, for I am too busy and happy to leave her side. Yours from the seventh heaven of ecstasy, and higher than that again, Harry Waldive. See, a mad lover, I had near forgot to tell you your sister's name. It is the name of names, even the name of that little ruddy-haired child that I knew, and yet knew not, while I was of my Lord of Bedford's household. Why, this is news indeed, Sergeant, said I. Yes, it is news, sir, said Culverin. That is all that is to be said in its favour. I knew he would do it. I knew he would if we stayed at court so long. Not that I blame Mistress St. John. It was not her fault. How any lady amongst them all could sit and see him ride a tilt without doing the like is more than I can say. But I claim no cunning in the management of women, sir, saving your worship. So you think it was his riding that won her? Never doubt it, sir. That, and how men spoke of his conduct in the wars, it was enough to turn any woman's head. I blame him, not her. But why blame him, Culverin? Why, sir, for good enough reason, because he has spoilt one of the prettiest soldiers and horsemen in Europe. For how can a man love his horse, or even his weapon, with a woman like that always about his elbow? It is not natural, sir. But cannot a man love his horse and weapon all the better that he has something he loves to protect with them? Well, I think not, sir, saving your scholarship. I never knew one that could, and if there is one, certes, it's not Mr. Waldive. He never loved a horse well enough before. That was where he always failed. He had no contemplation of horsemanship. In the exercise of it he was without match that ever I saw, save only Signor John Peter Pugliano himself. But his contemplation of it was naught. The Signor Esquire of the Emperor's stables always said so. He proved to him many times how it was a science to be preferred next to divinity. He gave him La Gloria del Cavallo to read, and Orison Claudia too, but it availed nothing. In pace, in trot, in gallop, in career, in stop, in manage he was a centaur, but he could never see how peerless a beast a horse was, how it was the only serviceable courtier without flattery, the beast of most beauty, faithfulness, courage, and all the virtues. Why, sir, I have seen Signor John Peter Pugliano, when a man spoke slightingly of a horse, so belabour him with the richness and strength of his contemplation, that before he ended, the wretch was like to weep that God had made him a man and not a horse. But it was never born or bred in Mr. Waldive, and this is what has come of it. Still, men must marry now and then, Sergeant, though the Queen seems to think otherwise. I know, sir, I know. Yet I hold marriage a poor distempered state that soldiers should leave to men of peace, saving your worship's presence. Still, it is not of that I complain most. There is worse than that. What do you mean? You told me of no ill fortune. Did I not, sir? Why, then, it is this. He has given her his bay horse, and sent me down for the roan. By this light he has, sir, given that peerless quadruped to a woman. What man with contemplation enough to fill half a peppercorn could have done the like? I knew not how to console the poor soldier, so fell to asking him about Mistress St. John. He could tell me little, never having seen her except in the tilt-yard at Whitehall and Hampton Court, when, as he said, it was easy to know the little red-haired lady by her most free nodding at his master. So I had to rest content till she should come, meanwhile taking what pains I could to see that the work-people from Rochester carried out Harry's instructions. I found more comfort in the task than I could have believed, hoping that now my brother was coming to settle down at home, things would go between us more as they used. Indeed, so light did my heart grow as the time of their coming drew near, that I began to doubt whether it were not a sin for me to take pleasure in the company of so carnally minded a man as Harry, and to begin to think I ought wholly to eschew, as far as good manners would allow, the conversation of the wanton court lady that I pictured his wife to be. The day came at last, and, not a little doubting whether it were right, I rode out to Rochester to meet them. They were already at the Crown, resting a while, when I alighted there. Harry rushed out and seized me by both hands, and then, throwing his arm about me in his old way, dragged me to see his wife. "Wife, wife!" he cried, "set a good face for our brother, whom you wanted so much to see. Here he is come to meet us." With that I saw rise to greet me a little lady not much over 20, with ruddy hair and brown eyes like the Queen's. In a moment the memory of my old boy's love at Cambridge came to my mind, but when I looked once more at the dainty little head and smiling face, set so prettily in her snow-white ruff, the memory was lost in the greater beauty of the present vision. Beautiful as I had thought the Queen, yet she, I confessed, was more beautiful still, although so like. It was a more laughing face than the Queen's, and yet in her eyes, unlike the Queen's, there was that wistful look that all men love till they learn to fear it as own sister to discontent. Yet this I knew not then, having, as I say, known no woman all my life, and so my heart, that I had tried so sore to harden, was melted like wax at the soft music of her voice. "Well met, brother," she said, holding out her hand with a gay smile. "Your desires upon you, lady," I answered, taking her greeting with as little awkwardness as I could. "A most gentle prayer, brother, and yourself shall begin its granting." "I, lady?" "Yes, you. Yourself is my desire. Bestow on me yourself, and call me sister. All my life I have desired a brother, and Hal says, by your sweet leave, I am to be no more brotherless. So call me henceforth sister, brother Jasper." "Then, sister, shall I gain more than I bestow?" "Nay, brother, it is I that gain. I have full report of all your scholarship and most excellent parts." "Believe it not, sister, or you will wrong yourself. Harry will ever be making too long an inventory of my commendations, but he is a most false reckoner, and you must not take me by his tail." "Out upon you, lad," said Harry. "What a dry feast of modest phrases is that to set before your sister? Come now, palm to palm is no greeting for brother and sister. A man would think you had never been to court." But I drew back, feeling very country bred, and blushed, and then a flush of sunset hue made her beauty radiant, and Harry laughed at us his rattling laugh, which his wife could only stop with kisses. That made her my sister indeed. At first I had thought her manner tainted with too much court freedom, but now she seemed a most wise and modest lady, who might indeed as well as word be a true sister to me. So we talked together pleasantly enough till it was time to go, nor did we stop our tongues as we rode out towards Ashted. And yet again, now I bethink me, it was I that talked and she that listened, while Harry smiled to see us such good friends. I think he wondered too to hear me, and I am sure marvelled at myself no less than that she should want to listen to my homily. Yet, whenever my tongue ceased wagging, she had some little magic phrase, or witch's glance, to set it a gallop again, and I felt I could talk to her till the sun grew cold. "It is a scholar," she said, as we came to the place where our ways parted, "that I have always desired to call brother. Some one whose mouth would be all my books in little, just as was my Lord Bedford's when I was a little girl. And now, methinks, you have bestowed on me all my desire." "Indeed you wrong yourself and me. I am not such a one, though I think my master, Mr. Cartwright, is." "Ah, I have heard of him that he is a ripe scholar for all his wild doctrine, and now I know it, for I hear his pupil talk. I think Hal must speak no more than truth, when he says you have read more books than Mr. Ascombe himself. I tell you, sister, you must not mark his commendations that are bred in love and not in reason. Now, I cry you mercy, you must not tell a new-wed wife that love and reason are not one. That were a philosophy fit for none but monkish scholars. There I must school you, and you me in all else but that. So I will prove a most gentle scholar. And now, farewell, my brother, since it is here our ways are parting. Mark what a change had come over my life since I travelled the road but a few hours ago. I had ridden into Rochester from pure good manners, thinking to carry a cold greeting to Harry's wife, and so return to my books and loneliness. How differently had it fallen out! Since I left Longdean I had found a sister, a courtly and beautiful woman to whom I could talk, and who would talk kindly to me. I knew not what to think as I rode slowly along, with the shouts of the crowds which had gathered to welcome Harry and his wife coming faintly to my ears across the fields on the still evening air. It had been the first hot day of summer, and as the night fell, I sat in my old corner in the library at the open lattice, watching the golden labyrinth that broke up the dark stretch of the marshes into 100 fantastic shapes of gloomy hue, wherever the intricate channels caught the glow of the dying sunset. No less mazy and shapeless, no less gilded and gloomy, were my wandering thoughts. My man-born sense of stern duty cried to me that the carnal conversation of Harry and his wife was sin to be shunned, a temptation of the devil to drag me from the godly work on which I was set. But then, again, my God-born sense of beauty, both in body and soul, said, "Go to them, and there your hunger shall be filled." The labyrinth in the marshes had faded to a faint starlit glimmer here and there ere I had resolved my doubts. The whole host of heaven glittered down upon the sleeping world, and amidst them from either hand the Lactea Via seemed to show a fair path brightened with the light of God to the highest regions of his kingdom. I knelt upon the deep window seat and thanked God that he had given me a lantern for my path, and prayed for strength not to swerve from the way he had shown. For I had resolved to face the danger at Ashted, that I might save the two souls I loved so well from the certain perdition to which I saw them drifting. Ah me! What cunning casuists are our desires! How subtly will the wantons weave a cloak of reasons round about their nakedness, till we know them not, and follow whither they entice, taking them in their decent array for duty. So we march on after them to death and sin, with proudly lifted heads, as who should say, "See a man who forsakes all to follow Christ." It was not difficult with such a guide to find occasions for going to Ashted. As the days of their married life wore on, and Harry tired of love-making, my visits grew frequent. He every day came to love his estate more and more, and was ever riding up and down it, with Sergeant Culverin at his heels, planning and altering and improving, just like his father. Nor could he do without a share in the country life around, and was always away whenever he could hear of a cockfight or a bear-baiting within a reasonable distance. "Come over and bear Nan company," he would say at such times. "Her bright wit misses the companionship of the court, and will, I fear, grow dull and humourless unless you keep it clear. It is no little comfort to me that you can be by her with your learning. Her scholarship trod on the heels of mine when she was little more than a baby, and now it has slipped ahead where I can never catch it. So you must be a good brother, Jasper, and be to her what I cannot." So he would ride off, gallantly waving kisses to his pretty bride, and we were left alone to study cosmography together. She had begged me to teach it her, and so my great tomes got a second hallowing. I wondered daily more and more at her keen wit. Her quickness at grasping what I had to tell was past all believing unless seen. Yet would she never stay long at it, but would soon want waywardly to wander out into the garden and down amongst the woodlands to talk with me of whatever fancies had taken her playful thoughts. It was a pretty sight then to see how everything loved her. The cows came trotting at her call, the colts in the meadows raced for her caress and jostled each other jealously, while her dogs squatted round with drooping ears, miserable that her favours were for others, but too mannerly to protest. Then all together would follow her along the fence to the end of the field, where, as she went from them, they would break into rough play and disperse cheerily to their rhythmical cropping of the grass again, while the spaniels, more fortunate, leapt round her with mended spirits. Each husbandman we came to would pause at his work and grin in silly happiness as she nodded him a merry "Godden," and the woodman's eyes almost brimmed with tears when she would not stop to hear the oft-told secrets of his art. And then, when we came near the village, the children started out of the brakes to peep at her, while the younger and braver ran crying after her with a present of gillyflowers or long purples, which their hot little hands had withered by long cuddling to a sickly faintness. The strangest and most difficult conquest which she made was Alexander. I remember well the day I saw it first. I was riding, as I often did, to Ashted by way of the park, when, as I topped a knoll, I saw her wandering across the close-cropped turf with the old soldier at her heels, and a motley following of colts and cows, and one short-winded hog. Now and again her dainty figure bent down to pick a flower, and as she stopped, the colts stopped, and the cows, and the hog, and the sergeant stooped for a handful of all the flowers in reach. My wonder was increased when I saw Harry not far off, overlooking the work of the woodman, seemingly forgotten by his devoted follower. I cantered over to her, and, giving my horse to Lashmer, joined her in her walk. Soon we came to a woodman's cottage, whither she was carrying some simple drug which her own learned little hands had compounded for a sick child. Culverin and I remained without. "A most sweet and excellent lady," sighed the sergeant as soon as she was out of hearing. "What! Is your mind so changed?" said I. "But a few months ago you had not a good word to throw at her." "Well, that is getting on for a year now, sir," he answered, "and I did not know her as I do now. I did not dream what virtue was in her. Why, sir, there is not a colt here, take the wildest you will, that would not follow her up the turret stair. I never saw such management, except in Signor John Peter Pugliano. And then, for contemplation, sir, I could not have believed it. It was but yesterday she told me horses were the only men for her heart, since there was nothing they would not do with coaxing." End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of For God and Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. For God and Gold by Julian Corbett. Chapter 11. During all this time of which I write, I had said nothing to Mrs. Waldive about religion. I had persuaded myself, and that easily enough, that I must first make her my warm friend and gain some influence with her by my teaching and such other ways as I could think of. She, I think, avoided all mention of it too, since she really loved learning, and feared by speaking of things deeper to ruffle the happy calm in which we sailed together. It was not till after my little godson Fulk had been born, and Frank Drake had returned from the Indies, and was gone again to complete his discovery of those regions, that we came to talk of what was next my heart. Frank had been to see us, and Mrs. Waldive was so taken with his manly, jolly ways, that when he was gone we often talked of him. I told her of his father and brothers, and their old, strange life on the hulk, till one day she said she would like to go to Mr. Drake's church and hear him preach, for he made a discourse nearly every Sunday. Harry, who of late had been made a justice, laughingly gave us dispensation from attending our parish churches, and the next Sunday we rode over to Upchurch. Harry stayed at home, and Mrs. Waldive rode pillion behind Culverin, thereby, for the space of our ride, making him the happiest man in Christendom. As we neared Upchurch, we overtook a man, who seemed a preacher, riding the sorriest nag I ever beheld. In passing him, I saw it was none other than Mr. Death, the same who had come with Mr. Drake for the ordering of my father's funeral. He looked less sour than formerly, and wore an aspect of smug and well-fed content, but as he knew me not, I passed on without speaking. Mr. Drake greeted us very warmly, and Mrs. Waldive with great respect. He was in the churchyard talking with the godly farmers of the parish until it was time for the service. Today, the well-worn subject of the Queen's marriage, and all the danger that came of her delays, was set aside, and they had been discussing Mr. Strickland's bill, which he had lately moved before Parliament, for the abrogation of various religious ceremonies, and how the Queen's Grace had taken it so ill that she had put him in prison. They continued their talk after our greetings were done, while Mr. Drake drew me aside to ask what I thought of the new order of the Commission against reading, praying, preaching, or administering the sacraments in any place, public or private, without licence. I condemned it so warmly, as will be easily guessed, for a piece of most wanton and sinful Erastianism, that the people in the churchyard gathered round to listen. I was in the midst of proclaiming it, on the authority of Mr. Cartwright, as a thing that should not and would not be borne, when little Willie Drake cried out from the skirts of the throng, "Father, father, there's a wolf in the fold!" A movement was made towards the church, and I could now see the sergeant pointing out to his mistress the score of bad points of a beast tied up to the gate, which I at once recognised as Mr. Death's nag. Hoping to avert a storm, I begged them both to come with me into the church, which was now crowded, but the tempest had already burst. Mr. Death had got possession of the pulpit. It was a strong position, being only approached by the old rude loft steps, which were cut through the solid pier of the chancel arch. The enemy was defending the narrow passage with the door, which he held tightly shut, and a smart fire of reasons, which he shot down at Mr. Drake from behind his barricada. "You have no licence! You have no licence!" he was crying as we entered. "What, no licence?" said Mr. Drake. "I, who was licensed preacher to the King's Navy, when you were still crying for the Mass." "Aye, but the Archbishop has revoked all licences, and you have not renewed," answered Mr. Death. "The flock must be fed with the word. You may not feed them, and I claim your pulpit." "Oh, Death, Death!" cried Mr. Drake. "Is that your sting? There was a time when you would brag that no Erastian prelate of them all should be your authority, but only the voice of God, that called you to the ministry. Is this all that has come of your loud shouting for the battle? Oh, Death, Death! Where is now your victory?" "I care not for your roaring, Fire Drake," cried Death. "You are no preacher, being unlicensed, and I, being licensed, have authority in every pulpit in the diocese." The people now began to cry out, some that they would hear him, and some that he should be plucked down and cast out of the church. Yet they all stood by, waiting to see how the two preachers would settle it, and they had not to wait long. "Nay, if you fear not my roaring, Death," said Mr. Drake, "let us see what my claws will do." With that he made a rapid escalada, and, seizing the garrison by the throat, plucked him forth by main force. Still no one interfered, so, wishing to end the scene, I whispered to Culverin to help Mr. Drake, which he did with great good will, being, as he afterwards confessed, much taken by the valorous delivery of Mr. Drake's assault. Mr. Death cried lustily for a rescue, but all to no purpose. Between the two strong men he was helpless. In spite of his feeble struggles, they ran him right out of the church to where his horse was tied. There they set him in the saddle, face to the tail, and, giving his jade a smart cut, sent him in an ungainly canter on the road to Rochester. It pained me to think that Mrs. Waldive should have witnessed such a scene the first time I had taken her to a Puritan church. She was looking shocked at what had occurred, and seemed in no way to share the merriment of the younger part of the congregation. "Let us go," she said. "I have seen enough. It's terrible." But I prayed her to remain, pointing out that Mr. Drake was in no way to blame, and begging her to stay and see how reverent the people would be when he began to preach. Unwillingly, I think, she consented, more for fear of hurting me than from any desire she had to stay. Meanwhile, Mr. Drake, a little flushed and breathless from his victory, had taken his place in the pulpit and was giving out a psalm to quiet the people. They sang it all together in prick song very orderly, so that when it was done they were in a decent mood for the sermon. He preached from the words, "The hireling fleeth," in John 10:13, for the profit and confusion of that part of his flock which had given countenance to Mr. Death. After the manner of his kind, he rated them soundly for their treason, with text and parable and a score of quaint conceits. "Is this your gratitude?" he cried. "Know you not your shepherd? I will tell you then what he is. He is one of those who, unlike the holders of other benefices, has stood by his flock and fed them, not given their care to a poor, dumb, hiring curate, while he himself has gone riding round to other flocks to preach vain and new doctrines to them, that he may have in return plate and hangings and napery and money. I know you, what you are. Your stomachs have grown proud and dainty against the word. You must have choice. You must have spicery. You must have a new cook every day. You will run to every hireling who will throw you new meat, and turn from the sound old hay of your shepherd, who folds and feeds you every night. Out upon you! Is this the way to appease the wrath of God, whereby the heart, the tongue, the hand of every Englishman is bent against another? No! But you care not what divisions be made, so long as your stomachs be tickled with new and dainty sauces. Are you mad, good people? Has a devil possessed you? Look towards the east. See you not the great roaring bull that the vile Italian out of Rome hath loosed against you? See you not the glitter of his brazen horns? Smell you not the stench of his filthy breath? Hear you not the clang of his iron hoofs? Ah, but wait, and you will. Wait till the bringing forth of the bull calves that he hath gotten. Wait till you see them compass you in on every side. And wait till you see them grow fat as those of Bashan on your faith and your consciences and your purity. Then you will see, then you will smell, then you will hear. In that hour you will cry to him who folded and fed you, but the foul waters of idolatry will have passed over his head and choked him. In such wise Mr. Drake continued very earnest for a good space, the people listening with bated breath, and from time to time a mutter of approval, aye, and here and there tears of repentance. Many have marvelled to me at Captain Drake's eloquence, but I know whence it came, and if I knew not before, I should have known that day. I have tried to write down some of what his father said, but even if it were rightly done, as I doubt it is not, yet could no one tell the force of his preaching, unless he had seen him hold spellbound that throng which so short a while ago had been laughing at a rude jest and an unseemly brawl, in which he played the chief part. I watched Mrs. Waldive's face as he spoke on, and was, as it were, carried back to that day long ago when the Queen's Grace was listening to the Divinity Act in Mary's Church at Cambridge. And no wonder, for never save then had I looked on a face so sweet and ever changing to new sweetness. Her brown eyes were fixed wistfully upon the preacher, and she listened so intently that I could see the fire and humour and pathos of his words reflected as in a mirror upon her upturned face. Once or twice I could see her wince as one in pain, when some too rude conceit or figure jarred upon her delicately nurtured sense. Then she would look round to me as though to find what I thought of it, and, seeing my eyes fixed upon her, turn quickly to the preacher again with heightened colour, more beautiful than ever. I too tried to look away, at the painting of the murder of St. Thomas, half defaced and mouldering on the wall of the Becket Chapel, at the strange chamber under the tower, where it was said a hermit nun lived in solitude so long, at Mr. Drake's red face and ardent figure, but all was beyond my power. I had no eyes save to read with beating heart the living book at my side, nor ears save to hearken to the still voice which whispered in them, "Lo, how the true spirit of the gospel is reawaking in her." It was the Sunday set apart for the quarterly taking of the communion. When the sermon was done, and while the people sang another psalm, the wardens fetched into the nave the trestles and communion board from where it stood at the east end of the church. Then they spread upon it a fair white cloth, and Mr. Drake brought forth a loaf of bread and a skin of wine, with cups and platters. Mrs. Waldive watched them as though bewildered or afraid, not knowing what to do. "Jasper," she whispered, "we had better depart now. How can I receive the Holy Sacrament after this sort?" But again I exhorted her to stay, promising that all would be done most reverently, and according to the plain word of the gospel, with nothing added or taken away, so that whether or not it fell short of what her conscience would wish, yet there could be no offence in staying, as there clearly would be in going. She answered me nothing, but gave way and obeyed like a little child, leaning on me as though for support to body and soul, as we drew near to the table. It was then I knew that I had prevailed. I knew that my will had overcome hers, and that the hour was at hand for me to set about my crowning work. The people made way for us close to where Mr. Drake was seated at the table. Mrs. Waldive knelt down, as she had been accustomed at court. One or two old women, when they saw that, knelt too, in the old fashion of their courting days. I stood by her side, and the people thronged round, sitting or standing, as each thought best or could get accommodated. For to most this was a thing indifferent or adiaphoristic. Mr. Drake now broke the bread and poured out the wine, and then passed the cups and platters to the people. Mrs. Waldive looked up to me for guidance, and I bent over her to whisper what she should do. So we took and ate the supper of the Lord together, while Mr. Drake, from where he sat, read comfortable texts from the Scriptures, and now and again offered an earnest prayer of his own making. With another prayer extempore and a psalm, the service ended, and we all went forth, leaving the wardens to set the table back again in the chancel. Mrs. Waldive said nothing as we waited in the churchyard for Culverin to fetch the horses. So we stood in silence, side by side, under the spreading branches of the ancient yew tree, returning the greetings of the villagers as they filed out under the lych gate, and watching the couples that broke off from the mass, the gossips in close talk over the sermon, the lovers sheepishly far apart. At last they were all dispersed amongst the trees and the black and white cottages that nestled amongst them, and we were left alone, looking out over the melancholy Medway, which seemed lost amidst the dreary saltings and the inlets that ran up into the marshes. The sergeant brought the horses at last, and Mr. Drake came to say good-bye, and so we went on our way. For shame, I must forbear to speak of the pride that filled my heart as we rode home in silence. She was in deep thought, with eyes looking far away. Now and again she looked towards me as though to speak, but her lips only let pass a sigh. I knew well of what she thought, and did not disturb her meditation. I knew well how that strange change had come over her, which now I know not how to name. It was a thing that came, and still comes, to many, whether of high or low degree. Men such as I was then, when they see it signed so suddenly, and, as it were, miraculously appearing, say, "Behold, another whom the Lord has called." I say it is for very shame that I forbear, for now I know the coward that I was to play so upon a woman's passions. I see her now as some bright painted bird for which I lay in wait, spreading my nets in the way I had learnt by long and secret watching she would go, and setting gins for her, which I furnished with cunning baits, while she, trusting me, thought I did but feed her lovingly. It was not till the afternoon that we spoke of it. We had been supping in the orchard, and Harry, finding us but dull companions, had fallen asleep in his chair. "Jasper," said Mrs. Waldeyev, "come, let us walk together. I must have private speech with you." We rose and wandered down our favourite walk by the park, but today the colts had no caresses. "It cannot be right, Jasper, it cannot be," she burst out as we entered the wood. "What cannot be right?" asked I. "It cannot be right," she said, "to cast away, as you have done, all the old holy rites of the church." "It is hard to part with them, I know," I answered, "since from your childhood you have learnt to love and hold them sacred. Yet for that very cause must you cast them away. Ere we can hope to see religion purified, we must first stifle all that deafening ritual that drowns the voice of God." "Yet," she pleaded, "why must we approach him as we did this day, without order, without ceremony, without any token of homage? If we offer it to the Queen, surely the more should we do so to the King of Heaven." "I do not deny," said I, "that what we saw today might have been done more decently. Yet remember how long popes and prelates and priests have stood between God and his people, and marvel not if, now that he has called us to the steps of his throne, we know not at first how to approach him reverently. But he will teach us, when at last we can draw near and hear what he will whisper in our ear. But still there are many left between us and the throne, in spite of all that has been done. But the hour is coming when one I know will raise his voice like a clarion and bid them stand aside in words they shall not dare to disobey. Then at last we shall be face to face with God and know indeed what his will is." This and much more of like effect I told her out of my well-learnt lesson. She struggled ever more faintly against me, but I was strongly armed against all she could say. I told her of predestination, and what she should think of works done in the days of her unbelief. All the things she loved so well, ceremonies, vestments, and every relic of the ancient mass to which she clung, I condemned mercilessly with practised argument. I showed how Rome had abused the Christian faith, and how it could not be purified till every meretricious adornment by which worship had been turned to idolatry was cleansed away. She fell at last to imploring me to leave her something, but I told her, without pity, that no good could come of any unholy union of the gospel and papacy, such alluring schemes being only thought on by their inventors as an unstable place whence it was hard not to slip back to Antichrist. It was an easy task I had. In the wilderness of doctrine, where she suddenly found herself, she seemed but to want a guide who would take her by the hand and lead her to rest. So it was but a short work to set her again on the path she had once trodden under the good Earl of Bedford's lead, and which she had deserted for the flowery mazes of the court. It were tedious to tell step by step how we trod the sweet and dangerous way together. All will understand if they remember what we two were, I from long sojourn at Cambridge, a monk, for with all its faults my university was then a most well-ordered monastery, a monk who, as it were, was on a sudden released from his vows. She a woman who, after a strictly ordered childhood, was set loose in a pleasure-loving court, where her life was an ever-changing scene of exciting pleasure and gallantry. The change was too great for both of us. For myself I find no excuse, but for her much. Ere the first fires of her youth had burnt out, she was overcome by the passionate love-making of the handsome soldier, who came covered with glory from the wars abroad to lay siege to her heart at home. What wonder if she loved before all that pattern of manhood and gentleness who so loved her, and thought she could feed on his love alone? What wonder that, when passion grew dull, and she found how full of many things besides love a man's life is, and how full of things which, in spite of all her trying, proved but dull to what her life had been at court, insensibly she was ready to open her heart to any excitement, even to me and my teaching. If I had not been blinded by my own accursed pride and self-righteousness, I should have known by many marks which we passed whither our road led. I should have known when, after that first talk, we began to be silent in Harry's presence, though we could chatter well enough when he was not by. I should have known when we ceased to speak, and moved farther from each other whenever he came where we talked. I should have known when she spoke to me of her misery in being wed to so ungodly a husband, and begged me to speak earnestly to him that he might amend his ways. It is my one comfort of all that time that I still had manliness left to defend him with all my heart to her, and that I was spared that last depth of knavery, much used by craven gallants, who, that they may win a cheap and easy favour with a woman, will make her believe with a score of cunning lies that her husband is unworthy of her. Though out of the deeps of my love for him I found 100 excuses to offer her, yet I laboured when alone with him to turn his light heart to weightier things, well knowing it was useless, or who can tell whether I should have tried? It was as we rode home over the downs from hawking wildfowl on the marshlands in the valley of the Medway that I first attacked him, and I well remember that my surprise was rather at how much he had thought than at what his thought was. It was such a glorious afternoon as now, since I have known Signor Bruno, lifts my heart to God more truly than ever did psalms and prayers, much as I love them and do still. The wide and marshy river stretched out below us far away to the low haze-clad lands of Hoo and the misty Thames. Water and woodland and field were bathed in sunshine which seemed, as it were, to melt all nature into such full and tender harmony with its Creator, as I think, after all my many wanderings, can nowhere be seen in truer perfection than in our own dear England. Moved by the beauty which wrapped the land, Harry fell to praising it with a score of rich conceits, and I seized the occasion to broach the cask of divinity which I had brewed for him. "Surely," I broke in, "surely should our lives be one long song of gratitude, set to a holy and solemn tune, to Him who made all this so fair for us?" "Why, lad, why?" asked Harry. "You can only conceive this of God, that He is a perfected quintessence of all that is best and fairest in us, and therefore must our love of these things, and our joy in them, be but a grain of sand beside the mountain of His. His delight in the great banquet He has spread is for all eternity, while we can but gaze upon it for a little hour. No, lad, I cannot thank him for these things, which are but the crumb that fall from his table. But I worship it all, and him in it, as I was taught in Italy. When will you leave looking for him in holes which are only full of musty quibbles and the mouldering shreds of men's quarrels? Stand up, man, and see him in yonder sky, in yonder woods, in yonder broad flowing river. But Harry, I cried, feeling my worst fears confirmed, have a care, or this Italian dreaming will run you into flat atheism. Ah, Jasper, he answered, I fear you are only like the rest, and will brand me atheist and epicure because my voice is not raised in any controversy. Must I rail with Bios and howl with Brentius before you grant me faith? With whom shall I be saved, and with whom damned? Show me that first, lad, for I cannot tell. When I first set out upon my travels, I strove a while to study these things for love of you and Mr. Follett. Yet in every land and every city where I came, I found the same angry unrest, where antinomian roared against Pelagian, and synergist bellowed between, where Lutheran and Calvinist and Papist, and who knows what other legions of sects beside, did battle one with another, and each against all, till Europe seemed to throb and ring again with their unchristly din, and the sweet voice of God could I nowhere hear. Nay, then, I fear you closed your ears in your impatience, or the true voice of our purified faith would have sounded clear enough above all the rest. No, I tell you, Jasper, I opened my ears wide enough, but they were deafened with the clash of syllogism on syllogism and lie on lie. My eyes were blinded with the glint of steel and the flash of fires. My nostrils were filled with the stench of railing breath. Then I cried, Where, O God, shall thy spirit be found? Surely not on this earth, that men's tongues and pens have so befouled. But there was one under the sweet blue sky of Italy who whispered in my ears, Turn thee to nature, and thou shalt find thy quest. I heard him, and sought earnestly where he showed, and soon the whole world was bright with the Spirit of God, and I was in the midst of it. Yes, lad, I turned from men and saw it shining in the limpid rays of the stars. I heard it in the waving grass and the laughter of the brooks. I perceived it in the sweet-smelling flowers. Will you then cry atheist at me, for whom God is everywhere, when for you and the like of you he lies but in a little dogma, nay, in the mangled shred of a dogma? Take it not unkindly that I speak so hot, but it makes me mad to think that men will so befoul the nest which God has given them, and think they do him service. Indeed, I answered, wishing to follow his mood, for I knew if I broke in as I would to another with my theology, that he would only call me a Puritan and crack some kindly jest. I do not complain of your heat. There is doubtless much truth in what you say, for Luther himself wrote, There is naught in nature but a certain craving for God. Yet he did not hold that mere contemplation of nature will satisfy that craving. The beauty and fullness of nature does but create the hunger which right doctrine alone will fill. Nay, if Luther is to guide us, remember who it was who taught that this very passion for God of which you speak, and which is far from what I mean, becomes the lust of the spirit. It is that which sets your wits awry. Beware of it, Jasper, as you avoid the devil. For I tell you, from the lust of the spirit to the lust of the flesh is but a little step. You shall see its shortest in a woman. Jest not, Harry, on things so solemn, said I, not thinking even then that he could mean what he said. I jest not, he answered. It is sober truth, and if I did jest, wherefore not? Sometimes I think that jesting is your only earnest, and that there is nothing but that which is worth living for. At least you jest in earnest now, I said, thinking to weather him on another tack. Even you must grant that there are other things but that worth the life search. Exempli gratia, fame. How do I know that? He answered. For how shall fame satisfy a man when he has got it? Why, look you, fame is a thing begets hunger for itself faster than a dead dog breeds maggots. There never was a fame glutton yet, but went to his grave fasting. 'Tis because they hunger after earthly fame, said I. Seek something higher. If you cannot pursue God, yet at least you may search out wisdom. That is earnest enough. Wisdom, wisdom, cried Harry. Why, what is that? In truth, I think that folly is the only wisdom, and there is no such profitable travelling as a voyage in the ship of fools. In 1,000 times to 1, he who pursues wisdom shall find he has no quarry but folly, while he that runs merrily after folly shall find on a sudden that he is carrying wisdom in his hand. Who shall say, amidst the ruins of these broken times, where folly shall be sought and where wisdom shall be found? I know there is great confusion in the times, said I, but still there is at least sure ground left for a scholar who will pursue diligently the arts and the sciences. Who can tell even that? Answered Harry. Read Cornelius Agrippa, if you know him not. Read his Vanity and Uncertainty of Arts and Sciences, and you shall find wisdom there that will prove you, by most nice argument and sharp reasons, that knowledge is the very pestilence that puts all mankind to ruin, that chases away all innocence, condemns all truth, and places errors on the highest thrones. Oh, Harry, Harry, I cried in despair, you are Italianate past all praying for. Well then, if you cannot pray with me, laugh with me, jest with me, he answered. Are we not all the puppets and playthings that God has made for his laughter, while he sits at his feast? Let him who would be wise make haste to laugh at himself with God, and at all men with their little humours. Holla! Questa! Monk! Holla! Holla! He shouted then to his hounds that stayed behind, and bringing his hand with a ringing clap upon his gelding's shoulder, broke gaily into a canter across the stretch of sheep-cropped turf that lay before us. What could I do with such a man? To me he was all and more than I had dreaded he would become when he travelled into Italy. In my eyes he was but one more added to the long list of atheists and epicures which that wicked and beautiful land has filled. Still, I would not desist from my efforts to win him back to what I deemed the only true path. Amidst the ruins of his faith I searched for some unbroken stones, wherewith I might lay the foundations of a new sanctuary for his soul. I tried to make him see the horrors and dangers of the popish religion, and so teach him to love and cling to our Christian faith as its most stalwart opponent. The last time that ever I attacked him was when I thought by dwelling on the idolatry of Rome to gain my end, seeing how wholly opposed it was to his own wide and spiritual conceptions. But it was all to little purpose. In so far, he answered me, as Rome is the enemy of the Queen and of England, she is also my enemy. Since the bull of deposition was nailed on the gate of Lambeth Palace, I have been her foe, ready to do all in my power to strike and thwart and humble her, as I may find occasion, or the Queen's grace bids me. Yet for Rome's faith I hate her not, though I may smile at it sometimes, as I do at others. But surely, Harry, I said, you must detest their damnable idolatrous doctrines of the Mass and saints and images. Even for your love of mankind you must loathe these chains by which they drag men down into the dark pits of superstition. Rail not at idolatry, lad, he answered. We are all idolaters. All men worship the idol which each sets up for himself in such manner as his mind, clogged with an imperfect shape, and, as it were, fettered and imprisoned in his visible body, can fashion it. Each has his own graven image, to which he bows. He thinks it is God, aye, and sometimes will almost persuade others so. Yet it is naught but a little unshapely bit that he laboriously has hewn from the great soul that dwells in his mind. There is but one escape from idolatry. We must worship the one universal God, who is formless and yet of every form, who is everywhere and in everything, who, as I say, is a spirit that breathes in the sweet scents of the flowers, in the sighing of the summer wind, in the twittering songs of the birds, in the kisses of lovers' lips. Such was the mangled philosophy he brought home from Padua, that lodestone of wit, to which then gathered all that was bold and learned and polished in thought throughout the length and breadth of Europe. What wonder that I, being untravelled, had no skill to win him from his opinions, and drew each day closer to the gentle spirit of her who so trustingly took me for her guide. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of For God and Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. For God and Gold by Julian Corbett. Chapter 12. It was early in the year of grace 1572 that Frank Drake came back from the second voyage which he made to discover the Spanish Indies. He came to see us soon after he landed, in most excellent heart, for not only was he the bearer of a modest return for our venture with him, but he also brought news that his discovery of those seas was now complete, and as happy in its omens as it was complete. "Hark ye, my lads," said he, setting a hand on our knees as he sat between us, and speaking in a low, excited voice. "I have found the treasure house of the world. I have found the well whence the Spaniards draw the life-blood that gives them all their strength to trouble Europe and champion Antichrist. Closer, my lads, while I whisper its name. Nombre de Dios it is called, the name of God. And in the name of God I will so rifle it and breed such terror in the place that henceforth they shall rather call it Nombre de Diabolo." "But how, Frank, how?" we cried. "Why, easily enough," he answered. "They sleep there in fatness and security. They grow soft and womanish with riches. And who can wonder, since thither flow all the wealth of Peru, the gold of El Dorado, and the pearls of the southern sea. Yet they protect it not, but lie secure in ease and wantonness, because they deem the land is theirs, since the vile Italian has given it to them. They deem it is theirs, because they think no man can sail thither save with their pilots. But we can and will by God's help. I know a safe place for rendezvous hard by, whence we may strike, as we will, swift and sudden before they are ware of us. Then we will show them whether the world is the Pope's to part and grant. They shall see the new world is for those that can occupy with a strong arm. Hey! 'Twill be merry to think how the fat lazy hens will cluck and flutter when the hawk has struck, and we are rolling home again, with golden wedges for ballast, and pearls to fill the cracks." "But Frank," said I, almost breathless at his gigantic project, "how will you get money to furnish ships for so great a venture?" "And how many ships do you think I want?" exclaimed Drake. "Do you think I'm going to sail away with a whole fleet, like Jack Hawkins, with the Spanish ambassador looking on and sending word before me? No, my lads, I know better than that now. I know the thing can be done, and I know how to do it. Just 2 ships is all I take." "What?" cried Harry. "Attack the Indies? Attack the choicest possession of the greatest empire in the world with 2 ships? You must be mad." Maybe, my lad," laughed Drake. "We shall see who is mad and who is sane before long. but now I mean to sail with just 2 ships and a pinnace or 2 for shore work. I have already bespoke in Plymouth the Pasha of 70 tons for my admiral, and then I will take again my little Swan of 25 for my vice-admiral. She is still staunch, and now knows her way to the Indies better than any ship that floats in English waters. Brother Jack is to be captain in her." "But for God's sake, Frank," said I, "be not so hastily resolved. Think again what you do. It is not hens you fly at. It is a mighty eagle with claws of iron, whose wings stretch over the 4 quarters of the world." "You may say that too," answered he. "Yet remember that though the eagle lays her eggs in Jupiter's lap, still she escapes not requital for her wrong done to the emmet. The Spaniard has foully wronged me, and foully wronged one beside whom I am indeed but an emmet. It is the Lord's work to do what I say. It can be done, and I am going to do it." This he said quietly, without boasting, and with so determined an air of cheerful resolution that I knew no words of ours would turn him from his audacious purpose. So we listened, wondering more and more at the fire of his dauntless spirit, while he unfolded to us every detail of his plan. "Would God I could sail with you!" burst out Harry at last, with kindling eyes. "Why not, lad, why not?" cried Frank, smiting him on the back in his cheery sea fashion. "Such lads as you I want. Not a man over 30 years old will I have. It is youth and fire we need. The oldest are too wary, and will not believe I know best. Say now, will you sail and take command of the land soldiers?" "Would God I could," answered Harry mournfully. "It will be a tale to be told beside the story of Aeneas, and sung with the song of the Argonauts. But tempt me not, Frank. I am married now, and must stay to watch over my sweet Nan. My fighting days are over, save at England's need." "Well, as you will," said Drake, very disappointed. "But you miss a glorious venture, and you will not go either, Jasper?" "Gladly I would," said I, "but each must to the work his hand finds to do, and mine, as you know, is here. My money, as far as my capacity goes, shall be with you, though for profit I would rather have seen it risked in a plain voyage to Guinea after negroes. Yet, since this is the Lord's work which you are on, you shall have what help my purse can yield. But for my body, the Lord has need of that here." This was indeed so, as I thought, though had it been otherwise, I doubt if then I should have had stomach for Frank's wild enterprise. Mr. Cartwright had already sounded his note against prelatical church government and all its brood of evils, and had been deprived both of his professorship and his fellowship. Since that time he had been busy with his admonition to Parliament. That clarion blast, which was to wake a war in England, which seems each day to grow in fierceness, was about to be blown, and seeing how much he looked to me to help him in his great work, and how stormy a controversy he foresaw it would raise, I felt I should not leave his side. Such was the reason I gave to myself, yet I think my resolve was dictated rather by distaste for the danger of so rash an expedition, and by the closer ties which bound me to England. Would God I had had strength to give Frank another answer! What sin and misery I might then have been spared, and of how much sorrow brought on those I loved best should I have been guiltless! Yet it was fated that I should have another tale to tell, so let me hasten in shame to the end, which now came quickly. When Frank left us, our lives rolled on in the old ruts again, but deeper than before. Out of his great love for his wife, and his nightly devotion to her, Harry had made a sacrifice greater than we and he guessed in refusing Drake's offer, and seeking to forget it in an unceasing round of work and pleasure, he devoted his time more and more to his sheep and tenants and estate, and sought more eagerly the assemblies of gentlemen where sport was to be had. As for his wife, she seemed to think now of nothing but good works amongst the poor and reading theology with me. Hour after hour she would pore over Genevan Latin. Still her Puritanism grew sterner and sterner. Harry's hunting and bull-baiting and card-playing became more and more distasteful in her eyes, till at last I think it was all they could see of him, so that when he came home at nights it was little return he got for the love he was ready to lavish upon her. Perhaps he was to blame, though I can never see in his most noble life anything that is not praiseworthy. Perhaps if he could have given her a little more, and his work a little less, she would have been readier to forgive the manly pleasures he loved in common with every other gentleman of spirit. Yet I think not. I doubt the poison which I, in my self-willed ignorance, administered for a wholesome physic was too strong and deadly for her high-wrought nature. Soon she would bid none but the poor and preachers to Ashtead, where once she had loved so well to entertain very gallant parties of gentry from the country round, ay, and from London too. Nor would she go abroad to other houses, as she used, with Harry, since she had grown to hate the sports and ungodly conversation and gallantry that went forward at such times. Above all, there was one house which she hated. It belonged to a popish gentleman, and was well known to me as a place where there was a great coming and going of strangers, who rode on north country cobbles, and often spoke with a strong north country burr. We had not yet forgotten the Catholic risings in the north. The Duke of Norfolk's treasonable practices with Rome for Her Majesty's destruction had been but recently brought to light, and he was yet lying a convicted traitor in the Tower, but still unexecuted. Rumours were leaking out or being invented of other great popish plots for the subversion of the realm and the making away with the Queen and her ministers. It was no wonder then that Harry's constant visits to the house of which I speak caused us no little anxiety, although now I know he went there bent only on pleasure. It was one of these visits that brought about the end. I had ridden over to Ashtead one afternoon towards the end of April. The morning had been showery, a mirror of England's state at that time, as I thought to myself, a mixture of sunshine and tears. To my great surprise, instead of finding Mrs. Waldive bent over some Latin book as usual, she was sitting miserably crouched upon the window-seat, wild-eyed and weary, as one that grieved sorely and could not weep. As soon as she heard my step, she sprang up with a strange little laugh, and pressed my hand very hard as she spoke. "Oh, Jasper," she said, "I am so glad you are come. I had need of you. Let us come to the orchard where we can talk alone." We went out together, and seated ourselves side by side, as we had done many times before, on the bowed limb of an ancient apple tree which, as though overcome with years, rested all gnarled and twisted upon the flowery turf. It was one of the first warm days of spring. The grass was spangled over with primroses, the trees were laden with flowery frost, the choir of the birds was warbling its fullest love notes, and all was bathed in the soft sunshine of the waning afternoon. Yet there was nothing for me so beautiful as the woman who sat by my side, gazing far away over the mellow prospect of field and woodland and river, or so tuneful as the soft murmur that came in rhythmical whisper from her heaving breast. For a time we sat in silence, and while she gathered strength and calmness to speak, I watched the sunlight playing in her hair, and, wondering, tried to read the thoughts that chased each other across her wistful face. "Jasper," she said at last, turning suddenly on me, "whatever comes of it, you will not think ill of me? Say you will not." I tried to calm and comfort her, and begged her to tell me what her trouble was, but I was afraid to speak much, for a strange fear of her seemed to come over me, and I could not think quietly. "When he was going over there, you know where, Jasper," she said, "the voice of the Lord whispered to me that I must stay him. So I arose and begged him not to go. He patted my cheek as though I were a child, and laughing, asked me of what I was afraid. Then I told him how he feared for his body, lest he should be drawn into some popish plot, and, more than that, for his soul, lest he should be tempted to backsliding, and so to utter perdition. And what do you think he said, Jasper? I shudder to speak it. He patted my cheek, smiling again, and said, 'Ah, Nan, 'tis a pity you are grown such a prim little Puritan. But fear not, a Waldive heart is loyal enough. And as for my soul, why, lass, God, if there is a God that marks these little coils, must be made of better stuff than to damn my soul for a frolic with a jolly papist or two.' Then I knew what he was. I was stricken dumb, and he rode away, Jasper," she went on, seizing my arm and leaning eagerly towards me. "He is an atheist. I am married to an atheist. My son is an atheist's son. Oh, my God, what shall I do? He will grow up to mock God like his father. He will learn to mock at my faith like Hal. I know it. He will not care for me. Hal wins all to him. What shall I do? Counsel me, brother, for God's sake, or my heart will break. I have no friend but you. Thank God he sent you to me." I know not what I said. I could not think of my words, only of her, as she leaned her lithe young figure on my arm, and sobbed again. The devil came into me with the sunshine, and the warbling of the birds, and the faint scent of the flowers, and at last I dare not speak for dread of what words the fiend had put on my tongue. So we continued for a space, till suddenly her sobs ceased, and she sprang up to her feet before me. I rose too, stepping a little back from her. I dared not go near, for her eyes were glittering, her cheeks flushed, and in all the reddening sun she was a vision too fair for my strength. "Jasper," she said quietly, but much excited and trembling, and looking at me very fixedly, "there is but one way, and the Lord has shown it me. I must go away from here, from him, and take little Fulk away, or he and I and all will be lost for ever. Jasper, you must take us away." I started, horror-stricken, to hear from her sweet mouth the very words which the devil had set on my own lips, and which I had striven so hard to keep back. I knew then I could not resist much longer. It seemed to me that I must be speaking to a fiend who had taken her angel shape, and my courage for so hopeless a battle began to fail me. "Brother," it said, coming towards me, "you will not fail me. Save me and my boy, your own godson, from perdition. Take me to where he is fostering, and thence whither you will. I care not, so long as I am away from this great trial." Her form was close to me. What seemed her little white hands were upon me. Two wistful brown eyes like hers were looking up in my face in an agony of pleading. What could I do? What could I do? I had taken the soft form in my arms before I knew, and passionately kissed the sweet upturned face. God forgive me for it, when his will is. I was tempted more than I could bear. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of For God and Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. For God and Gold by Julian Corbett. Chapter 13. The ways were very foundrous, and night closed in upon us while we were still on our flight. Ere Harry had returned, we had departed, and were making for the farm to which little Fulk had been sent with his foster mother. It was a good distance from Ashted, being the farthest part of Harry's estate inland, and detached from the rest by a large space. For that reason it had been chosen by him for his boy, that he might be as far as possible away from the marshes, which were held to be pestilent in the spring. Mrs. Waldive was riding pillion behind me. A sort of calm had settled upon us with the night, and I picked my way as well as I could through the mud, content to feel her soft arm about me, and know that it was her sweet form that leaned upon me. Darker and darker gathered the night, and deeper grew the mire. I could no longer see where my horse trod, and had to leave him with loosened rein to find his way as best he could. I think the unwonted weight upon his back must have wearied him, for all at once he stumbled, and we found him stuck up to the girths in a slough. There was nothing to be done but dismount and lift Mrs. Waldive off. I sank almost over my boots as I took her in my arms, but managed nevertheless to set her safely on a firm bank by the side of the road. My next care was to get my horse clear, which at last, with great toil, I did. Still, we were in a sorry plight. My horse had so laboured in the slough that by the time I had got him free, he was strained and weary past all going. Moreover, the clouds had gathered above us in great masses, so that not only was the darkness almost impenetrable, but I had great fear of a heavy downpour of rain. I know not what would have befallen us had it not been that I was aware of a little inn not too far distant, which was used by travellers passing from Rochester towards Maidstone and Tunbridge. That I could reach it with my horse I did not doubt, but was fearful for Mrs. Waldive. When, however, I told her how things stood with us, I found her so resolved and courageous that I determined to set out forthwith, and in a shorter time than I had hoped, we saw the lights of the inn in front of us. No sooner had we reached shelter than the rain came down in torrents. During the happy dream in which I had ridden, and afterwards in the labour with my horse, I had hardly realised what we were doing. I was reckless, not caring what came so long as I was with her on our journey, away from my old mournful life, as it now seemed to me. It was clear we must pass the night in the inn. To go on was not to be thought of. I know not what Mrs. Waldive thought, but to me it seemed quite natural and easy, though, I confess, it was with no little comfort that I found there were no travellers there besides ourselves. Perhaps it is well I cannot write down each thing we said and all that passed that night. Yet I would do it if I could. It seems to me now like a faint dream of some other man's life, and, try how I will, I can remember little, but the bustling hostess setting our supper to a tune of chattering gossip, and after it was cleared, leaving us with a cheery, "Good night to you, gentilities." I know we sat side by side in the great chimney corner, my arm about her, her hand in mine, talking low, with such soft speech as none but a villain would suffer to pass between him and another man's wife. I know the rain had ceased, and the new risen moon was shining gloriously in between the mullions of the broad, low lattice window, almost darkening the dancing firelight, and making a large checker pattern on the rush-strewn floor. How long we sat so I cannot tell, no more than how long we should have sat had we not heard the plash of horses' feet in the mud outside. The shadow of a cloaked horseman passed across the bright checker pattern on the floor, and then another. We heard them stop, and then a voice that made our hearts stand still hailed the house. "Holla, house! Holla, within!" it cried. "What would ye, gentles?" cried the voice of the hostess. "Slight, to come in, woman, open quickly," said the traveller. "Dispatch, dispatch, Jem," cried the landlady. "See you not it is a gentleman and his gentleman's servant? In good time, your worship. My good man is in bed. Be patient till he make shift, that we be not shamed, and he shall let you in. Will ostler, wake up, you loon, and take the horses. Was ever such luck? Mass! But I knew we should have travellers ever since last Tuesday. when I could not sleep for dreaming of green rushes, and that's for strangers. I could not speak, or stir, or think, but only stand by the hearth and stupidly mark what the shrill voice of the hostess said. Yet I had strength to resolve, come what might, I would not draw my blade. It seemed an age of silence, broken only by muttered words for a moment without, and then the door burst open, and Harry, covered with mud, strode in with his rapier drawn in his hand and his cloak about his left arm. Culverin followed at his heels, and slamming the door after him, stood solidly in front of it, while Harry advanced towards us. There seemed no anger in his face, but rather sorrow and set purpose as he came quickly forward. I stood where I was, hoping in a moment to feel his point and have an end to all. But Mrs. Waldive made a sudden movement, half of horror, half as though to protect me. Harry stopped in a moment with lowered point, and looked at her with a face in which was such a constant love and unspeakable pain as tears my heart to this hour to think on. Then, setting hard his teeth, he lifted his rapier on high and flung it with all his might crashing through the window into the yard outside. I heard the clang of the broken glass. I heard the sergeant's great broadsword come screaming from its sheath. I saw Harry stand trembling with set face, trying in vain to speak with steady voice, and the sergeant, rigid as a column, at the door with his drawn sword, his naked dagger, and his bristling moustache. A choking sound came at last from Harry's lips, in which there seemed no trace of his own clear, ringing voice. "For God's sake, Jasper, bring her back! You know not what you do. You love her not as I do." That was all. I think he would have said more, but could not. For a moment he seemed to struggle for words, and then turned and was gone. The sergeant sheathed his sword with an angry clang, turned on his heel rudely, without a word or salute, and we were alone again in the moonlight. There then burst upon me in dazzling light that seemed to scorch my very soul, the horror of my sin. I saw in a moment how blind I had been. A mad rage at heaven and all that had made my life seized me. Was it for this I had striven and denied myself and lived the life of a monk when others were dancing and dicing and drinking in full content? Was this, after all my toil and wasted youth, the place where my religion had brought me? So, in wild reaction, my long-pent thoughts, their bonds burst asunder, ran riot through my brain, till I heard a horseman dash away through the mud. In hate of heaven, in hate of myself, I went forth, not knowing what I did. The cool night air and the pure, soft moonlight seemed to soothe my fever as I stepped into the yard. There lay Harry's rapier, where it had fallen, the hilt buried in the mire, the blade glittering like hope in the silver light. I know not how the fancy seized me, unless, unknown to myself, I was infected with a foretaste of that sweet sense which since has flowed in such full and tuneful flood from the honeyed lips of Mr. Spencer. Yet I know, as that rapier lay there so keen and shining, I saw in it a mirror of perfect courage and gentleness, wherein I could look for every rule of life. I saw in it, as it were, the embodied presentiment of that noble spirit I had so foully wronged, and I clutched at it in forlorn hope to save me amidst the dark waste of waters that had flowed over every landmark I had known before, and every path I had painfully learned to tread. Yes, many may think it folly, yet to me it was the devoutest act of my life. I drew my own stained blade, and setting my foot upon it, snapped it across, and then flung it into the mire as the weapon of a felon knight. So I kneeled down and picking up Harry's rapier like a holy thing, I put it to my lips. For I had an oath to swear, and I swore it aloud on that unsullied blade, that, come what might, in joy and sorrow, by land and sea, in life and death, I would never, by the help of Harry's memory, do an act that would disgrace the weapon which he had hallowed by true faith and love and courtesy and every knightly virtue. I kissed the blade again, and, rising up, I put it in my own scabbard. It fitted easily, as though it shunned not its new resting place. As I looked up, I was suddenly aware of Sergeant Culverin standing by my side. His posture was as different as could be from that in which I had last seen him. Soldierly he was as ever, yet the childlike look was on his face behind the fierce moustache, and he was saluting me. "Has your worship any use for me ere I go?" he said, very respectfully, and drawn up stiffly to his full height. I could have easily embraced the grim soldier for that salute and those words. In the depth of my degradation, when I so loathed myself that I felt I should never dare to look an honest man in the face again, I found this steadfast soul did not wholly despise me. It seemed to me he was a sign sent, I cannot say from God, for God was no more to me now, but sent by some mysterious power of good that by hazard I had conjured, to bid me hope my vow would be fulfilled. "Is your horse strong enough to go back to Ashted?" said I. "Yes, your worship," he answered, "and as far again in a good cause." "Then set the pillion saddle on him," said I. The sergeant's childlike look grew very apparent and smiling as I spoke. I thought at first he was about to seize my hand, but he restrained himself and only rigidly saluted as he went to do my bidding. So, hopefully and with hardened heart, I went back to the guest chamber of the inn. She had left the place where I had seen her last, and was sitting in the window, as though she had gone there to look after Harry or me, I knew not which. How beautiful she shone in the moonlight! I can think of it quietly now. The silver flood fell full upon her, and illumined her lovely face and form with so heavenly a radiance in the dark chamber that she seemed to me like some poor angel, weary of worship, who had strayed from heaven. It was as though the eye of some great spirit far away was turned upon her to draw her back to the realms she had left, as though she saw the golden gate whence she came, and weighed down by the thick and cloying vapours of earth, knew not how to take wing back to the life she had loved and lost. "Will you go back tonight?" said I, "or wait for the morning?" She started then from her reverie, and turned on me her sweet brown eyes, so wistfully and full of reproach as almost to undo me. "Must we go back, Jasper?" she said at last, so submissively and in such beseeching tones that my head swam and my breath came thick. Many a struggle I have had in my changeful life, but never one like that. It was only my new guardian that won the strife for me. I clapped my hand to Harry's rapier, and pressing it mighty hard, found strength to say firmly, "Yes." I think she saw what I did, for she stood up with that stony calm which to me is far more terrible than the wildest passion. Once she pressed her little white hands to her eyes, and then drew them slowly away, while I stood watching and waiting for my answer. "We will go now, Jasper," she said at last. "You are right. We must go, but I can never have been to you what you have been to me." Her words cut me like the hangman's lash on the back of prisoner unjustly condemned. It was more than I could bear to see her. It was past my strength, after those scourging words, to choose the path that was so hard and bitter before the one that was so easy and sweet. I felt driven towards her, I sprang forwards to take her tender form in my arms and cover her reproachful face with passionate kisses, to show her what she had done, to show her what she was to me, more than honour, more than duty, more than all the world, to show her that I loved her. I was at her side with arms wide open to enfold her. In one last strife with myself I paused, and like a thunderclap to my strained wits, the sergeant's knock rattled out on the door, and I was saved. Clutching the rapier by my side once more, I turned to see the soldier's tall form appear in the doorway. "Your bidding is done, sir," said he. "Then help Mrs. Waldive to the saddle," said I. "We will walk by her side." With hanging head and never a glance to me, she went with tottering steps to the sergeant, who lifted her with loving gentleness into the saddle. Then we set forward through the moonlight. Not a word was spoken as we toiled along, not a sound broke the stillness of the night, save the suck of our boots and the horses' feet in the mire. So, in silence, each communing with his own thoughts, we came in the first grey glimmer of the dawn to Ashted, and in silence parted. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of Forgotten Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Forgotten Gold by Julian Corbett. Chapter 14. How the next day passed with me, I cannot say. I spent it, I know, in my library, pacing up and down, and thinking over and over again of all that had happened since last the sun rose. I remember angrily putting away the divinity books which lay on my table, and taking down others at random. But they would not speak to me as they used, or perhaps I could not hear them for the din of self-reproach in my head. Many times I tried to think what lucky chance it was that brought Harry to the inn, but I could not guess, nor did I ever know, till the sergeant told me he came there by hazard, on his way from the popish gentleman's house, for a cup of spiced wine, because they were wet, and seeing in the stable my horse and his wife's pillion saddle, had guessed the bitter truth, which the hostess speedily confirmed. After a heavy night's rest had soothed me, I arose at a late hour, and saw things more clearly. I took down my Phaedo Platonis, and read it till I began to see right from wrong again. Gradually, it seemed to me that there was but one thing to do. I would ride over to Ashted once more, see Harry, and tell him I was going away. I knew not for how long or where, but to some land in which I could learn the lessons his troubles had taught him. So I would crave his pardon in years to come, and take my leave of all I loved. It was towards evening that I slowly crossed the park, and came to the little wicket that opened into the pretty Italian garden which Harry had made for his wife. There I tied my horse, as I had often done before, and entered. The terraces on either hand were in grotesque solemnity. The cognizance of his house, frowned from many a half-heathen pedestal, were ablaze with the first flowers of spring. Celandine, Fritillary, Flower de Luce, and all were there, like pretty laughing maids, who knew their beauty, and waywardly transgressed the trim stone moldings. Within their luxuriance could not be content. From a wide-mouthed dragon's head the water spouted with a pleasant tinkle into the glassy basin that occupied the midst. The little trout that played there were springing merrily for the evening flies, whilst from the ivy and honeysuckle that was fast covering the enclosing walls, and from the blossom-laden pear trees in the orchard hard by, the birds were singing the requiem of the dying day. At the end, towards the house, between two vases that overflowed with woodruff, a flight of steps led upwards to the grassy terrace before Mrs. WilliamDavis' parlor. One lattice of her bow window was open, and as I mounted the steps I could hear the low sound of singing within. Very sad it came to me amidst the gay caroling of the birds, so sad that I could not choose but go softly across the little velvet lawn and peep between the mulleins. Oh, what a sight was there! Rocking herself to and fro in her chair miserably sat Mrs. WilliamDavis, with hair and dress disordered. Her face was pale, her eyes hollow with weeping, and on her knees slumbered her little son, as though there was no world but in that small peaceful face. She leant over it, and now and again touched the tiny brow with her lips, singing ever the same mournful song. She rocked herself and leaned over the baby. I could hear the words she sang, some which her grief had made for her, and as I listened I cursed all in heaven and earth, and above all myself, for thus she sang a lullaby to her son. Sleep, baby, sleep, for so thou canst, thou hast no sins to strive. Lolly, lolly, my babe, hope is not dead. Love keepeth hope alive. Sleep, baby, sleep, he will come back, back, honey sweet, to the hive. Lolly, lolly, my babe, love is not dead. Thou keepest love alive. Those words told me true what had befallen. I should have known well enough, even had it not been for the letter she held crushed in her hand, and kissed as I watched her. It was easy to guess what it said, though I could not read the words. Years after I saw it again, she herself showed it me. Long afterwards, when all was healed, it still bore witness then how she had crushed it in her grief. It was still blistered with her tears, and this is what was written there. To Mrs. WilliamDavis, my own sweet wife, you shall receive, dear wife, my parting words in these my parting lines. If I ever held your love, as indeed I think I did, it was by the poor things my sword had done. Now I go, I know not whither, to see if haply I may win it again to me beyond the seas, or at least forget a little of what I have lost. My love, I leave you, though I know it is a little thing to you, yet hoping, when I am gone, you will find some place for it. If only it be when you kneel to pray for our boy. I would not my last gift should be reproaches, dear Nan. Such are not for me, seeing it was my own shortcoming, that I could not keep your love. But first I send you all the thanks my heart can conceive or my pen express, for your many cares and troubles taken from me, whom unworthy you strove to love. And secondly, I would commend to you my poor child, for his father's sake, whom, in his happiest times, I trow you loved, and would have loved still, had he been worthy. I cannot write much. God knows how hardly I wrote even thus far. The everlasting, infinite, universal God, that is goodness itself, keep you and yours, have mercy on me, and teach me to forgive those who have wronged me, amongst whom, believe me, none, from my heart, I hold you not one. My wife, farewell. Bless my poor boy. Pray your all-conquering prayers for him. My true God, hold you both in his arms. Your most loving and worthy husband, Harry Waldive. From Rochester, this 30th day of April, 1572. I cannot but rejoice that I then knew no more of that letter than that by her kissing of it was from him, and by the words of her song, that it told how he was gone. My heart was already so seared and torn with shame at my work that, had I known how pathetic was his farewell, how deep and noble his sorrow, how touching his self-reproaches, and his straining in the anguish of his misery after the lost faith of his childhood, I know not how I should have borne the pain. What to do now I could not think. To go in to her was impossible, as she sat there grieving with her baby upon her knees, and the letter in her hand. She seemed to me a holy thing, more purely sanctified. In her motherhood and grief to him, she had lost than ever was vessel to her goddess. All faith and reverence, I thought, had left me. Yet I could have worshipped that mother and child as devoutly as ever a poor papist bowed before the Virgin shrine. Still, there was a holiness about them I dared not profane, even with my worship. I felt a thing too unclean, even to stand on the steps of the altar. She was now enshrined, and I crept away like the guilty thief I was. Hardly less difficult was it to go and leave her alone in the desert I had made of the fair garden, where but for me she might have dwelt so happily. To go was cowardly. It was sacrilege to stay. I had no guide to show me my way, no friend from I could consult. Wearily, rather drifting than with any set purpose, I descended the steps, passed by the tinkling water, through the perfume-laden air, closed the wicket behind me, and so rode home, my errand undone. He was gone, I knew not whither, and there was no one of whom I could seek counsel. I would have gone to Mr. Drake to tell him all and seek comfort, but the thought of the good man's hard Calvinism repelled me now. He would not understand. As for Mr. Cartwright, he was still less to be thought of. For very shame, I dared not confess to his holy ears the depth to which I had fallen, even could I have hoped for sympathy from him. No, there was none to ease me of my burden. He was gone, and I must follow and bring him back to her, and then rid them forever of my accursed presence. That was all I could think of. And on the morrow, after committing my affairs to old Miles's hands, I rode to Gravesend, and so came next day by river to London, whither I heard from the boatman he was gone. As I have said, I came to London drifting, rather than with any set purpose. As soon as I had sought for Harry at my Lord of Bedford's, and at the lodging where he was wont to lie when in London, and found no news of him, I was at loss what to do. I had no friends in London that I knew of, nor was I so much acquainted with any there, except my merchant and old Mr. Follett, who had a lodging in Warwick Court, where he was of easy access to his scholars, both those about the court and those who were sons to wealthy citizens. To him I was resolved to go, not so much in hope to hear of Harry, as trusting in my forlorn state to receive comfort from him, when I remembered how peaceful and content was his life, and yet without any comfort of religion that I was ever able to discover. I found him polished and kindly and gentle as ever, and bound still in willing servitude to his apology. He welcomed me very warmly, refusing any denial that I would sup with him. Our first commendation over, he fell to asking me of my life and work, so that we easily came to talk of those deep matters wherein my trouble lay. "I cannot but rejoice, my dear Jasper," said the old scholar, bending on me his intelligent, clear eyes, "that you have come to your present state. It was always my desire that you should see that as a rule or touchstone of right living, nay, if you will, as a virgula divina, or diving rod, whereby to discover the pure water of life. Religion is in no comparison with scholarship, so long as man shall pursue religion as a chief end. So long shall they be ever athirst and rage in these present fevers that now be. I hold there are three special points in education, or the leading forth of life, the same being truth in religion, honesty in living, and right order in learning. I name them in the order in which the three are now commonly held. Yet you know, as I do, that in order of excellence these points should be reversed." "Then you would not have a scholar," said I, "lay aside religion altogether?" "I see no need for that," he answered. "It was not so in the past golden days of scholarship, before Reformation violently killed the old kindly tolerance of the Romish Church. Side by side they could not exist. So Rome grew hard perforce, and Geneva has hard to withstand her, and so the good old days were ended. Even the days when a man would first take heed that his order of learning was rightly governed, according to the precepts of the immortal Stagirite, from which, secondly, would flow, by the bestowing of such leisure as remained, as sufficient honestly in living, the whole being sweetened and tempered with such truth of religion as came of itself, without straining out of the other two. It is this straining after God that so troubles the world, and burns up scholarship. They draw the ardor of heaven too near, whereby the inflammable principles whereof he is in great measure composed, so heat men's blood, and set their stomachs on fire, that cool scholarship itself is set in a blaze, and serves but to feed the fires of controversy, whereby learning honestly and religion itself are fast being consumed." "Surely, then, it were better," said I, to shut out this disturbing element that makes life so turbid, better to deafen our ears to this note, which sets all our harmony awry. "No, Jasper," answered Mr. Follett, "that is impossible. That far-off note is your octavo, as Pythagoras taught. You, with your spiritual nature, will always hear it sounding in unison with that which you yourself are making as you live your life. If there is discord in your ears, it is that you are sounding some other note awry between your fundamental earthly note and his in the Empyrean. By your scholarship, I judge your first harmony must be the Atrian to the orbit of Mercury, which is science, and thus, if you would have conquered, your next must be the Apente to the orbit of Mars, which is manhood and knightly adventure. So can you reach through your full diapason to God, and sound your third and just fifth in complete and peaceful harmony with the universe. So I would advise you, if the music of your life has seemed meager. But above all, beware of the fourth, which is the orbit of Venus, that shall bring you nothing but most jarring discord, wherein you shall find no rest." The old man looked out at me from his clear eyes so shrewdly that although I could only guess at his meaning, I felt he had divined the true cause of my discomfort. How far he had learned it I cannot say, yet I could not help calling to mind the many times I had written to him concerning my most pleasant studies with Mrs. Waldive. I found in my old tutor a strange mingling of shrewd worldly knowledge and unreal speculation, which drew me nearer to him than I had ever had wit to be in my boyhood. It is true I hoped to get little help from his medley of philosophies, yet his conversation fascinated me in spite of the half-mystic vagueness that seemed to be growing on him with his old age, and I stayed with him till a late hour. Whether right or wrong for others, his own way of thought had brought him to an old age of profound peace, most enviable to me in the tempestuous flood of doubt that had overwhelmed my life since the dams of my faith, which I had deemed to secure, had burst. Moreover, his whole discourse was so seasoned with spicery from the writings of the ancients, and above all his beloved Aristotle, that it was very pleasant to hear, though beyond what my memory will bear to write. Moreover, I wished to speak with him about his apology, which he had not once mentioned. No one but myself can truly know how great must have been his sympathy with my troubled state, or how much he must have denied himself to minister to it, when for 2 hours he never once spoke of his manuscript. At last, moved to a pity because of his exceeding kindness, I asked him how it fared. "Bravely, bravely, my dear Discipulus," said he with beaming face. "It has been long in getting set forth because of the great growth which it has attained by reason of the weighty arguments I continually found. Still, the day for the great purging of scholarship is very near. I am near to finishing the Latin text, in which form I have been weightily advised the work should appear, although I had purposed otherwise for the glory of the English tongue. The Right Honourable the Earl of Bedford has promised to receive the dedicatory epistle, so that I doubt not, with so noble and learned a sponsor, my child shall find an honourable reception in the courts of science. This, and much more to like purpose, he spoke till I took my leave, much comforted by his kindliness, yet little relieved of my inward sickness. Lashmar, who had been passing the time of my visit with Mr. Follett's servant, came to my chamber, as usual, to entrust me when we reached our lodging. He seemed full of something, which, after a little painful repressing, he poured forth. "Did your worship hear whither he had gone?" asked he. "Whither who had gone?" said I. "Was not your worship seeking news of Mr. Waldive?" he asked again. "Certes, I was," said I, "but that is no concern of yours." "No, sir, none," he answered, "save that I hold all that concerns you concerns your faithful servant. But since it is not so, let it pass." So he fell into a sullen silence, till I, feeling he held news, could refrain no longer from asking what he meant. "Nay, I meant nothing, sir," said he. "A gentleman's movements are nothing to me. But since I thought Mr. Follett would have told you whither he had gone, I made bold to inquire, for he was ever a most kind gentleman to me. But since there is offence in it, let it pass." "But what made you think Mr. Follett should know this?" I asked sharply. "Nay, sir, I pray you let it pass. I have no longer desire to know what concerns me not. But I have desire to know what you meant, sirrah." "Then, saving your displeasure, it was foolish idle whim of mine, that am but a dunce and unlearned, to think that since Mr. Waldive was with Mr. Follett yesterday, he would have given your worship news of him. I was a stupid, foolish fancy, so I pray you let it pass." "Mr. Waldive with Mr. Follett yesterday, say you?" I cried as soon as I recovered breath. "Why, how know you this, Lashmar?" "Nay, I know it not," said he, making occasion of my anxiety to have revenge for my sharpness. "What a plague makes you say it then?" "Why, sir, because Mr. Follett's man knows it, and Mr. Follett's man told me how Mr. Waldive was with his master for the space of 2 hours, save a thimbleful of sand, yesterday about supper time, during all which time he had to wait, for good manners' sake, though like to die of a watery mouth, for thinking of a roasted rabbit and a dish of prunes that were bespoke for him, and 2 other blades at the Portcullis Tavern hard by." "Pace, pace! Draw rein on your galloping tongue, good Lashmar, and tell me whither he has gone." "If I could, sir, but I cannot, nor Mr. Follett, nor Mr. Follett's man neither, for in truth he told none of them anything, save that they were not like to see him for a good space to come." "Then leave me, Lashmar, and good night. Go to your bed now, and find a kind thought for a heart-sick master." "Heaven save your worship, and pardon a malapert servitor," said Lashmar, and left me to my thoughts. First, I think, I pondered over Mr. Follett's great tenderness with me, when, as I felt, he must have known all. Then I tried to come to conclusions with myself what I was to do. The more I pondered, the more it seemed useless, to search farther for Harry. And the more I dwelt on what Mr. Follett had said to me of sounding the note of Mars' orbit as a cure for my discords, I felt shamed, moreover, to think that my old tutor knew all. I felt I could no more go back and face him. Nay, I felt as though everyone knew my shame, and a desire grew in me to fly far away from it all. I began to reason with myself as to what good end it would serve to find Harry, and now it seemed that even if I could find him, I dared not face him. My bold resolves were melting to cowardice in the heat of my remorse, and utterly purposeless and lone, I crept with a broken spirit to my bed. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of For God and Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by WilliamDavis. For God and Gold by Julian Corbett. Chapter 15. Next day, I stayed within all the morning. Harry was in London, and though I had come thither to seek him, I dared not stir abroad for fear of meeting him. I dined in my lodging, sending Lashmer to the tavern for a quart of claret. The food and the wine must have put new heart in me, for after they were done I sallied forth alone, resolved to prosecute my search. Still dreading success, I wandered eastward along the Strand. Many gallants, most splendid, with new-fashioned hats and hose, were loitering along the way I went. I followed the stream, and so, passing Temple Bar and over the Fleet Bridge, I came through Ludgate before St. Paul's Church. I stood awhile admiring the grandeur of the front and the lofty tower. For then, being untravelled, I was unlearned in architecture, and saw not how rude were its proportions and barbarous its ornament beside the new style. Many gallants went by me as I watched, laughing, and passed on into the church. Harry had often told me how it was a place of great resort, so I followed, thinking perhaps to find what I looked for and dreaded to see. The floor of the long and lofty nave was thronged with gallants and would-be gallants, strolling up and down and laughing and talking with one another, while between the piers of clustered columns which supported the soaring roof-groins and dim triforium, knots of men were gathered, who seemed for the most part to be merchants. From time to time I could see a bond or account book fluttering white amidst their sober robes, but all was done with as little noise and bustle as could well be. For it must be known that Paul's was not then the den of thieves it is now. It was not so long since the Queen's proclamation had been issued against such as should transact business, or make any fray, or shoot any handgun or dag within the precincts. It was still had in memory, though little regarded, and the place was not wholly disorderly. Yet it was sufficiently out of order to see so gay a company glowing in their bright clothes of popinjay blue, devil in the head, lusty gallant, and I know not what other outlandish new-fashioned hues, and to hear their laughter rolling round the grey old walls, and the clink of their spurs and rapiers on the pavement, and the rustle of their silks and taffeta as they walked. Wrapped as I was in myself, and shut off by my shame from all men, that thoughtless throng only made my sense of loneliness keener. Far more in sympathy with me than any creature there was the tall temple itself, which, stripped long since of all its altars and popish adornments, seemed to look down in lofty contempt upon the irreverent crowd, which insulted its ancient dignity. Solemn and sad and alone, it seemed to wait in patient confidence for the day when their little paltry lives would have passed away to oblivion, and its days of worship would come again. That there were many there more loyal with their tongues than in aught else I could see as I went forward and came near Duke Humphrey's tomb. Here the proclamation seemed well nigh forgotten. Round the battered effigy the throng was thicker and full of ruffling, loud-voiced swaggerers, who, from their ruffianly carriage and most vile Smithfield oaths, made me think their gentility much belied the bravery of their clothes. It was a thing I then first noted, and have since much grieved over, that men of low station nowadays take to wearing garments of gentleman's cut, no matter how common or ill-made, so long as they be as good as their scrapings or stealings or borrowings will buy. Not wishing to mingle with this lewd throng, I turned aside between the columns, that I might so pass into the aisle and avoid them. But before I could carry out my purpose, I felt myself hustled roughly into the aisle by someone who thrust violently by me. "Body of Bacchus," said a loud, gruff voice, "know you not better, base countrymen, than to hustle a gentleman so?" I turned and saw glaring at me a tall ruffian whom I had noted in the throng. He was dressed in garish and faded garments, very vilely pinked and guarded, and wore on his head a most desperate hat. As though to give him a warlike note, his clothes were thrown on in a slovenly way, and his mustache flounced out so shock and bristling that it seemed from each hair-end a crackling oath must start with every word he said. I felt little inclined for a brawl, least of all in that place, though to quarrel with any man would perhaps have been a comfort in my present state. So I civilly told him I was sorry to have stood in his way. "What base minion," said he very fierce, with a whole fusillade of oaths, "think you to pass so lightly from a gentleman's wrath?" "I pray you, sir, be content," I replied as quietly as I could, for it seemed very silly to quarrel with such a mountebank. "If I wronged your gentility, it was unwittingly, and I crave your pardon." "Stay, rude rustic," said he, stepping before me as I turned away, and clapping his hand to a rapier of extravagant length. "This shall not serve you. Craving of pardons shall not serve you, nor your pardon-moi neither. A gentleman must have satisfaction by rule and circumstance, after the teaching of the inestimable Signor Rocco." I found myself by this time hemmed in by a throng of his fellows, as ruffianly and hectoring as himself, none of whom I dare have sworn could have ever afforded so much as their noses inside Signor Rocco's college, so I thought best to make an end. "Come then, sir," said I, "to a fitting place, and I will presently give you your desire." "Nay, but first name your friends," my opponent replied. "For know, base scullion, that town-bred gentlemen fight by rule and circumstance, and not like two rams in field, without supporters." "Yes, pretty shepherd," cried the throng jeeringly. "Name first your friend if you want a gentleman to walk with you." I now saw my evil case, and what a trick was put on me, and knew not what to do. To draw my rapier, Harry's rapier, on this vermin was farthest from my thoughts. Yet the throng hustled me closer, and my bully swaggered and threatened loudly. "I have no friend here," said I, "unless any gentleman among you will stand by me." "Hark to the scurvy rustic," they cried in answer to my look around them. "A pox on your familiarity. You will get no friend here." "Nay, my dry-livered lubbers, that he will," cried a clear, jolly voice, and I turned to see Frank Drake and another gentleman break through the throng to my side. "What is it, Jasper? Stand back, ye lubberly porpoises, and give a seaman sea room." "Stand back, I pray you, gentlemen," cried my bully, very condescending. "I knew not that I spoke with a friend of Captain Drake's." "Or maybe you would not have spoken so loud, my pot-valiant Hercules," said Frank's friend. "What is all the coil about, Jasper?" said Frank again, while my bully tried to outstare the gentleman. "'Tis nothing," said I. "He wanted 2 friends for me, to help give him satisfaction for having been at the pain of jostling me." "Give him a tester, sir," said Frank's friend, "to buy sack withal. That is the best satisfaction for his most barrel-bellied worship." "No, gentlemen," said my bully with great pomp, finding he could not outstare his new adversary. It is satisfaction enough to know the gentleman is a friend of the most valiant Captain Drake. I know of no quarrel here that a skin of muscadine will not assuage. I pray you, let me conduct you to a very honest tavern hard by where I am known, and where I will see you served with the best." "Most courtly offered," said the gentleman, "and peradventure your most sweet honesty will see us served also with very honest dice and very honest cards. 'Tis a pity we are promised elsewhere, but so it is, and we must perforce pray your valorship to bestow on us instead a full measure of your most delectable absence." "By the soul of Bacchus," said the bully, swelling with contempt, "were it not for the proclamation, blood should flow for this." But we all laughed at him, and he strode away with his nose in the air, as proud as Alexander after Granicus. So we were rid of him and his fellows, who followed on his heels all growling, "Were it not for the proclamation," and swearing like drovers between their teeth. "A happy meeting, Jasper," said Frank. "Yonder go as errant a lot of thieves as any in all London. Be better acquainted with my friend, Mr. John Oxenham. A fellow adventurer, Oxenham, Mr. Festing, but not, to my grief, a shipmate." "Pity you will not sail with us, Mr. Festing," said Mr. Oxenham, with a winning courtesy of manner. "A man who can stand up to a throng of swaggerers like that should try his hand on Spaniards." "Why, so he has," cried Frank, "and to their cost. But now he will be doing nothing but ram home most portentous charges of words into paper ordnance with a quill rammer. Heaven knows what giants they will bring down when they go off." We all laughed together, for I cannot say what it was to me to meet these two in the midst of my loneliness. I gladly accepted their invitation to a tavern, where we could talk in peace. For not only was I overjoyed to be with Frank again, but I was much taken with Mr. Oxenham. He was a tall, well-dressed man, with a very handsome face, and such courageous eyes that I did not wonder they had daunted the Paul's man. 'Tis true, I should have liked him better had it not been for an amorous look he wore over all his manliness. Yet who was I to judge him for that? His talk was very pleasant, for he had been a rover from his youth, and spoke of what he had seen freely, without boasting. We sat drinking for a long time, and talked of the glories of the West and a sailor's life, for which he had conceived a romantic enthusiasm. "Ah, Mr. Festing," burst out Mr. Oxenham at last, "it is a pity you will not sail with us to the West, since you are bent on travel. I envy you your learning in these things, but none who have not seen can picture their glory. Compared with them, to potter about Europe from one pestered town to another, from one crowded country to another, is like the paddling of a duckling in a puddle beside the everlasting flight of the godlike albatross that never lights, not even for love. This world is gray and worn and stifling. Over there it is all color and sunlight and freedom, where the golden land brings forth without labor, and he who will may pass through and enjoy. Why, when once you come to that paradise where all is so wide and fresh and lovely, you lift your hands in wonder as you look back to this dull corner far away, that your life can ever have been so little as to come within the bounds of such a prison. You shall hardly believe there was ever room here for aught large enough to cause a moment's grief or joy for your expanded soul. There you can see nature and know at last what beauty is. There at last you shall drink her fragrant breath, feel the richness of her warm embrace, revel in the azure and rose color and golden sheen that make up her divine beauty, and lie in her arms to know at last what it means to say, 'This is delight.'" "And think, lad," cried Frank, who hardly, I think, can have seen with Mr. Oxenham's eyes, "think that it is Spaniards who have ravished this rich beauty. It is these idolatrous hellhounds of Antichrist who have possessed this Shulamite woman whom the Lord had reserved as a bride for his saints. It will be a glorious smiting of them. Their lust has made them sleepy and womanish. They are puffed up into silly security with their Spanish pride. Why, man, they leave whole estates in charge of one slave, and send out trains of 100 Indians or more laden with gold, with but a single Negro over them. I know it all now. I know every way in and out, and every course and time their ships will sail. And I know harbors, lad, where none could ever find us, where we can lie in wait, and pounce out like cats on the good things that come by. And then they have not a walled town on the coast that I know of. We can swoop down on the Dons and be away again, made men, or ever they have time to wake up out of their beds. Why will not men see what there is to be done, if they will only do? One such stroke as I have in mind will do more to undo Antichrist than all your thinking. Yet you scholars will not see it, but will not cease your idle disputing and dreaming till the angel shall come down and cry to you in voice of thunder, Ye men of Galilee, why stand ye gazing up into heaven? His words struck me very deep, and I began to see how idle was our scholars' contempt for men of action. So, with ever-growing interest, I listened as we talked together till long after supper, and Frank unfolded every detail of his plan in his honest, practical way. Mr. Oxenham, moreover, ceased not to paint his glowing pictures, not only of what was known of those regions, but also of the fairyland beyond, where no Christian had yet trod. The unknown lands where he set my fancy playing with his, till my imagination, on which I had already heaped so much that was inflammable from my books, was all on fire. As for my reason, Frank's sound sense was enough to satisfy that, and his taunt at my standing still and gazing up into heaven while others were doing touched my pride nearly. What wonder, then, that when the time came to bid them good night, when I saw before me my lonely lodging, when I pictured the blank morrow and all my life beyond, empty of hope or joy or fellowship, when they urged me once more most earnestly to sail with them, that I could not resist. They were pressing on me the very course in which I could follow Mr. Follett's strangely worded advice more fully and nobly than I had ever dreamed. In place of my faith, a sense of destiny seemed to have come to me, and to be speaking clearly in this chance meeting. If there was anything in man's harmony with the music of the spheres, sure it was the wild, adventurous war note of the universal gamut that I heard far off in the height of heaven, sounding low and clear for my soul's response. My quest for Harry was forgotten, and with it whatever else tied me to the old life, which now began to seem but a body of death. For that strange voice had come over the wide ocean and whispered its witching summons in my ear also. I could not choose, but obey. So we three joined hands and drank a cup on my resolve, and one more was added to the throng who, day by day, were leaving all to taste the ripe lips of this new Helen in the West. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of For God and Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by WilliamDavis. For God and Gold by Julian Corbett. Chapter 16. It was arranged that I should go out as gentleman adventurer. And since I did not wish to be without place, and had some little knowledge of business, gained by always managing my own estate so as to make it yield the fullest return, I begged and got the office of merchant to the expedition. I was soon tried in my new post, for Frank was earnest to get back to Plymouth to speed the fitting out of the ships and the building of the pinnaces, which we were to carry with us in pieces. From my constant fear of meeting Harry, which was greater than ever since I had resolved to fly, I stirred abroad no more than my business demanded. Yet I was obliged often to go into the city, for there was still a great deal to be done. Money was in no way lacking, both by reason of the success of Frank's 2 former voyages, which had lined his pockets well, and of the support he got elsewhere. Nothing was to be wanting from the complete furniture of a man of war in either ship, and our captain, who, both on his person and his ship, would always have the best, had furnished me with a long schedule of muskets, cavaliers, targets, pikes, partisans, bows, and artificers' tools, as well as cloth and other provision for a whole year, all of which things I was bidden to purchase of different merchants as far as possible, that no wind of our preparations should be blown into the Spanish ambassador's ears. Such time as I was not thus engaged I spent very profitably in Signor Rocco's new college of fence in Warwick Lane. I had learned that Harry did not resort thither, so, since it was near my lodging, I was able to enjoy my best loved pastime and see much excellent rapier play that was new to me, whereby the pain of my delay in London was a little eased. Thus, by avoiding other public places, and above all, Paul's, at the end of a fortnight I found my work complete, without the meeting I dreaded. And with a lighter heart than I had borne for many a day, I took ship at Radcliffe with all of my lading, and so came to Plymouth after a slow passage, on the afternoon of Friday, the 23rd of May. The 3 brothers, for Joseph Drake was of the expedition as well as John, received me with open arms, and much commended my pains when the arms and furniture came to be stowed on board. They informed me that as merchant I was to sail in the Admiral with Frank, of which I was very glad. It seemed that everything was prepared, and that, as they had only stayed for my coming, we were to weigh on the morrow. Nothing could have been more to my mind. So eager was I to leave my old life behind that I hardly accepted their invitation to go ashore to gather the men who were yet to come aboard. Yet I did at last for good fellowship, and started with them to the sound of a demi-culverin and a flourish of our trumpets for a signal to the mariners to embark. As we rowed, I saw another boat making for the Swan, which lay a good way from the Pasha. They hailed us as we passed, so that I knew they were some of our company, but I could not notice them much, for Frank just then took occasion to point out Mount Edgecombe to me, and I looked the other way. Our passage from tavern to beat up the stragglers was like a triumph. Indeed, I think Plymouth was then, and maybe still is, flat drunk with the western wine. A crowd followed on our heels, cheering us as we went. The citizens came out from their suppers to pledge us lustily with brimming tankards. And as for smiles of hostesses and wenches in the taverns, I had enough showered on myself alone, being a gentleman adventurer in the expedition, as would well nigh satisfy a regiment of horse a whole campaign, as such things go now. What with these oglings and smirkings of the pretty Plymouth lasses and our constant pledgings, I could have been as jolly as any piece of tar yarn there, had it not been for the grievous sights I saw, and our pain therefrom in getting our men aboard, though I think of very willing crew. Most had pledged once or twice too often, and were forever taking leave and never departing. Some could not have gone if they had been willing, at least not on their own legs. Others were in pledge, for commodities they had never seen, to cogging hosts, who held their boots or sword or breeches as security. Some even we could by no means come at, save by help of a magistrate's warrant to search some dishonest alehouse. Frank told me what I saw was of no account, by the side of what sometimes happened. "Why, lad," said he, "I have known it to take 2 days and all the magistrates in the borough to gather a company, and then not see it done. Nay, it is not an unheard of thing for this scandal to be the utter overthrow of a voyage, and general undoing of owners, victuallers, and company. Mine are all picked lads, or you should not have seen us come off so easily." "I marvel," said I, and still do, that some among our great Lord Admirals have not taken order to end these things, which seem a great scandal to the reputation of our sea service, no less than an injury to the Commonwealth, and ought to be reformed. That is well enough, answered Frank, and much to be wished, but to keep a mariner at such times from his ale is a thing more lightly attempted than easily accomplished. Mr. Oxenham was little help to us. Indeed, he had so many pouting lips to kiss in this his own fair town of Plymouth, and so many dainty waists to encircle, that I began to think nothing but a warrant or a file of pikes would ever get him aboard. Still, it was done at last, and the sun rose gloriously next morning upon us with our company complete. It was Whit-Sunday Eve, and the whole town seemed to have made a holiday to bid us Godspeed that sunny May morning. It was a fair sight to see the hills around in their fresh spring garb crowding down to the harbor, which seemed to spread out its shining arms to embrace them. The Hoe was thronged with a great mass of people in their gayest clothes. Every point beside was bright with color, and a score of small fry were cleaving the clear waters about us. We stood off and on a while to give them a good sight of us, and bid the fair town farewell with our great pieces and our music. I think Frank was very proud of his ships, and well he might be, for never can have been a smarter sight in Plymouth Harbor than we were that day, as we beat to and fro with our great flags of St. George at the main-tops, and our silk streamers down to the blue water, and now and again a white puff from our castles as we answered the ordnance from the platform saluting us. Cheer after cheer went up from the shore folk between each discharge, till we could no longer hear them, and stood out to sea, fairly started at last on that most memorable adventure. I say memorable, for surely never was so great a service undertaken with so small a power. We were, men and boys, all told but 73 souls, being 47 in the Admiral, and 26 in the Vice-Admiral, under John Drake, and only one of us all that was not under 30. The wind was very favorable at northeast, and we stood on all that day and next night. In the morning, when I came on deck, I found we were going under easy sail, only a cable's length from our vice-admiral. A boat was towing alongside of us, and I saw that someone must have come aboard from the Swan. I went aft to our captain's cabin to see what it might mean. I knocked at the door. Frank's cheery voice bade me enter. I opened it and went in. Heaven save me from such a moment again. My heart stood still, my brain swam, for there beside Frank sat Harry, with Sergeant Culverin at his back. He sprang to his feet as I shut the door behind me and stood glaring at me with his hand on his rapier. "Sit down, Harry," cried Frank. "I will have no brawling here." Harry took no notice, but stood with his breath coming very fast and hard, just as before. "Sit down, sir," thundered our captain. "Wilt mutiny in my own cabin? Hark ye, sir, on my ship there is no difference between a gentleman and a cook's boy when it comes to giving orders. Sit down now and take your hand from that weapon, or I shall presently take order to have you in irons." "You are right, Frank, quite right," said Harry with an effort as he slowly sat himself down. "But how can you have done us this unkindness?" "Frank, Frank," said I, finding voice at last, "you know not what you have done." With that, I tottered to the seat on the opposite side of the table to Harry. I felt undone and crushed. My long grieving and much brooding on my shame had told on me more than I guessed. And now, to find after my cowardly flight I had fallen into a trap 100-fold more dreadful than that I had sought to escape, to find my new hopes shattered at a blow and this awful trial before me, was more than I could bear, and in utter broken despair I buried my face in my arms upon the table to hide my tears. "I know well enough what I have done," said Frank, after he had left us thus in silence for some moments. "Do you think that when two good lads, fast friends, come to me each separately from the side of one fair lady, haggard and woebegone, and tell me that they want to journey, they care not whither, so long as it be far from England. Do you think then I know not what it means? Why, man, I have a score such abroad now. For though many think that the greater the thief and blasphemer the better the soldier, yet say I for my work give me, next to him who sails for love of God, the honest lad that sails for love of a lass. As I judge, they are half and half aboard our ships now. So you think I could not read the old tale when I saw it writ so plain? And had it not been so, I should yet have known, for there comes to me an honest, worthy soldier who knew better than I. Captain Drake, says he, there is a mighty storm blowing between two valiant gentlemen who after long and loving consort have parted company, so that they cannot come together again without most nice navigation. I pray you take command, says he. How do they bear, sergeant? Says I. Cry you mercy there, captain, says he. I am no pilot of gentlemen's quarrels, yet I can give you certain just observations, whence peradventure you may take their bearings yourself. Therewith Frank repeated the whole story as he had it from the sergeant, till he came to Harry's flight from the inn. Then, in a low, earnest voice, he told clearly, as though it were passing before his eyes, what the sergeant had seen me do outside with Harry's rapier. I felt so shamed to hear it now that I would have stayed him, but felt I could not speak. So, gentlemen, said our captain, when he ended the tale, I knew it was a quarrel that might be healed, and knew nothing more sovereign in such a case than the lusty sea. I have known many so healed, when they get far away and see what a little thing it is they wrestled for, beside the prizes a brave lad can win over sea. That is what I have done, and I know I am right, and if you be true men, I would have you shake hands before you leave this cabin. The sound of Harry's hard breathing had ceased as Frank got on with his tale, and since he described the scene in the inn-yard, I felt my brother's eyes had been fixed upon me. Now I heard him rise, and felt his hand laid upon my shoulder. Poor lad, said he very gently. Poor lad. What fearful suffering, what a terrible war must have been in your good heart. Why did I not know it and help you to victory? You have won alone. I know it now, but God forgive me, with what carnage of your soul, which, but for my folly, I could have stayed. We have both sinned, and grievously we have both been punished. Let us now lay down the scourge. I looked up, hardly daring to face him. Yet when I saw his look was filled with pity, I took courage. Rising to my feet, I took his hands and pressed them hard, but I could not speak. So putting his arm through mine, he led me to the door. Come, said he, we will go talk together. While our captain finishes writing his instructions, we will try to instruct each other how best to show ourselves worthy of her. I think we both went out very humbled. Not only because Frank had so imperiously bent us to his will and shown us what children we were beside him, but also because he had compared us to the lovesick boys of the crew, and our story to their love squabbles. Yet how could we deny it was different? It was indeed hard to confess how little different it was, and, as I say, we both went out with our pride, the mainstay of quarrels, much humbled. We had both, I know, tried honestly that our quarrel should end here, yet was the rent too wide and deep to be mended so easily. His arm seemed to sit uneasily in mine, and ere we had gone a few paces he took some excuse of a point coming untied to draw it away. Like strangers at last we sat down and tried to talk, but it was very difficult. I would have given my tongue to have gone on with the tale where Frank ended, and to have told Harry how I had seen his dear wife mourning over her child for his loss. Yet half from shame to confess I had gone back to Ashstead, and half in fear of adding to his grief by telling him what abiding love he had left, I held my peace. And we fell to talking in false notes about the voyage, till, to our great relief, Harry was summoned to Frank's cabin to receive his orders for Captain John Drake. As soon as I was alone, Sergeant Colverin came up to me with his elaborate salute. "I trust you will forgive my freedom, your worship," said he. "Forgive, Sergeant," I answered. "I have nothing to forgive. I have only thanks for the good work you have done." "Nay," said he, "I did nothing, no more than that astrolabe with which Mr. Oxenham yonder is taking our position. I was but a poor instrument for Captain Drake to shape your courses withal. Still, I must thank you, Sergeant, from my heart." "I pray you, sir, if you love me, say no more. Let us pass to other things. How does this most uncivil motion sort with your worship's stomach?" "Well enough, Sergeant. Does it quarrel with yours?" I asked, for he looked a little pale. "To be plain with you, sir, the sea and I are not so good friends as we hoped to become. Last night was most evil to me in yonder flyboat, Swan they call it. Yet for liveliness Sparrow would sort better with its nature. There was, moreover, a mariner of the watch who would increase my load by singing continually a most woeful ancient ballad of pilgrims at sea. Thus it ran, sir. Thus meanwhile the pilgrims lie, and have their bowlines fast them by, and cry after hot malvoirs, their health for to restore, and some would have a salted toast, for they might eat nor sodden nor roast. A man might soon pay for their cost, as for one day or twain, and more very sickly stuff to like intent, sir, to a very doleful tune." "I fear, Sergeant," said I, "your voyage to the Indies will not be as pleasant as you could desire." "Indeed, sir," said he, "I wish we could fetch thither a horseback, being, as I think, the only honorable manner of going for gentlemen. Still, since it has pleased God to put this shifty, rude, uncourtly sea betwixt us and the Indies, we must e'en make shift with a ship." "I am sorry for you, Sergeant," I answered. "A horse indeed would have been a conveyance you better understood." "Well, it is not so much that," said the sergeant. "For when I was sergeant groom under the Signor John Peter Pugliano, esquire of the Emperor's stables, the word always went that a man who could manage a horse could manage anything, save it were a woman, by your worship's leave. So I think a ship will not come amiss to me, being in relation to a horse, but a wet, lifeless thing." "But yet, Sergeant," said I, "of a wholly different nature." "I know not that, sir," said he. "The ancients were wiser than we in these matters, saving your worship's learning, and, as I have been told, placed among their ensigns military the horse, as being sacred to the god Neptune as well as to Mars, and the symbol of immoderate fury of attack on sea as well as land. Moreover, in your tilting of one ship against another, you have an image or imitation of the crowning glory of horsemanship." "But we English do not use this method," I answered, "and hold it only fit for Turks and Spaniards and such like, who, having no skill in sailing and seamanship, are compelled to use galleys propelled with oars." "Mass," said Colverin, "had I known that, I should have sailed even less willingly than I did. What you say might be right, yet I hold that to sail with a lance at your bows is the more honorable and soldierly method. But let that pass. Doubtless by further contemplation I shall discover further similitudes between the horse and the ship. Since I hear what you say, sir, I see nothing in which they are alike, save in respect of their prancing, a quality I would gladly forego in the present case, seeing that I am like to find little comfort in it." As we spoke, Harry came out of the captain's cabin, and Sergeant Colverin had to leave to accompany his master back to the Swan. My brother, good heart, did his best to bid me farewell as of old. But what between my shamefacedness to see his careworn look and dampened spirit, and his own too recent sense of the great wrong I had done him, our leave-taking was cold and formal, for all he tried so hard to forgive. End of chapter 16.